emergency start to the show. Seconds. I was worried about this. Hold on. Give me just a moment. Let's see. I am here. Just give me one moment, though. I'm having some technical difficulties with the show today. There we go. There we go. All right. Gotta go get the stand man. Then I will start the show. You can blame my capture card for all of this. I'll be right back.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. How was everybody? Sorry about the false start there. Having, as I said, a few technical difficulties today. specifically, I had a little project going on, and I don't know why, but it's still not working properly. But caca pee pee poo poo. What are you speaking? Did you watch a Donald Trump speech and you're just like, you know what? I must transcribe this. Caca pee pee poo poo. I'm saying all the biggest words. I love it. I'm so smart. Stable genius. Anyway, what's up? How you doing? How you doing, Anna? How's everybody doing? Oh boy, having a hell of a day. Can't really say what's going on. This sucks, but man, when life throws curveballs at you, it really apparently I don't just have like one pitcher just hurling these curveballs. I have one of those baseball machines that you see at the cages. Yeah. It is just one after another, after another, after another. So as I said, it kind of sucks that this one I can't even really talk about. Not yet. Been kind of put on a moratorium on that one. But all I can say is, yeah, definitely put some... Where you guys... I almost feel like I'm exhausting your thoughts and prayers and just your well wishes, because, God, man. But, yeah, unfortunately, you know, got a situation with my older dog, and, I can talk about that. I can also talk about the, fact that Mr. Stan, man, needs to go to the vet, which, it's nothing serious with him. I think that he just has, I talked about this a little bit, he has a fatty cyst, like, kind of, that's migrating all over him. It's weird. Hey, Jojo Mojo Jojo, what's up? Allie, by the way, how are you? Miss Alice, how are you? Zach, Zachary. Can't ignore this, but I'm stoked. Grok made me a Hello NES game in assembly. That worked? Wait. Oh, wait, Grok, the thing, the Twitch thing, the thing. I keep forgetting that's what it's called. Does anybody else, like, just off the top of their heads, like, when you heard that, did you just go, yeah, Grok? What? Sorry about, that, though. Bubby, hopefully it gets better. Yeah, man. I just, it rains and pours. Oy. At the same time, you know what? Sadly, yeah. It's also just, again, the shitty stuff with my mom's death is just, it's, I'm starting to get mad, guys. Imagine that, but, hey. When you got shitty family, like, well, not even shitty family, it's just, I want to call it her leftovers. That's, like, all he is to me. But, yeah. Bubby is cute, yeah. I was about to say, Bubby. Somebody's called me Bubby. I forgot who, though. I feel like it was an aunt of some kind. Don't know. Anyway, but here's the thing I want to actually address is I released a video earlier. I'm kind of excited for it. It was a segment, but I am quite proud of this one because I think it turned out pretty well. So check that out if you haven't already. I get called Tubby. Not the same feels. Yeah. Snorlax is just like, me too, buddy. Me too. Snorlax. Buddy. But man, the big thing is give Stanley your internet or your vibe support because he does not like going to the vet as it is. I'm making this one sound a little bit worse than it actually is. The big thing with him is, yeah, I think he's gonna have to get the cyst drained, and he is a nightmare. Like we've had multiple vet visits where he's just gotten his checkup in the car. Dude, he's a nightmare. I don't know, like, how I got such a chill dog that is just... He's got, like, the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing. Like, he's got those two sides where you're just, like, he's completely silent and chill, but then he has anxiety out the ass and is just... Rah! So. Yeah, man. No, my vet is... They've called him quite the special case. They love him. Like, make no mistake. He's not, like, bitey. He's just... Again, I think I mentioned this yesterday. He's got these long-ass legs, and the doorway is way too small. It's just, he goes like, eh. And he does not bend. So, there have been times where I have to kind of do, like, Gucci Gucci, or I have to, like, hold him like this, and he's just like, no! 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 Best way to calm your dog down at the vet is liquid. I actually, that's what we have. We have it's not liquid K, but it's what do you call it? Not Dramamine. I think maybe Dramamine. I don't know. I know that it's a relaxer that it makes him loopy. It's just sad because he'll look at you with the big eyes, but then he gets a little drool where he's just like, It's cute, but it's also like, oh, buddy, no. It's always cleaning him up. Yeah, nah, man, diazepam? Is that maybe? That might be what it is. It's one of the ones that has a D. Puppy Valley. That's what it is. Diazepam. Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah, and he was prescribed that. And they were like, so it says to take 2. If he's coming to the vet, give him 3 and make sure you do it before, like, 45 minutes before minimum. I was like, how come he gets special instructions? Literally, not on the bottle. They had to give me, like, a printout. I was kind of like, I kept looking at him just like, what did you do? Because they took him in the back at one point, and it's never been the same. Him and my vet specifically, like, they got trust issues. He don't trust her, and she's just like, I don't trust you either. It's kind of mutual. Oh, God. I love him, though. He's such a good boy. Man. So, this, the fallout from this whole leak thing has been kind of funny. I'm just going to get right to that because I got to say, wasn't expecting Fox News to do exactly what I was expecting them to do. Like, you ever have that where you're just like, okay, so this is what they're going to do. They're going to say it's the Democrats' fault, and they're going to say that this journalist is somehow like a plant, and like it was his fault, and dude, it's like they heard me and were just like, hey, he's got a good idea there. Let's do that. Where's my printout for at-home C-section? Whoa, what? You got a what now? For who? Wait, your girl? Wait, you a dad? Wait a minute, you got kids? Hold on. What? What? No. You have kids? No shit. Oh, kitties had a litter. Oh shit. You got kitties. Oh. Was the C-section successful? Is she okay? This is the kind of drum roll I don't like. Where it's like, I hope there's good news here. I really could use the good news. It was, oh my god, your face. And, oh. Yeah, whatever. I'm taking a minute to process some shit lately, okay? I'm gonna have to watch that fucking playback. Oh. The wave of realization. Bloodstone, hey, how you doing? Cheers. Man, I actually, I started the show off by accident, where I thought I had everything set up, but it was all still on my other surprise settings, which, you know what? Here, I can actually just do this now. Let's see if it works. Okay. Let's see. Right. All right, so here's the thing. I still can't get the audio to work, but let's see if I can get this. What's that? Oh, hold on. Man, it's been all day with this. Ha! I got it. Look what I got! I did it, guys. I got it. I'm not gonna actually play play, but well, let's see. Let's just give the professor his stuff, collect my bounty. But yeah, I got the Switch up, so yay! We're gonna be doing some gaming stuff a little bit. Ah, I just realized that I have to still go up there. Zelda? I will play Zelda. But right now, Arceus. I have figured out how to play Arceus. Woo! Yeah, look at me go! Gonna go collect. Oh, I don't need caster ferns. Caster ferns suck. Oh, here, you know what? Let's get a kitty. Let me all. Right on. That's fun, right? This is cool. But yeah, this is also why my stream took forever to get on today, and as I said, I still don't technically have audio for my video game. So, oh my god, is that what Pokemon has come to? This is insane. It's awesome! What are you talking about? And you're playing like Grandpa Pokemon. This is like, you know, the grandfather of Ash Ketchum, essentially. Or Red, if you will. Alright, got Arc. Oh, you son of a bitch! Alright, fine. And we'll tackle. Oh, that was weak. No! 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 Damn it! Wait a minute. Am I legit? Am I? Okay, good. I was gone for a few days, only to come back to Pokemon. Today is a good day. What up, Re-K? Yeah. No, I said that I started a new era of the show yesterday, and this was kind of what I was teasing. But I couldn't get my capture card to work. So I saved it for today, but I still can't get my capture card to fully work. I cannot, for the fucking life of me, figure out how to... Sorry, I'm not trying to be so aggressive about this, but damn, I can't figure it out. I don't know how to get the sound to come out of this. Ooh. Uh-oh. You know what? No. Let's try and catch him. What interface are you running? What what do you mean interface? Like I bought a capture card and I I hooked it up, and now I'm doing things with the capture card. Oh my god! Wait. Audio interface. Oh, like my soundboard? I'm using like the Logitech soundboard. I don't know what you mean. Ooh, wait. You're hidden there. Ew. I don't want that. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm done playing. I need to stop. I'm getting a little caught up in it. Oh, hold on. What was there? Let's get rid of that spoiled apricot. You can route the switch through 2. Who saw me? Where is it? I'm about to get hit. Ah, shit! No! Yeah, you can also die as a trainer in this. Like, I think that happened like in the normal game mode. Ooh. Howdy, Matesh. I'm showing everybody that I finally got the Switch hooked up, but then I kind of got caught up in trying to make sure I can get out of this whole situation that I'm in. Ooh. Losing frame rate. Which is weird because I set this down significantly. Alright. Let me get back to home base, drop this shit off, and then I'm good. Yeah. Take them. Yeah, give me it. Give me the monies. Monies. Come on, Professor. Monies. Thank you. Oh, shit. Can't even see. There we go. And then, hold on, I need the leaf stone. Satchel. And then, yeah. All right, guys. So I can route the switch through 2. Hold on. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be picking up my USB through that channel. Like, I know what you're saying, and that's kind of part of the problem. I thought it was doing that already. Fuck. Well. Alright. Whoop. There we go. But fun times, right, guys? We got Pokemon and Zelda and pretty much any other of my favorite Nintendo games. Also, we can, link up and play some Mario Kart live. That'd be kind of cool. It's one of my favorite games, so I'm more than happy to give you my gaming tag. So you need to go into the Logitech software, and it enables the audio for that particular driver. Oh, shit. Oh, I think I see what you mean. So, yeah. It wouldn't have mattered if I was putting it on the monitor then. Hold on, then. No. I'm not going to fuck with this. No. Here. Worst case, I'll hit you up tomorrow in Discord for it, because, man. No. I spent half my fucking morning doing this. So, no. We already run into technical issues here on Pep Talks. I don't need to do that. Hey, Bloodstone and Analyst, changing things up. I like it. Yeah. That is kind of like, gonna be doing that a lot more, and I'm going to be doing that throughout the show. Like, the nice part is I'm gonna be able to like play while we watch other shit. So, hell yeah. That was the one thing I was able to actually figure out, which, again, why I'm not freaking out about the sound, because that was the main thing I kind of wanted, was just to have it, like, you know, in the corner there. But, hey, man. Got it. There's like 4 people in this audience, specifically that know me, like, in real life, that, they're probably in disbelief. Like, just, he did what now? He figured something technical out? What? No! By himself? There's no way. Alright, so sure, just send me the model of the interface here. Weird. YouTube deleted my chat about redistribution of Pokemon wealth? No, what? Ooh, speaking of Pokemon wealth. Here, I finally opened a Christmas present that I got, I mean, how long ago was Christmas? So speaking of Pokemon wealth, we'll also do this. You know what? Let's change it up. There we go. 1 pack. 1 pack. Woo! We got a pack. We got a pack of Pokemon cards. Alright. I don't know, we're going Pokemon heavy today. I don't know why, but screw it. Elon doesn't want to give up his Pokemons. He's not... Listen. He's such a dork that, like, Team Rocket was just like, nah... billions of dollars, and Giovanni, I mean, he's kind of a, you know, known as being a little bit of a greedy dick. You know, him and his Persian. Or Persian. How do you fucking actually say that? But yeah, man. Team Rocket was just like, no, this guy's lame. Alright, so. That is a very weird way to lay. Alright. Let's see. What are we gonna get? Something good. Something good. Something good. Come on. Put all the good vibes out. Let's go. Alright. Well, we got the fun TCG extra. It's always a fun little card. Alright. Turtonator. Toad School. Yeah. That is his name. Oh my god, this looks kind of gross. It looks like a... I don't want to say what that looks like. Ooh, dude. Okay, now that's cool. That doesn't happen all the time. Got a Meryl and Azumarill, so got the evolution right there. Ooh, nice. This is actually a really good card. We got Luminion. Oh, hey, shit. You know what? I'll take that. 3 foils. Whoa. Pep, you missed 420. Ah, shit. I was too busy dicking with all my stuff. Well, you know what? We're gonna celebrate late. Sorry. I've been having one of those days anyway. Oh boy. All right. Oh. Hey, Robin, how you doing? Silly. You're a terrible stoner, as in terrible at being a stoner. Hey, the thing is, no, I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm like so good at it that this is the thing. I'm doing this a whole 10 minutes late. God damn, Logitech made me miss 420. Yeah, I gotta say, man, I'm not having a good day with that shit. That's why when you were like, hey, you want to go to the interface and just, no, I don't want to. The fact that I have it working is a miracle. So, oh, come on. Oh, bullshit with your frame rates. No, I also fixed this. Come on, man. YouTube's analytics are, like, as far as their, the frame rate analytics are just garbage. Oh no, actually I'm having the same thing happen over on Twitch. Hold on. Increase bit rate to ultra. There we go. I've never been into Pokemon. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I hope that my joy in Pokemon can at least you can just take joy in that I'm taking joy in it. But I also like I'm not gonna do like entire shows based on that. Unless somebody like really wants it that bad and they're just like, I'm going to pay you to do a Pokemon day, then it's like, okay. That's a different story. But capitalism reigns, and then also one of these days I'll actually I think I'll try and stream like playing the game, like the actual card game, because I have a way I can do it where I can run 2 decks by myself. It's one of the benefits of having a spinning table. It's okay. The joy is enjoyable. Some of them are cute, and I know maybe 6 names. Hey, everybody loves Pikachu. I mean, Snorlax. Come on, everybody loves a good Snorlax. Alva, what up? All I know about Pokemon is Pikachu, I Choose You, and Squirtle. Squirtle. Squirtle Squad. Dude, Squirtle Squad was the shit. Sorry. How you doing? I had like a what are we at? A half-hour stun lock on Pokemon, and then I also missed 4:30. Square. Ooh. Really? That's like the one that even like all my teachers were just like, yeah, you know, you're into the Pikachu. It's like, okay. Alva. So I was totally right about the BS yesterday. I decided to listen to what Ben Shapiro had to say, and his response was bad. Really? Yeah, Fox News was really, really bad. Here, I'm gonna smoke this real quick. Whoa. All right. Catch up. Oh, hey. I forgot to show you this yesterday. Look what I found. I found my my judge's card. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Making sure my email's not on there. It's not. Yeah. Proof, baby. I also have my my lanyard, and then I have like the little bag that they gave me with all the stuff in it still. One of these days on the Patreon show, because I kept all the containers, I will go through that with you guys. Oh, wait. Nope. Groot's not like... He does not like Tony Stark, apparently. Alright, catch up. That was always one of my favorite jokes, about the mama and the papa tomatoes. Very dark, because, I mean, essentially, it's like men infanticide. It's... Whoa! Oh, they do! Wait! Oh my god, I just realized how dark that joke is. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. I'm really high. Alright, I needed to do this really quick, so if you guys can... I'm glad that I did do that. Hey, you good? Good? He's making heckin' noises. That's not good. Say hi, guys. Welcome to the show, Stan. Aww. Give me a look. Well, yeah, if you guys can, donate to the link here. It is for my mom's memorial fund. Really appreciate anything that you guys can contribute, or the big thing is if you guys can help support the channel, that also, it's free and it means a lot to me. All right, through that. Yeah, I'm actually watching. Hold on, I'm watching Stan. It's like watching him in the rearview mirror here. I'm just like, okay, good, good, okay, good. I was sleeping. Oh, that's not good. Wait a minute, I gotta get. All right, let's hit the gas on the show then. Which, speaking of, I wasn't necessarily surprised about the response that you were talking about, where they're just like, oh yeah, you know, not that big of a deal. Oh, did you see Hegseth literally he kind of threw Trump under the bus, where they acknowledged that it happened, and he's just like, this is a hit piece, this is all fake. It was just like, oh boy, the White House came out and said, yeah, no, it happened. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You made me cozy. Oh, cool. Yeah, eventually, if I get this freaking here, I hate to do this, but it's driving me nuts. My Logitech G-Hub. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Here. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so this wants me to wait, but how's that work? Because it's still saying that it's using the same input. No, I'm not dumb. Haha. So, see, this is why I'm not screwing with it. All right. Anyway, yeah, Logitech is gonna make me miss the entire show now. Although, thank you for making me consider going to, you know, the other part of my my soundboard, because I didn't really think to do that, to be honest. All right. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Or no, what was it? The tomatoes. Like, dude, I kind of remember that shit. We did a, what was it? Park District Play version of that. I'll be honest, shit made me mad, so mad, because it's like, yeah, it's national security risk, but yeah, dude, I mean, this is just, the thing is, after seeing the text too, how they're just laughing and like fist bumping, and then like there's literally the guy who fucked up, by the way, Waltz, whoever, like that guy, he screwed up so bad. But then I love how they're like, yeah, but Pete Hegseth is definitely not guiltless in this, and everybody is kind of like, was he drinking? Because even, dude, some of his colleagues were asking. They're just like, oh boy. Great. I just realized I forgot to do something too. Oh, you know what? Today is going. Hey, what's up, Ryan? How was your day yesterday or today? I keep forgetting. We're kind of on a time zone difference. All right. Anything? I hate to say, like, there's not much to talk about with the ground news segment today. There's Russia, Ukraine agreed to truce at sea and ban on energy attacks. Cool. It's a step in the right direction, I guess. Oz moves closer to roll in Medicare, Medicaid on party line vote. Oh, great. Gotta say, that is part of... That's a problem. Here. We need to watch the damage control. Because this is the part where I'm... Give it 20 minutes, and today is yesterday. Oh boy. My brain just math like the space-time continuum. I was just like, whoa. It's one of the most stoner moments I've had in my own head in a long time. It's like, bro. Yeah. You ever catch yourself doing that shit, especially when you're like super high? Where you're just like, hey, so hold on, I gotta math this one. And then you gotta, yeah. Hey, so my math is right. And then they're like, you didn't say anything. It's like, I didn't. I've done that one. Well, it's the responsibility, or at least it should be, of all the top officials to check and make sure that everyone in the chat is authorized to be there. They need to fire the individuals to... I mean, the fact that my Discord has better moderation than that is kind of wild to me. And it should be wild to you guys, too. I'm just gonna say... Still having a hard time really wrapping my head around this one. Where it's just like, God, this is a level of stupidity that you just do. It's like, nah, they didn't. They went full stupid. They went full stupid. But hey, you know what? What you gotta do? You gotta save them from themselves, apparently. And I love how Trump was like, his whole thing was he learned his lesson. It's just like, no. Sorry, buddy. You got enough people in your own party that are just like, oh, we don't trust you. Oh, and also, that's against the law, dude. Like, oh, I never thought about it that way. You, Mr. Pepper, have better... I do. I actually... The way I set up Discord, because I don't just let anybody in. I have to invite you. Like, I'm going to actually invite you people in chat right now. So look out for the link here in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat. Yeah, but I literally have that much of better security, which is wild to me right now. I just had that moment, like in real life. I just went, what? No, it's making me go nuts. What's up, Distracting? How you doing, buddy? I like my own stream here. Just gotta, here. You guys have been invited officially. See? Look. Again, security clearance. You all have it. Still, I don't... How did this happen? How? Who the hell put that group text together and, like, why his number? Like, listen, I have similar names in my phone, right? We all have, like, a Mike and a Mike situation where it's just like, I probably should have named one, like, Mike D, Mike F, you know, but we were dumb in the moment, and you're just like, I know which one's who, and then all these years go by, you're just like, I don't know who's who, and I'm not going to call that number. That you can't tell this happened to me. Oh, there you go. Discord over in Twitch chat. My dad said that they were not using their government issued phones. No, they were using just their normal ass phones. Like they were using signal encryption, which yeah. Wait, so from my understanding, there wasn't anything within the chat that was at a clearance level that could result in prosecution, but that's untrue, because they had a CIA operative that they had to redact, and that made, like, even they were like, oh, right. So you gotta love it. But hey, I sent you a oh yeah, no, I saw. Hey man, nice. Nice. Good for you, buddy. Nice. Everybody's just like, what? It's like, well, you must go to the Discord and see. Wait, Oh, never mind. That was a... All right, well, never mind. You can still, wait, what did I post in my last thing here? Politics? Hey, Park Rose. I love Park Rose. Somebody was just like major teacher like energy, and I'm just like, you know what? Oh. All right. When you get older, that starts happening, but I think you guys understand if you are of a certain age. That was one of those pops where it was just like, ooh, better. All right, so my 95-year-old dad had a better. I'm not even kidding though. Like, I wish there was the ha-has in the joke here where I'm talking about my security on my Discord being better, but guys, it's scary. Like, that's nuts. I am a stoner, and it's almost like you have to strive for that level of incompetence. Like, how high or drunk are you? Like, because everybody's talking about Pete Hegseth being drunk, and it's just like, well, I think these other guys were kind of on the sauce too. Why is it always just that guy? I mean, just because he makes it obvious? I mean, he does. Let's be real, he does. The fact that there are, like, not just pictures, but my guy went out there at a morning press conference with a whiskey in his hand. Like, all right, buddy. It's like, yeah, it was water. It's like, the brown-ass water. I sent, here. Sent a picture in general chat. Nice. Ooh. I have this thing where, like, for some reason, like, yes, we have Cheetos, but Cheesies look a little bit better than Cheetos. So, you know me. Hey, stop trying to get me on a food arc. We're not doing it today. I gotta get to the politics, guys. People are expecting, they may be expecting me to be high, because I did put that out there. But they want the politics, and I gotta give the people what they want, right? Right. If you guys haven't already, please like the stream, because it really, really helps me out. I have been seeing some action in the algorithm because of that. So if you guys can leave that yeah, really helps a small streamer. So also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're getting close to that 1200. Let's see what we're at. I didn't check today. Ooh, 1192. So let's get that 8, eh? Hegseth is like, it's noon somewhere. And the thing is, he says it from the night before. Hey, it's noon somewhere. Hair of the dog, right? Dude, oh my god. He has like Randy Marsh vibe, except like the worst parts of Randy. It's noon somewhere. I thought it was America. Yeah, I got tattoos. I got offensive tattoos. I thought it was America. I'm a leader. I lead the military. Right? Guys. Oh my god. When he gets drunk, he sounds like Bobcat Goldthwait. Guys. Listen, I got like the big tanks and stuff. Oh man. I got some fighter jets. That's crazy. He just starts waxing existential with it, or it's just like, oh boy. Guys, you ever have something that like is too powerful, like you hold a gun that's just like, oh, that's a big gun and that's really powerful, I shouldn't have it. Oh, that's him. That is him. It's almost that somewhere is here. Oh my god, I mean, that is funny. That somewhere is here. It's literally, cheers. Hey, he has such a, I mean, dude, I wish I was joking. Like, because this is something where it's just like, he does have such a problem where you wonder, where he's just like, oh yeah, I'll take your question. It's just like, is that indeed coffee in that cup? And he's just like, Next question. He does the whiskey snicker. Next question. It's like, oh boy, you got a problem. Did I just spill coffee? I just did. I committed to the bit. Irish coffee. Yeah, right. Just see it with an orange juice, you're just like, that's a mimosa. Like you just, every time you start assuming, oh no, that guy's got a real problem. Poor Hegseth. In that regard, I'll say poor Hegseth. It's like, oh man, you're really airing your alcoholism out for everybody to see, and they kind of threw you under the bus on this one. It's like, damn. Like, when your alcoholism becomes a meme, thinking you might have an issue. But this is an intervention, and I'm not a professional, so don't take my word for it. Oh boy. All right. Why? Stop doing that. Stop it. No. My capture card did it again, guys. Hold on. Ugh. This thing's getting annoying. I've got to find a new setting for this. Because it keeps screwing with my screen. Pete sending drunk texts to journalists is just... Why is it the simpler you put, like, it was the more simple you put it, it made it that much funny, like, that much funnier to me, where I was like, oh, he just kind of just like, hey, I miss you. I don't think, I'm sorry about what I said about the Atlantic. It's not a second-rate Wall Street Journal. It's peak journalism. I really, really like you. guys, I really like him. John? His name's John, right? Yeah, I really like John. He's a really good guy. Anyway, oh, hold on, guys. I gotta send this meme. Oh shit, I meant to send that to you guys, and I just sent it to the president of Iran. Oh, I hope he likes dick pics. He starts World War III because he sends it schlong. What is this? What is this? Threatening nuclear war is one thing, but dick pics? You have... Sorry, I'm making myself laugh with this bit. This is for me. Teammate won't give me answers. I want to know if I can get in PJs in bed already, and he's being cryptic. Like what? Red Rocket is more dangerous than nuke. If you know my dog, you're just like, get out of here, no, put it away. We actually call it no dingy. So every time that he does it, we're like, no dingy. I'm sure if our neighbors hear us doing that, they're just like, what is these people? These people have problems. Like, Stan, no dinghy. Fuck. I mean, it's embarrassing. I mean, when he does it, guys, it's. I hope that he doesn't do it on stream. It's a sight to behold. Oh man, it's just like no. It needs a set. It really. It's just like censor bar, guys. Like no. It's like every. Oh my god, it's the worst. I hate it. Especially, oh my god. So he is neutered. And every dog does this, guys, but the way that he will aggressively get on my lab, it's like, no! Anyway, Hexeth, wait, he writes, America, fuck yeah, when he said, dude, the thing is, that should be, like, I should be laughing harder at that, but, like, for real, like, we're not even, I would say not even a full, like, we're like at that toe, like, you're about to take that one toe into full on just, oh, Team America, fuck yeah. America, fuck yeah. Pete Hexeth sent a picture of his dick. I don't know. Oh my god. Again, dude. He didn't even do it, but now that's the thing. I'm just like, nah, you're Anthony Weiner to me. Like, I'm just gonna accidentally conflate it. I mean, yeah. It's not even allegedly. It's just like, oops, my bad. I thought you were Anthony Weiner. I mean, Anthony Weiner's so, like, his name is so unbelievable, especially for what he did. Anthony Weiner got kicked out of politics for sending dick pics. You can't write that to be more dead. Like, there are comedy sketch, writers that just are like, nah, that's a little on the nose, guys. I feel like that's just like the low-hanging fruit, and then it's just like, wait, that actually happened? It's like, no! His name was what? Tony Weiner? No. Matt Damon. Still one of the better jokes. This reminds me of... Matt Damon seems like an alright guy, I guess. I don't know, sometimes. Sometimes he seems alright. Sometimes, I mean, his politics are pretty decent, but then, I don't know, he comes across as like just a total D-bag, but whatever, man. I try not to put too much stock in, like, celebrities and all that shit. Excuse me. I am not really somebody to chase that kind of stuff. Like, anytime I've gone to Comic-Con, like, to meet people, it's mostly, like, God, this is one of the dumbest things I think I've said. It's mostly wrestlers, occasionally a voice actor or two, like Steve Bloom I had to meet. I have a very cool Spike Spiegel statue that is signed by him. And then comic book artists. It's mostly like the famous comic book artists, but that's it. Yeah. I don't chase those autographs. If I have an autograph, then it was like somebody that I like met. And they, do you know how many times I have had it where they're just like, you want a headshot? I'm like, what now? And they're like, oh, get it? Zing. Bourne series and Elysium are good movies. Bourne series, I can't take seriously. Like, if I were to watch the Bourne series right now, I'm dead serious. I would bust out laughing because I'd just be like, hey, because guys, could you imagine I'm talking Bourne 1 couldn't happen because guess what, that program, oh my god, Treadstone, the whole Treadstone program would have been completely outed in a group text. No. They would have literally been like, guys, we got this really strong guy. It's kind of like Captain America. Code name, Captain America, because it sounds cool. I mean, come on. Even that joke right there, it's just like, oh, they could do that. Like, they would actually do that. They might do that. Oh. Like, and I love comic books. I should love that. I should be like, oh, you guys are making a Captain America? It's like, no, we just took the name. It's like, you guys suck. It's like the freaking cops that appropriated the Punisher. It's like, no. Ugh. Anyway. Matash, by the way, dude, what up? I don't think I got to say hello. Hold on. I found it. Hang on. Where'd you put it? In memes? No. Alright. You guys had some fire memes in the Discord, gotta say. Thank you for those. Thank you for all the participants in the Discord, guys, because you guys have been keeping my mind off stuff and keeping me off of social media, because I have got to... now I'm at that point where I have to get off social media again. It's getting a little depressing, like, too depressing. Like, the fact that I'm having as many arguments that I'm having where I have to legit ask, like, is this a bot? This has got to be a bot. It's a bot. It's definitely... It's got to be. So... just not worth having. I like doing it, like, I like having my discussions here. I like discussing with you guys whether or not the person trying to, you know, troll us is a bot or not, so. Bot or not. Rhymed and I didn't even know. Here we go. Let's do the follow-up on the Pete Hegseth situation. Why not? We're talking... Ah! Again! I just sounded like E.T. there. Actually, that sounded like Daggett from... I didn't enunciate that. From the Angry Beavers. Spooty. Alright, guys. I think I got it now. No! Fuck you! Why? Why does it keep going just to the... Alright, hold on. I've got to deactivate the capture card right now. There we go. I gotta get used to this. Sorry, we're gonna experience some technical difficulties because Pepper wanted to try and play Pokemon today. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Let's talk with President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. I should note, sir, you have already blasted these officials for using Signal. You say it's not as secure as secure government telecommunications, and that
if you've ever read a Spawn comic, he looks so much like Twitch, the detective. It's scary.
We shouldn't believe folks who are trying to make us think that. So what is your reaction to the CIA director defending the use of Signal by testifying this morning that Signal was loaded onto his CIA computer? It was, quote, permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels.
Well, I'd like to know who put it on his computer and when, and why didn't they have another review? We've seen reports just a few days before this group was set up, the Department of Defense sent a memo around saying
it's because it was on a phone, you freaking old ass fuck.
Signal was very vulnerable. I think the key point here is the United States government over decades has spent billions of dollars to create the world's most secure telecommunications capabilities.
Man, this guy still requests fax. Like, literally, like, he's like, here's my fax number, please fax it to me.
And why these senior officials, virtually all of whom are 24/7 able to get onto a secure phone, a secure video, a secure computer, why they would shift off of that for any reason to any commercial system. That's the original sin. Everything else after that just makes things worse. But why anybody would use Signal for any purpose, I can't understand. And if the argument is, well, they did it in the Biden administration, I mean, that's practically a recommendation not to do it. They just accept everything Joe Biden's administration did. That's quite an argument.
Weird.
Yeah, they don't like many things that
this guy making a good point.
Joe Biden's administration did. That's very clear. Okay, so that's the original sin, but then the one that is causing a lot of the fallout here is Secretary Hegseth putting all of these operational details into the group chat. Should Jeffrey Goldberg, the reporter who was inadvertently added to the group chat and is privy to these details, should he publish them? He had refrained from printing them because of security reasons, but now you have administration officials minimizing those details being on this platform. Should he publish them?
Well, Tulsi Gabbard at least testified there was no classified information in the chain, so that should be a defense in court if the Justice Department were to try and prosecute Goldberg. They could ask for the information back. I think they know that it's
Wait. Why would they try and prosecute him? He received the messages and he got out of, like, wait a minute. Are they really going to try and scapegoat him and they're just going to let Hegseth, like, lie his way out of this shit? Man.
I think, frankly, some of the information
how is this
published
not
in the Atlantic article was
regime
classified. For example, the argument is made by several people that Europeans and Egypt, I think, were included, are going to have to pay for the outcome of the operation against the Houthis in Yemen to clear the Red Sea maritime passage. Now, I'll guarantee when they read that in European capitals in Cairo today, they said, "What?"
Yeah.
So I
They're like, wait a minute.
think it's like many instances of classification. That would be classified until we actually told the governments or made it public. But when it's made public before we're prepared to do it, I think that almost certainly was classified in and of itself. The whole point of staying in the government-approved secure channels is you can say anything you want. You can talk about today's newspapers. You can talk about top-secret code word information. You can talk about anything in between. You don't worry about it. Once you're on Signal, once you're on any non-governmental, non-secure channel, you're at risk of saying something if you're not careful. And what I think is additionally worthy of investigation here is, was this the first rodeo? Was this the first Signal app group chat in the national security space? You can't tell from the article. I have a feeling it may not have been, and I think that makes it potentially even more serious.
There is some hair splitting going on over what is classified and under what authority or under what agency. Let's listen to what told.
Yep, everyone else is at fault other than the people who did the bad thing. Propaganda nonsense. Yeah, it's insane how many people just buy into that, though. That's what scares
said
me.
About that.
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time. And I
the attack sequence.
Excuse me, please don't interrupt me. You're not full of aloha right now, and I'm just not feeling it.
Sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider should have been classified?
I
or
defer
were
to the
classified?
Secretary of Defense and the National Security Council on that question.
Now, to be clear, Gabbard and Ratcliffe seem to be leaning on this distinction.
These people were Pinocchio. We may have gotten stabbed by now.
That they say this was not intelligence community classified information. Ratcliffe went on to say the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for the DoD and deciding what would be classified information. We've heard him talk to the press and say there wasn't classified information, which I guess would be a Jeffrey Goldberg defense in court. But what is your read there on what Gabbard and Ratcliffe are doing, kind of splitting those hairs?
Well, they're trying to cover their posteriors. I think they're very worried. I think
Posteriors. My grandma used to say that word.
they know there was classified information in that chat. This business about who has original classification authority is important when things are classified, but once somebody classifies it, then it's classified. And it doesn't matter whether it was Tom, Dick, or Harry. So I think what they've said, at least in earlier parts of their testimony, though, remember, this is a statement to Congress. I don't know whether they were
Why is it always those three?
sworn in or not.
These three guys, Tom, Dick, and Harry, we've got to find them, guys. Like, for real. They're infamous, and nobody has ever identified Tom, Dick, or Harry.
But under Title 18, the U.S. Code Section 1001, a false statement to a government official, including committees of Congress,
This guy's definitely seen a lot of hairy dick, though.
can constitute perjury. So I think they're very nervous, and they are trying to split hairs in a sense and say, well, we don't know.
Getting hella reverb from the clip? Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. Hold on. My filter. Hold on.
What the stuff that Hegseth sent out was. I think Hegseth's response when he was first told about this is the kind of denial that you see from Donald Trump right on through, nothing to see here. Then there is no answer to the point, well, if it's not classified, why don't you just publish it?
And so really quickly before I let you go, they were asked questions about the specifics of those operational details, and that's when we started hearing the I don't recall or the very careful answers. They said, I do not recall. These were, we should remind people, texts that were exchanged, I think, 10 to 12 days ago, like within the last 2 weeks.
Again,
is that believable to you, all of those
because of my
I do not
gaming
recalls?
stuff. And all my gaming settings.
From the people saying, I don't recall at that
what do I think of
testimony,
Bolton? Oh, this guy's a fucking ghoul.
Not at all surprised. Look, I think the main
I hated this guy dating back to the Bush administration, Bush 1.
thing here, these people are not going to get in any trouble.
Like the first
They're not
Bush
going to be disciplined.
the first Bush Jr. administration.
They're not going to be investigated by the Justice Department unless and until Donald Trump feels some heat for it, and he doesn't feel any yet.
Ambassador Bolton, thanks so much for being with us.
My excellent reporters are back. Leanne, you're on the Capitol every day with me. What do you expect to actually happen in the Capitol? I mean, you heard Roger Wicker, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He indicated that there's going to be some level of investigation. There'll probably be some classified briefings. But will this go as far as what Democrats want?
No.
This is a full-blown probe.
Absolutely not. Speaker Mike Johnson gave the signal very clearly just now that this is something that does not need to be discussed anymore. It was something that's corrected, ignoring the fact that these are the top national security advisors in the country, and they know how to discuss very important information, including attack plans. But talking about mistakes, I spoke to a member of Congress this morning, Representative Ralph Norman, and I asked him about this, and he's taking his cues from Pete Hegseth, and he's saying, well, we don't even know if this is true. And so
there's a subpoena to figure that out, perhaps.
Right.
You could learn if it's true, if you wanted to learn if it was true.
Exactly. And so there's a lot of obfuscation here and dismissal, and of course, there's a lot of Republicans who don't want to criticize or get in the way of the president.
Yeah, and the question is who also could investigate this. Yes, there's Congress. It doesn't sound like there might be one, certainly not in the House, maybe in the Senate. We'll see if anything changes in the next 24 hours or so. But who else could investigate this? Inspectors General? Well, a lot of that
Hey, that's what my friend's mom used to call us.
have been dismissed, and that's also being litigated in court, the legality of those dismissals. But the Department of Justice, we know there's an FBI run by Trump loyalists, and will they actually go further and look into this? It doesn't seem that way. Could the White House counsel's office do this? Jeff, what is the White House? Are they actually? They said they're going to look into this to some extent. What do we expect from the White House?
God, can you guys just be like, all right, yeah, this guy really fucked up. We need to do something about this. Sorry, buddy. Like, you're out.
Review what happened here.
Like, I remember I recently said something like about like almost giving them credit, where it's like, yeah, guys, I gotta give them credit. They always stick together. They always they stick to the same message, and then they pull this shit where you're just like, yeah, but this one, oh God, man, and even their own base is just like, let him go. Let him go, guys. What are you doing?
I mean, there's no doubt that this is viewed, I think, in the president's words, as the only glitch of the administration. So it is viewed as a mistake inside the White House, and despite the fact that the CIA director would not even go that far. But we shall see what the review is. We heard yesterday from White House officials. I talked to them. They said there is going to be a review of how much signal is used. It's become, almost as commonplace as picking up the telephone to have a conversation with someone or to send an email. It was used obviously a lot on the presidential campaign. Some of these threads are still active. So there is going to be apparently a review of that. The White House press secretary this morning said that the White House counsel's office is sort of looking into some protocols and advising people. But the reality is they're going to try and move on from this and downplay it. So I'd be very surprised if to Susan's point earlier, there would have already been a special prosecutor. There would have already been an investigation. Phones would have been examined and seized and things, and time is over for that. But I think in the court, we don't know how this will impact the president. He sees coverage. It takes a few days, but he will be agitated by this. And we don't know what the ultimate reaction will be.
We haven't really heard from the president much at all. Yesterday, in the aftermath of the story breaking, he said he hadn't reviewed it, which seems,
he but he was so lethargic about it too. He's like, I don't know. What are you talking about? I haven't seen it. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Who consumes news the way he does, quite remarkable. He said he hasn't seen it, but we have not heard much from the president on this.
Yeah, it was literally on the news all day yesterday. What are you talking about? It's only been on every story.
And I also think it's important to note that Democrats are not powerless in this moment. I was speaking to
there be more parties in the U.S. Is that just legally blocked? No, there are more parties in the U.S. I mean, there's the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, the Independent Party, which the independent party is about to like really pick up steam because you have a lot of people that are finally just being like, no, we've had it.
Sources a Democratic strategist, and what in some corners they are hoping to see are Democrats withhold their votes for anyone related to national security in this moment, or vote no on every single cloture vote until Thune agrees to a real investigation. They can play hardball here.
Will they?
Will they? Democratic voters have been demanding it. So let's see if they capitulate again or if they use every available mechanism to really stick it to Republicans.
Yikes. The dog got some fucking hella breath. What is this? Oh, God.
New Jersey mailman. It's cool how we're fighting against fascism, useless democratic leadership, but dumb lefties are arguing on Twitter whether Hassan is left-wing enough because he sees the Green Party is not helpful at the moment. We are so cooked.
I mean, you can get mad at those people, but ultimately all they do is say, hey, do the Green Party, everybody who's not me. Like,
yeah.
It's kind of a feeble, pathetic, impotent posture that all these people are striking.
I mean, like, increasingly, I am of the mind that there is no teaching lessons, that all this is like, you want power, you take power.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
And to his credit, Ro Khanna was out there saying, we're going to take over the Democratic Party. I mean, that's certainly obviously what Sanders and AOC are doing, but they're also sort of like, they're building enough power that either they deploy that in taking over the Democratic Party.
I think there's something wrong with the audio. All right, so what's going on with the audio, if you don't mind me asking? Here, because I gotta fix this. Settings. Audio. Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. It sounds echoey. Yeah, I know why. Wave out. There we go. It's doubled by a millisecond. Okay. All the audio is doubled. All right. Give me a second. Let me adjust my levels. This was all because, oh, holy shit. Whoa. I turn my highs down. Mid up. Yo. There we go. Test. All right. And then.
Or they deploy that in independents who are running against either Democrats or Republicans.
Shit.
You got to build power. Sitting there and saying, how come after 14 tries at the presidency, you still haven't voted for Jill Stein yet? Is
I mean, we've had so many great opportunities for the Green Party to capitalize on frustration with the two parties, and they don't do it. At a certain point, you have to look inward and say, maybe this isn't the thing to do.
I have a feeling I know how I'm going to fix this.
I'd like to see AOC and Bernie shout out like the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee and get some of that sort of fear and make it
engage stream
not
mode.
So electorally focused. But that's also what DSA.
Here we go. All right. If this doesn't fix it, then I don't know what will. That means that I really did screw with my audio levels a bit too much. No, don't do that. Here we go.
It needs to be at these rallies providing people.
Dude, Jim McGovern's out there talking about a general strike.
I mean, to be honest, like Twitter is such a cesspool that I'm trying to slowly wean myself off of. These criticisms that are pumped to the top of my For You page that have like from accounts that have like 300 followers criticizing Hassan not being a real leftist, criticizing AOC and Bernie and like how this movement's leading nowhere.
Wait, did that not help? Hold on, guys. Type 1 if that helped, or 2 if it's still the same.
you gotta wonder how much of this is being artificially inflated to kill any momentum.
but
Like the
still
way
there.
Elon's
Come on.
responding to the Stop Oligarchy tour, they're panicked, and they should be, because they would love if the party decides to go to the abundance route and like.
Man, this is wild. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's gotta have something to do with my capture card. It's okay. No, it's not. I mean, no, this isn't okay. I might just have to delete the capture card, which I really don't want to do. I set, dude. Oh my god, it's set up. Here, let's see if this works.
It goes back to this like tech liberalism, technocratic liberalism. A people's movement is very much more of a threat to them.
Even
I
if
can do this.
these things are real, which I think that there is certainly, you'd be a fool not to contemplate the idea that a lot of this is just sort of ginned up. But even if it's real, people are morons in this respect. Because if you are going to attack Bernie and AOC for being insufficiently aligned with your politics, and I should say, like, look, I'm not saying you shouldn't critique. I mean, like Sanders, I didn't. It was.
All right, this should do it.
I had a real problem with him staying on that ABC thing, and maybe we'll play it later. You know, these are the things I like about Trump in terms of
bad border answer.
Yeah, I think there's just better ways to say these things, and that critique is fine. But if you're making a broader critique of their existence, you are basically saying all we're going to do is watch.
Way worse.
And not be involved in the fight that's going on here, because for better or for worse, AOC.
Damn it, I might have to call clips. No. Hold on. All right, I'm going to just cancel the capture card, go back to my default audio. Oh. That's why. Hold on. That was my webcam mic. Hold on. There's another one on. Where the fuck is there? What if you close and reopen the browser? That might work. Hold on. Yeah, screw it. We'll just do that. Give me 1 second. All right, we're having technical difficulties. Give me 1 sec. How's my mic levels, though? Oh, what the fuck? Desktop 2? Oh, man, hold on. Oh, my God, I just realized what happened. There we go. Your audio seems fine. Good. All right, now I need to get desktop 1 back. Fuck. pull the video back up. Let's see what happens.
Bernie Sanders.
Let me know if it's better or worse.
There's the squad. These are the people that we have. There are no other people showing up who are going to be better in these instances. Does that mean that you can't police them to some extent? Yes, you should. But at the same time, there's
How's
a
that
difference
audio?
between saying like, hey.
Now it's good. Okay, hold on. All right, then. I think that's all I needed to do. It's good. Okay. Fixed it. Yeah, did I? Here's the bitch of it, though. Let's hope, because yeah. Oh my. That's it. I'm turning the capture card off right now. I want to play this later, but this thing is such a fucking nuisance today. All right. Hey, I'm gonna go right here.
I don't like, some of your rhetoric on this. You can do better than saying they are complete sellouts and useless as a political project.
Yeah, like the people that were protesting Jamal Bowman days before he got booted by.
It's like honestly, like make some type of assessment that is like make an assessment.
Scarlet Red on Blue Sky, barbarism critic, had a good blog. There's a nihilism that has taken hold in a lot of the left post-2020 that has seemingly given up on the idea that a better world is possible. Instead of using a materialist lens to understand why the working class is the way it is, you deride them as stupid, gullible rubes voting for their own suppression. In one breath, you say we don't live in a democracy, and this is true. But in the next, you decide that people who vote in this system are fully responsible for every awful thing the ruling class does. You make your whole personality about not voting rather than what are you doing instead of voting. You define yourself through negation, what you don't do, who you don't like, what systems you oppose, instead of what vision you have for the future. And, it's not nothing we haven't said here before, but, it's very obvious.
But I think, there's an anxiety that comes with the idea of like having to gain power that some people just like broadly eschew because it's more comfortable to be critical. But what is one of the few encouraging things that we're seeing in this past few months is that I think AOC has effectively played the inside and outside game. Like Bernie has been one of, an incredible outside politician in terms of
Okay. Now I'm seeing the problem. Give me one sec. Gotta go down to 92.
galvanizing movements, but he never had something like that Warren did, where she was able to get some more material gains, although he did get some good stuff.
All right. All of my levels are back to where they should be.
From Biden on labor. I guess not to draw too hard of a distinction between the two of them, and Bernie's obviously the superior politician. But I do appreciate how AOC's been almost able to meld these two methods of gaining power, because she's essentially gotten many House Democrats who aren't ideologically aligned with her on board with challenging Schumer. And she's also doing these rallies with Bernie. And that's something that, I don't know. I think it's something that should be celebrated and used as a jumping off point for further progress.
Yeah, as opposed to like what? Where's the opportunity cost here?
You see people move to turn out for politics. Your first impulse shouldn't be not like that.
Exactly.
I think it's ridiculous.
It's just ridiculous. But to each their own, I guess. Enjoy the wilderness, and we'll wait for Jill Stein 2028.
One of these years, it's really gonna. People are really going to start believing in that party.
She's really
also,
she's going to do it, guys.
Issues in terms of democratic process that if it wasn't a complete joke, people would maybe pay more attention to. But whatever.
All right, let's do this kill me thing though first.
All right. Yeah, he almost did the creepy thing. Wait.
Another day, another Trump attack on basic freedoms.
Oh. No. All right. Well, I'm glad that we got through that. Holy shit. Wait, now the music is too low? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Whatever, guys. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, where's the chat? Oh my god, where's the chat box? Oh, I got rid of my chat box. Hold on. You've got to be kidding me. No, hold on. I have to add a source. Chat box. Add source. Clean. Close. There we go. All right, try it now. Camera 2's gone too. You've got to be kidding me, man. Ah, we got chat back. All right. Well, there's that. Camera, add source. Oh, damn it. Okay. I like how you're having fun with chat right now because you're just like, I'm by myself. Alright, so we got desktop audio's back. Man, everything got screwed up. Everything. So I got to get the stand cam back. Give me a second. Source. Add a new source instead. Cam to stand cam. Actually, I've been meaning to rename that. USB 2 camera. Whoa! Got it. We're back. We're back in business, guys. Holy shit. Thank you for bearing with that. That was wild. Like, the entire freaking Streamlabs just was like, nah, not today. Not today. Alright, so alert box goes up here. Stand cam goes down here. Chat box, typical. There we go. All right. And then the alerts should be on. Wait a minute. Capture card audio. Oh. Oh, I screwed up when I put the capture card audio on. Okay. I linked it to my main PC audio instead of the... Alright. Well, alright. We're all good. Now we can actually get down to business. Oh, we got ContraPoints. What's happening? Peace, love, smoke, dope, Hare Krishna? Hare and Krishna? Here, give me a second. There we go. Now we got all my stuff back, because I lost literally every video that I was going after. Boom. And then we got that back. Sweet. Alright. Test. There we go. Still not perfect, but I will live with it for now. All right, guys. Thank you for, again, dealing with that whole thing. That was just... ugh. And again, 1, if the audio starts fucking up again. 2, if it is okay. So, please keep me aware of that. Also, oh, wait a minute. I think I can do this now. Let's see if my speakers come back and it doesn't double up on my audio. Cool. We're back. All right. So let's watch this performative Piers Morgan piece. Also, while I find that. Cool. And then, while I do that, let's see if I can get this to work at the same time. Cool. Been here, in here 5 or 6 times, and this guy has never had any serious political content. Ding balls. Coming from ding balls, you're talking about serious content? Well, number 1, I'm having a technical issue. Number 2, how many times, like you said, 5 or 6 times, what's the non-serious political content? Plus, what exactly could I be doing better in your opinion? I am open to suggestions, so appreciate the first time chat, ding balls, and the constructive criticism on your end. Ding balls. Sorry, guys. I'm a child. Whoa. All right. We got perfection. Then do this. Aha. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Are you serious? Oh, lame. It's not going to work on my actual screen? Oh, that's fucked up. Alright, well, screw it. The experiment has ended. That's too bad. Actually, here, no second. All right. Well. Yeah, I know. This guy's never looked better. Oh, man. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? All right, so he's got 4 water bottles. What's behind here? Is that a glove or a banana? Is that a banana? What is happening? What is this? What's... Okay. I am a little bit interested to see what the hell Piers Morgan has going on here. All right. Well, you said it. Piers has never looked better, but I have a feeling he's going to end up taking that tape off because he's not one to just keep his mouth shut the entire time. So, one could all... what is this? What is happening? This is cringe. I don't like it. That is a banana, indeed. Ah, look at him. Look at it. Ah, he got masculine bite it. He not even, he can't purse his lips just for even that 1 second because people might think he's gay. Did you know Piers is a clown? He's always been for...
Adolescence on Netflix is currently the biggest show in the world. The drama about a 13-year-old misogynist.
What did we just watch?
Who kills a teenage.
Was that a banana facial? That was a banana facial.
Girl has been.
I did not consent to that.
Seen by 25 million people so far.
We've been.
And was raised by the British Prime Minister in Parliament.
With our children, I've got a 16-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl. And it's a very, very good documentary to watch, or drama. This violence carried out by young men, influenced by what they see online, is a real problem. It's abhorrent, and we have to tackle it.
It's actually a fictional story, Prime Minister, not a documentary. It was a
Banana abuse.
reference. It tells the story of young boys who are radicalized.
How dare you abuse that fruit?
By content online. There are references to the manosphere, the Matrix, incels, and red pills. Andrew Tate gets a name check. And that part of the show has sparked an outpouring of commentary about the abject horrors of the internet and the crisis of male role models.
Banged by a girl, you sausage.
You're not getting it.
What am I not getting?
Dad, you're not reading what they're doing.
I think I started disassociating from this plane of existence. I hate to say that. I mean, I've got a lot going on, guys, but
action by the manosphere. 80% of women are attracted to 20% of men. You must trick them because you'll never get them in a normal way.
What is happening?
Well, The Guardian summed up the general
Not my boy!
tone of the report.
Not my boy! Timmy!
Reporting with a headline that said from
No,
the police
Timmy! Don't go to the dark side! I told you to stay off that Andrew Tate!
to the Prime Minister how adolescence is making Britain face up to toxic masculinity. Is it really?
Sorry.
Can it not just be a successful drama
going
that
with
references
Bloodstone.
popular culture, as so many do? Critics of the show say
You guys are taking a one-way trip to the disassociation
it's
station?
another version of the same man-bashing narrative that gave rise
Little did you know I'm the conductor of the
to
train.
the so-called manosphere in the first place. Well, here to debate all this is the host
Except
of
when
the Crucible,
when I do the whoop whoop, it literally does the whoop whoop.
Wilson, the radio host James Barr,
Confuses,
host of
it
Tommy
confuses a bunch of juggalos.
is fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lehrer,
They're always in the caboose.
and the host of the Determined Society, Sean French. Well, welcome to all of you. Andrew Wilson, let me start with you, because look, I've got three sons, 31, 27, 24. I think I brought them up to respect women, to not behave in a misogynist way, and to behave in a pretty decent way generally. But I'm also aware that they've grown up in an era when the likes of Andrew Tate and others have become increasingly dominant in the way that a lot of impressionable young men start to think and view women. And for all that Andrew Tate can say that is positive about getting fit and being successful and confident and so on, there's indisputably a hardcore streak of misogyny that runs through his veins, which I think has been quite damaging to young men. So I'm not all in either way here, but I can certainly see the arguments. Where do you sit?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that so I watched the show
on the fence post,
and
where he belongs.
It just goes through a typical feminine view, right? So all of these things are always through the prism of the feminine. So young boys, they don't do well in school. They don't do well in school because it's all programmed for the feminine. Stay still, fold your hands, right? Be quiet. Boys are rambunctious. They like to beat each other up. They like to be mischievous. They like.
No, it's don't hit. Like, have you ever been in a classroom, my dude? Like, what?
Like to.
Like did you just not? Was he homeschooled? He's giving me homeschool vibes, because that's not how it was. Like, little boys are little balls of energy that if you don't tell them to sit down and shut up, then they're just going to, I don't know, be rambunctious little shits.
Break things. They like
breaking
to do that
news,
kind of stuff.
guys.
There's no outlet for them to do that stuff. Their teachers are all women, right? There's basically all masculinity is now considered top.
All right, maybe a majority, I guess. Like, I will say that much, but I had multiple like male teachers. What the hell is this guy talking about?
Basically all of it. The same women who are getting their double shot of espresso on the way over to the school they're about to teach at. They're 24 years old. Sometimes they're banging their own students, right? Hilariously enough. And then these people go out to Parliament. The same women will go to Parliament. They vote to send men.
I like how Tommy Lauren. I love this. I love the fact that she always has to like put her hat in with a bunch of guys like him. So every time she does that, she is literally in real time processing the fact like, oh, that's right. My politics are represented by a bunch of pieces of shit.
Off to war to stab each other in the face with bayonets. And you're concerned about toxic masculinity. It cracks me up. It's like the brutal savagery of men
his views
is a necessary precondition for society to exist.
So boys are too stupid to be educated, so we should just let them do whatever they want. What the fuck is his point? Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's my one issue with him is he's so up his own ass with like the way that he does this shit that he does think he sounds like so smart, but he said nothing there.
And we just kind of pretend like it's not. And
he does it with this smug. It's the smug, like it's the know-it-all. It's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to speak with this authority. I'm going to end with my sentences just like this because then you can't challenge me. So, did you know that you can't challenge me as long as I keep speaking like this? And you're an idiot if you even try. I mean, I'm just going to keep going.
It should be an indictment on the feminine rather than the masculine. Because basically masculinity is just punished everywhere all the time, nonstop.
Yes.
It's no wonder guys like Andrew Tate
the victimization of the masculine
famous in the
because we got fucking Conan the Barbarian over here.
Spaces. I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is everything must be feminine, tone policing, nonsense like this. It's ridiculous.
All right, James Barr.
I think his point is that women should be fired and sent back to the kitchen and so men can teach boys.
You were laughing, but I don't think you had enjoy what you're hearing.
No, I mean I don't think you've seen the show. Episode 2 is shot entirely in a school. I didn't see one of the female teachers drinking a double shot of espresso at all. None of the teachers were flirting with students. There were male teachers as well. I don't think you're describing the show here. I think you're describing your own insecurities or agenda.
Yeah, so this doesn't contend with the argument. Like, do you understand that I'm making an argument, the indictment of society itself, based around...
But men can sit and be quiet enough to learn, so how can men be teachers?
My ideas that I'm seeing from this show.
Can't.
That's what
I
I'm
was about to
actually
say,
doing.
yeah.
So if you could contend with the fact that male savagery is necessary for the security of a nation, and that women will indeed vote in the future in parliaments to send men off to war to stab each other in the face at 18 years old with bayonets...
We'd all be armed by 5th grade, and it would be all boys' schools.
Perhaps you can contend with that.
No, that's what it is.
Before we start, getting into, well, tone policing is actually good, and
once they're taller than the gun barrel, then that's when they get the gun.
Toxic masculinity is actually bad. It's like I think there needs to be a little bit more toxic masculinity, or what you consider to be toxic masculinity.
No, see, and this is the funniest part: is like he thinks his pushback is, "I'm going to be an even bigger piece of shit, and you guys can't say nothing."
Well, great. Good for you.
Nothing.
The thing is, let Tommy defend this. I don't care about what the libs have to say here. Let Tommy defend it.
I'm glad you think so.
Nothing.
No, I mean, I just don't need to argue with that because
you just unlock.
You don't need the thing is you don't need to argue when you've just proven that you actually have like a just horrendously shitty opinion. I mean, good job.
You got nothing.
He's got nothing, guys. He didn't retort. I may have just talked myself into a hole. He didn't talk me out the way I thought he would. I handed him a shovel and he just dropped it on the ground. Weird. Why is he so wait, he's not a big manly man. He doesn't want to dig holes.
You're making up.
You
an
do
agenda
seem
that
unusually
I've not said
by that.
I've not said anything. I haven't literally said nothing about.
James, you were literally rendered silent. Like you had no way of responding.
I'll tell you what, you can't argue with a completely illogical argument that had I've not made any of the
It's a logical argument. You may not agree with it.
I've not made any of the comments.
Making a perfectly logical argument
that you are firing at me. None of those comments are things I've said or believe in.
Don't challenge the
I want to
queen.
bring Tommy in because Tommy, you've got a very interesting perspective.
Well, these two are actually in England. He needs to get back to his throne.
I think you've talked about something different. You call it the pussification of men, which is a great phrase. I'd love you to just explain what you mean by that. But
I gotta have God Save the Queen like on.
Also, you're not a fan of
just
Andrew
ready to
Tate
go.
Or the influence.
Like, hold on, I got something for you.
I think an interesting commentator in this area. So just explain first of all the pussification of men.
Pussification.
All right, Piers. Well, I think, and I can't see you all, so forgive me if I'm incorrect here, but I think I'm the only female on this panel.
Correct.
So I'm really anxious to weigh in. Okay, so I think over the last probably 10 years, there has been what I call the pussification of men. It was everything should be about your emotions and your feelings, and men were emasculated, and this whole concept of toxic masculinity warped the
Yeah, you know, it started going down. Spousal abuse, domestic violence, a lot of that kind of stuff. But okay, Tommy, I might have the hot take that sometimes people, especially like Tommy, if you hear a story about, like, per se, her husband being a little, punchy,
the minds of a lot of young men.
It's a turn the other cheek moment for me.
Masculine. They wanted to be masculine, but society was telling them they should be softer, that it was being toxically masculine if you wanted to play sports and chop wood and go to war. And so men were so emasculated and so beat down that then there was this revolution of what
Man,
was
she has not gotten any less hateable in the last 10 years.
actually toxic masculinity. The Tate brothers.
At least it's felt like 10 years that she's been on the scene.
And others, which I feel as a female that doesn't represent true masculinity. That to me represents douchebaggery. And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
That will yell at me and tell me that that will tell me that I am property, that will then tell me that I don't have the right for divorce.
I see that as
Man, guys, what is with these pick-me's? Like, seriously, what is it about them?
as being actually masculine. That's like
seriously.
the man that I grew up with, my dad. But what we're seeing now
I'm starting to think that your dad was kind of a piece of shit.
is these young men who
It's shifty.
look at Andrew
Gonna
Tate
go out
and
on
the
a
Tate
limb.
brothers, and they see somebody who's just quite frankly a douchebag and disrespects women, and because they've
Hail, Lord of
been
Weasels.
so emasculated, they're like,
What
oh,
up, Weasel
great,
Lord?
that's a manly man. But that's not right either. So at some point, I think
I like some emotions more than others. Being nice is being a pussy. Being mean. I mean, this is like we've always known this. Like again, the Andrew. You remember like how guys our age, like if you're 38, when we were little boys, we used to say like, oh yeah, you got like it was the Helga Pataki thing. Oh, if you're mean to her, that means you like her, like type of shit. Like right.
I think we'll go back to maybe
Goes all the way back to that, or it's just like, oh, but then you start. It's like, no, you can definitely, be nice to them, and then show. I guess it does. Am I wrong? I guess women just like the assholes. I mean, Tommy Lauren she blew up your spot, guys. Like, apparently, you guys just love assholes. You love the chauvinist asshole who may or may not totally be cheating on you.
meeting in the middle here.
come the
You
fuck
can be
on.
a man who has feelings and emotions, but
I'm calling it right now. She's either filed here. I'm gonna look it up, but I have a feeling she's either filed for or will be filing for divorce pretty soon.
you can also go to war and protect and defend your family.
That's if she can.
I'm hoping we can get back there. But the two extremes right now, they're confusing men, and quite frankly, they're leaving women with few choices. And that's the real tragedy here.
You see, I completely agree with you, but Andrew, you were shaking your head quite vigorously. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just more feminine or feminist nonsense ultimately. And the covert feminism in society is big, especially on the conservative side. So here's what happens, right? Women need to have feminine virtues for men to be pursuing masculine virtues, for you to say things like, well, men, what I want is for men to protect me and I want men to make money. Well, that's great. What that ends up doing is it gives you a set of privilege in society. What do men get? What do men get for doing that for you? What are we getting?
It looks like she's the cheater.
From women?
Interesting.
Women for doing that. Are we getting chaste virgins on our wedding night? No, we're not getting chaste virgins on our wedding night. Are we getting women of great virtue? No, we're not getting women of great virtue. The idea of courtly love is supposed to be done for women of great virtue. Where are they? Well, they're nowhere. And so in modernity, in society, when female conservative influencers say this, it's actually a form of covert feminism. They're saying, I want privilege in society, right? But what is it with?
The only women who like assholes are the ones with self-esteem issues and or daddy issues. I'll put the and in there. It's really sad, to be honest. They put themselves, yeah. And the thing is, that's like the locker room joke. It's just like, yeah, dude, she's got some daddy issues and she's a little nuts, but she's great in the sack.
Women are
like,
giving
dude,
to
this
men
is
to get
exactly
it.
how. Like, that's it. That's what he's fighting for right there. Hey, ladies.
What? What are they giving him?
It's
Tell
so
me.
adorable.
Can I
It's so adorable.
chime in here?
Yeah, he just thinks I'm a second class citizen, and I'm just an incubator. That's so great. Just
usual.
No, I would love to. I love this whole thing of like, if you're a female conservative and you don't believe that men should be douchebags, that all of a sudden you're a covert feminist. Call me a feminist. I really don't give one crap one way or another, but I can tell you this. A lot of these men, these podcast hosts on the right that like to think of themselves as these big masculine men, and what am I getting out of it? I can tell you this.
There's that feminism.
All right, I believe
There's
I'm a
that
woman of
feminism
virtue,
coming
right?
out.
Yeah, there's the feminism. Oh,
we all knew at some point she was gonna be like, "Oh, this guy's fucking gross."
and then you're interrupting me too,
Didn't
which
take
is great. I
long,
like
It didn't though, and that's funny. Oh, here comes the nervous cigarette.
It didn't take long, did it?
My God, could you imagine if he quit?
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna balloon the fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak over me?
Oh
Yeah,
my
I don't care if you
God!
call-
When I quit cigarettes, man, like that's when I gained all my weight.
I don't
independent
really
woman.
care if you
Weight.
call me a
Strong,
feminist.
independent woman.
Yeah.
And it was one of those gross bread tube mercs with the garbage values. Yep.
You're actually interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you when you were
Yeah, Weasel Lord. Did you not know? I actually was on a debate panel with against Andrew.
spewing your bullshit. So
I didn't do great because I had COVID during the panel.
now it's my turn. Okay.
You mean?
So,
But I got a few zingers in.
so,
the truth?
like I said before,
I said one thing specifically that kind of pissed him off, where I was just he had mentioned that he matches energy, and then I was just like, I'm matching energy. You're being a dick.
so I believe
Then he kind of went hard from there.
there we go again. Piers, I'm a woman of virtue. I happen to be independently successful. I have a husband who's not only a former professional athlete, but is currently a professional baseball coach. So is he not a masculine man? I mean, I'm confused here. What's your concept
Don't you
of a
understand
masculine man?
misses the
Mine is a
point,
man who
that
respects
misses-
me.
Yeah, that misses the point, though. Like, you're still not contending with
See,
the argument.
No. The funniest part is this is the conflation right here, and it's so funny to watch this split where it's like you guys started with the seedling, and then it's just boop.
What's your
I'm
point?
saying inside of society, right this second, right?
Andrew mad, Andrew smokes cig, Andrew low like woman.
Masculinity is not only punished, but also women on the right, covert feminists on the right, are constantly and consistently talking about how they need to have privilege in society. I want men. Their version of masculinity is men who take care
what's
of
up,
us,
Govin? How you doing?
men who protect us, men who do all of this. Those
Welcome
are
to
all
the show.
duties that men have towards women. Great. What are the duties that women have towards men?
Duties.
What are the duties that women have towards anything? What do men get out of this arrangement? What are we getting out of this arrangement? Can you tell me?
I mean,
Well, I
as I
would
was going to
argue
answer
that
a
men
second ago.
innately
and
should
I'll
be
tell you-
I don't want to
protectors and
interrupt you.
providers.
Hang on one second. Let Tommy
Most
respond.
men are born that way.
Let Tommy respond to that, and then I'll come to you, Jez. And then
Yeah,
Sean,
most
you've
men
been
are-
waiting patiently. So
Most men are born to be protectors and providers. I can't imagine my dad saying, you know what, to my
I just like how they think that like what my mom taught me about respecting women and like not giving into toxic values and not listening to the whole you don't have to give into locker room culture. Apparently my mom, raised a pussy, like a soy boy libtard.
mom, you know what, I'm not going to be a protector and a provider unless you do this. That's not how real men operate. Real men are protectors and providers, and they marry women who hopefully
great,
have
a
some
woman telling
virtue,
us what
but
real
also
men
bring a
are
lot to
again.
the
Great.
table as well, that are great mothers,
You get what you give.
great wives, caretakers of the home. There's nothing wrong with being a traditional wife and mother. You're misunderstanding me if you think that I think that women should just be out doing whatever they want. I think that
I
there
love getting
are gender
lectured by
roles that
women
should
on
be
what real men
respected.
are. That's
But I
great.
don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man.
The thing is, per his understanding, isn't the whole being manly men to get woman? So if he only care about man opinion, isn't that kind of gay?
And a protector and a provider. If you think you
So
need to
nothing.
get
So you
something
should
out
have
of
nothing.
it, I quite frankly don't consider you a
I
real
only care about guys' opinions.
man.
He doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't see it, guys.
They have nothing. She have nothing.
But we'll
No women
discuss
have
in a
no
moment
duties,
whether
nothing.
Andrew
They just get
Wilson is a
privilege.
real man.
Piers,
But
Piers,
let's
I
go
offer nothing. I offer nothing.
He's a real man who likes him some real men.
You offer me a lot of
because he knows what a real man is, guys.
things, Tommy. That's why I always love having you on the show. You know that.
Andrew only knows transactional love. That is kind of sad. Dude, I feel sorry for his kids.
Let's go to a real man, James Barr.
Oh my God, you know that he's definitely like that. It's just like you didn't get an A on your report card. I told you that I wouldn't give you a hug until you got an A on your report card.
I do see myself as a man.
Don't want you growing up to be a soy boy now.
And I know that you'll be
Here, come here so I can punch you in the arm.
looking at me thinking, well, you're not. You're wearing makeup. You're wearing colourful clothes. Like, look at me. I'm really camp. My nails are
I
painted.
mean, they are worrying
You know,
signs. I
you're
agree.
sat there smoking a cigarette. I'd love to get a vape out and start drinking a beer. You know, pints with the lads. Just connect with you over that. I think that you have some insane opinions on what women are meant to do for you. It's crazy that you don't appreciate that a woman actually gave birth to you. Like, she gave you a womb for 9 months and then looked after you, I would hope, for the beginning of your life. And
He's just like, you don't know my mom.
you're sat there going, what do women
Don't speak on things you don't know. My mom didn't love me. I didn't get enough hugs. Isn't that obvious?
owe men? Women don't owe men anything. No one owes you anything.
He has kids. Oh no, yeah, he's like 4.
You have your own
Okay,
life.
do you understand that if you make an argument and you say that
I'd
women are
watch
supposed
your
to be in
seminar
a,
on how to win an
in a
argument.
position, if that women are supposed to be in a position of privilege,
I love how Piers is like just by proxy taking the opinions of Andrew, and he's just like, isn't he so badass? Oh, don't you just love his points? He's got some great points here. He doesn't like the pussification of the manly men,
where men do A, B, C, and D for them. And then I ask, well, what duties do women have? And you say, well, nothing.
I don't know. Am I wrong in this one? I hate to get like actually serious for a second here, but most women I've talked to they have told me that the strongest men are the ones who aren't afraid to cry, who are not afraid to show their emotions, the ones who are not afraid to stand up against things that they think are wrong. But fuck me, apparently. I guess I'm just a pussy-ass soy boy again.
No one said
And
that
then you
men
wonder,
need...
why are men
getting
checking out? I don't know why
ladies.
men are checking out. I don't get it.
You just
That's
suck.
silly, man.
All right,
That's
let
a
me bring
silly
in.
argument.
All right, let me bring in the one person who so far hasn't said a word about this. Has a lot of interesting things to say. Sean, welcome to Uncensored. I mean, I think one of the key things
I forgot there was another guy.
this series that's made it so popular is that anyone who's had young sons knows that they are, if you're not careful, they get exposed to a lot of nasty stuff on the internet. We all know this. And a lot of it is this.
He's just like, that damn Grand Theft Auto 5. I had to deal with that for multiple years. Do you know what they say in that chat?
Kind of.
Little did we know that it was Piers Morgan who was getting his ass whooped by his kid, and that's why he's salty about it. He's just like, they're too damn good at video games.
Incel stuff, which I think can be a really malevolent
Dog, literally no
influence
one,
on impressionable young
take any kind of life direction from Piers Morgan panels.
men. And they gravitate to it. And I think that partly what Andrew's getting at,
You are right.
I agree with, in the sense that following the
He had to do the you say the magic word and the ducks come down.
Me Too Time's Up campaigns, which were in many ways, extremely laudable, brought down a lot of very bad men.
Yeah, just
no
make a
question
Marx
of
joke? Hell yeah, I did.
that. But they also, the pendulum swung so wildly that I think a lot of young men in particular felt completely disenfranchised from society, felt like they're all being treated like a bunch of young Harvey Weinsteins unless they could prove otherwise. They didn't really know what the rules of engagement were with women, with teenage girls anymore, whatever. They lost their way. And by losing their way, they gravitated, I think, to very loud voices on the internet like Andrew Tate, who I think, like I say, he says a lot of stuff I find myself nodding to, and then he'll say this misogynist stuff, which
I mean, that would track. Elon is having a mental breakdown on his son right now over video games. What?
I just despise it.
For real?
I see no reason why you should ever want to have a relationship with a woman the way that Andrew Tate wants you to, where it's just pure misogyny. Just talk to me first of all about why you think young boys, teenage boys, young men, why they've gravitated to people like Tate. Because they have.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I think it's, first of all, we got to understand that we have an amazing responsibility as a parent to lead from the home and to have these open conversations with our young children. All right, whether they're male children, female children, we have to make sure that we're having open door conversations and we are tackling the hard subjects. Because if we don't take care of everything at home, we don't take care of everything in public, like at school, and other forces within society that help raise our children. We always say it takes a village. Well, it certainly does, but it starts at home.
Sorry,
and if you cannot have these open conversations and allow your children to be honest and open with how they are feeling about society and the things that they are seeing, they are going to go to misogyny. They're going to go to the Andrew and Tristan Tates of the world, and they're going to learn how to be a man from that. And that is not what society needs. It's not what the world needs. That is not masculinity. It is masquerading as misogyny.
How do we protect young men from the easy access at the moment there is to people like Tate? I mean, how do you...
Good fucking luck. You don't give them cell phones. You don't allow them internet access. That's just going to happen, bro. The thing is, dude, this is like the most toxic guy, like the bully at their school is the one that they're going to try and emulate because they think that's cool.
The ring fence around them.
So they think that's the totem. And then you have assholes like Andrew going, yeah.
They are,
like, I bet he told his kids, like, yeah, make sure you're always on top.
You can tackle,
make sure that you're always, like, bully the bully.
Exactly what you've just said, but they're not also being dragged into that world.
These morons will do anything not to address that the rise of this toxic masculinity culture is based on the destruction of the financial potential of future generations. Yep.
It's tough.
But you're just a commie there, Weasel Lord, for even bringing it up. God,
because
stop being so soy, dude.
Growing up in a world we never grew up in, Piers. We didn't grow up with the internet. We didn't grow up with Bumble,
that's right.
Tinder, Instagram, Facebook.
No, I was taught how to treat women by my mother, my grandmother.
Open the door,
my
right?
Aunts,
Open the door.
A lot of strong women in my family, very strong women, and they would just take no.
He's like, nah, I stick my heel in the door when I see a woman. Jeez, come on.
Crap from the men. So that's the environment I grew up in.
Absolutely. So how do we insulate our children from this? By having conversations, putting parameters around the social media aspects of life and having the conversations at home. Hey, son, hey, daughter, this is what you're going to see out there in the real world. This is what you're going to see on the internet. If you see something like this, that is not how a true man is supposed to act. And hey, that's not how a real man's supposed to treat you.
Right. So
we have to have the conversations.
Yeah. Andrew, do you intrinsically disagree with what you've just heard?
Yeah, I do. I think, again, all of this is always the burden on men. Burden on men. Burden on men. Men need to be doing this.
No, it's a family, Andrew. The family.
Yeah, but isn't the burden on men as the protector? Isn't the burden on men? Like, dude, you love this cake and eat it too, like, way of thinking with everything. Like, at this point, I really am starting to wonder, does he believe in anything, or is he always just looking for the way to be a contrarian in an argument? Like, he never doesn't not argue, or he's never gone, yeah, that's a good point.
Hang on. Let me finish,
family,
man.
Andrew.
Men need to,
husband and wife.
Okay, yeah. So let me back up. Okay, again, men need to do this. Men need to do that. What I'm talking about is what duties do women have in society? What are
I've got a coworker who's one of those victim complex guys. He votes Trump and loves Elon. Meanwhile, he blames immigrants and women for why he won't be able to afford a house.
Actual women's duties towards men. Everybody is raised from the time they're kids how we're supposed to treat women. We all know how to treat women. We never talk about how men are supposed to be treated. That's almost
probably needs more emphasis on no means no versus door opening. Yeah, right.
It's never discussed, especially by.
But it's just the Weinstein. Everybody is they're worried about being called out as the next Weinstein. Oh, because that's what Piers Morgan was doing right there. He codedly was going that silly Me Too movement, and he literally lumped it all in there. Yeah, guys.
How women are supposed to treat men, what their duties in society.
Yeah, there was no merit to the Me Too movement at all. Okay.
This has been completely dispelled.
Andrew's 100% just debate mercenary. He'll adopt whatever position makes him a contrarian. I've started to learn that.
Guys like...
Because, like, one of my favorite things that I saw happen was somebody pushed him into a left-wing position, and it was only because he argued himself into a circle.
Tate have risen because Christianity itself has become a feminized religion, especially the Protestant sects, has become completely feminized. And it didn't used to punish masculinity at all. And now it does. And so where's the alternative? Where's the spiritual alternative? It's nowhere. And we need to get back to this fundamental question of what even is misogyny? Because I don't think that men kicking the crap out of each other, being brutes, insulting each other, hazing each other, even bullying each other is misogyny. Not only do I not think it's misogyny, I think it's perfectly healthy.
Yeah, but I don't think that's misogyny.
Well adjusted.
Is that the argument?
But that is not misogyny.
Is that the argument?
Misogyny is where you have a hatred or whatever you want to phrase it towards women. It's not about men treating men.
Sorry, toxic masculinity is what I'm referencing here, and toxic masculinity is what they're claiming leads to misogyny. So,
yeah, but dude, you're literally defending all of that.
When I'm talking about it,
you're going to bat for it.
These are all masculine traits.
What else are we supposed to say?
With them, right? When you're talking about misogyny itself, I want to know what that even is. Is it just asserting yourself to women, telling women no, telling them no, that's bullshit?
No, I would say it's
okay.
Let me ask you.
You're saying stupid things.
Andrew Tate says he's quite open about it. Women should stay at home. They shouldn't go out to work. They should do what he tells them. He's the king of the castle in his house. Blah,
king of the
blah,
castle.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm king of the castle.
That
Look at me, king of the castle.
Okay. I've got a daughter. I've got a 13-year-old daughter. I don't want her thinking she can never leave the house. She's somebody's chattel.
It's not never leaving the house. Look, it is true that the world would be a better place if we didn't have it inverted, and women did have
It was inverted.
Natural role at home, and that was glorified, and that there was government propaganda around the nuclear family and keeping women home. Why do you want to outsource the raising of children to strangers?
Yes, that is the point. Toxic masculinity is a direct predecessor to misogyny.
Instead of your wife. That's a way better society. Why do you want your best and brightest?
But who's gonna tell him that? One of them pesky women who can't tell him anything because how dare you tell a man how to feel about men?
Women. Forced to go to
and then if you're a man who tells them how to feel about men, you're just a soy boy.
Workplace instead of the best and brightest women staying at home raising their children. That's a way better system. It's always been a better system.
I guess we're talking freedom of choice.
That's not misogyny.
Women to do anything. It's freedom of choice. It's freedom of choice. I love the fact that my wife's out there working, teaching kids and building adolescents. I love that. And to your point about what do I get from
Tommy, get back in the fucking kitchen. Seriously, you gonna smile like that and be a smug little bitch? Seriously, get your fucking ass in the kitchen. See, you see what I did there? That's what they actually are okay with. That's what they expect, guys. Cool.
A woman, I have a home. I have 3 beautiful children. I have communication in the
right
house.
Back here. Why do you want to outsource childcare to a stranger because no one else can afford to raise a?
More than anything, like I don't understand where I'm not
you fucking chimp
saying you're wrong in your world, but
yeah, don't you just love how all these people, they're media personalities like that got huge contracts, like dude. I don't want to sound like I'm not playing the victim here, but I'm just gonna say as a YouTuber, I put hours into this stream, and it's all for small dollar donations, and I feel like I earn it more than these fucking assholes that are salaried, where they can just expect their millions of dollars, and then she has the nerve to sit there smug as hell, just I think a woman's place is in the kitchen and in the home.
But to sit there and say to a woman, what do I get out of this woman? That's treating her like an object.
One thing I want to play a clip.
Okay, so it's okay to treat men like objects, give them duties, but you're not allowed to give women duties.
I feel respected.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
I'm not angry about it.
How come it is in the United States that men can be drafted? Women can't be drafted, but women can vote to send men to war. 18 years old, they're stabbing each other in the face with bayonets. Women can vote to send men to war that they then themselves do not have to fight. It's a duty that men have, they do not have. What's the counter duty for women? There's no obligation for women to have children, well under replacement rate.
Well, at least she's getting a workout for her face.
It's slated 45% of women will be single in the next 10 years. Up to
Tommy over here overacting like she's not a DEI hire from Fox.
60% in the next 30. That's the estimates right now. Our replacement rate, we can't even replace our own country's birth rates. That's how low they are. This is what we're seeing as a systemic issue inside of society because nobody will put duties on women.
Maybe it's men like you that are making that. Maybe you're the problem.
Rate is low.
Yeah,
it's crazy to me as well that you are just saying.
Don't talk over each other. Let James speak.
I can't understand why you are sat there confidently thinking of yourself as a victim constantly. You have a platform and you're sat here like, I'm a victim. What are women doing for me? What happened in your childhood that has made you so traumatized as an adult?
Yes, finally somebody did it. Where? Yeah, please tell me about your mother. I would like to know.
Psychoanalysis.
Women succeeding. I'm so confused. I feel like the problem is not.
Here's the thing, Andrew. I can tell you all about your mother.
And actually, maybe this is our fault. Maybe this is the left's fault. Maybe this is.
He's one of those guys. I have a feeling.
Society.
Although he would throw that back at me, and I'd just be like, okay.
His fault for leaving people like.
It's like I was with your mom last night. It's just like, oh, is your dick black? Because it's a little ashy.
You behind, but genuinely,
sorry,
we do not hate men, and toxic masculinity has been thrown around a lot. Ultimately, some of what you're saying is toxic, but that's not because you're a man. That's because you're an idiot.
All right.
Okay. So just to give you a quick rejoinder here. Again, didn't contend with a single argument I made. You just said, why are you acting like a victim? While you're here talking about how women are
victims. You're not contending with arguments that other people
are making. It's wild to me. It's so wild to me.
You know this is Piers' show.
Let me play another clip.
I know this is Piers' show.
Let me go to Tommy. Tommy, I want to play you a clip. This is from a show called Newsnight on the BBC in the UK, where the host Victoria Derbyshire had a panel of young men on and asked them, when was the last time you cried? Let's watch this.
When was the last time you cried?
Honestly, the last time I cried, I couldn't tell you.
Same with Leo, I can't really remember the last time that I cried fully.
A lot of times I feel emotion and I look at myself, why can't I cry? We're told to suppress our emotions.
I feel like to guys, we may be treated a certain way that evokes an idea that we have to be extremely strong and upfront and here as a man, and I'm going to be composed at all times.
The one thing I will say, good pause face, is for the girls that are dating these chads, hey, maybe, just maybe, look up from your phone, change out of your sweatpants, and have some self-respect long enough to not date these assholes.
Now, I've got a slight issue with this, Tommy, in the sense that one of the most devastating moments for me as a movie watcher was watching James Bond blubbing in the last Bond movie. Right? I don't think to prove you're a modern...
That was like the most old man take I think I've had in a while.
...man, you need to be sobbing.
Get off your phones.
You know, I can't remember the last time I cried. It doesn't make me less of a man or less empathetic to people or anything. I just think again, the pendulum issue of what we want men to be, I think we're now trying to persuade...
I didn't even cry when my mother died. That's how manly man I am. Man, I'm a man. Manly man. I'm gonna die early because I keep it in my heart, and it turns into cholesterol, and then will kill me. And then I'm wondering, wait a minute.
A lot of young men,
was it worth being manly man or letting out some, tears? I don't know. You got kids. No beautiful moment with them?
Not emoting all the time. Then you're being suppressed in some way. We have over here the British stiff upper lip, which I think gets a really bad rap. I think it's not a bad thing to actually not over-emote. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's...
Sorry, Sean, I'll come to you. That was for Tommy. I'll come to you in a minute, Sean.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
For Tommy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, Piers.
Hey, they were just putting her in her place, man.
I don't think that men should be trained to be overly emotional.
Andrew's just like based.
And that should be a sign now of new maturity, being emotional.
Right,
I don't agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with men crying in certain circumstances. Listen, everybody has a different journey.
Spicy.
Everybody has a different set of circumstances. There are circumstances wherein men crying I have no issue with. It's also not up to me to tell a man when he can or cannot cry. I personally prefer the men in my life not to be overly emotional, but that's just a personal preference. Really, who am I to tell a man how he should exhibit his emotions? But again, I think that there is two sides here that are both too extreme. You've got the one hand that wants men to be feminine and cry and show their emotion and be weak. And then you've got the other side that says you cannot cry, you must always be strong, and you should look at women as an object So again, there's got to be a happy medium here. I think there once was, but now because of, again, I agree, there was an overreaction of the feminist movement to make men weak. I don't agree with that either.
Yeah.
I just wish we could come to a place where there was a happy medium, where people could just be human beings who could have a gender role but weren't married to that gender role in absoluteness. There's got to be a place for that. I would certainly hope.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson, when was the last time you cried?
When I had a death in my family.
And how long ago was that, if you don't mind me asking?
Many, many, many years. Yeah, many years. I don't know, maybe a decade, something like that.
Right. So you haven't shed a tear in a decade?
I don't think so, no.
Would you see it inherently as a weakness in a man to over-emote?
Yeah. Well, yeah, men, listen, you don't want men to fall to pieces in crisis. You're the head of a family, you're the head of your household, and also you're the heads of nations. You have a moral obligation.
Time of crisis. Yes, it's a time of crisis when you're, actually feeling that the whole weight of losing a friend or a loved one, and then you just let yourself cry, but
not to fall to pieces. In fact, I would say you're duty bound not to. You need to be able to control your emotions, and you need to be able to attempt to control them at all times. It's not to say that you're not going to lose control. Nobody's perfect. But I think that the idea of the
happy calling me out
stoic
now.
man is a much better prospect for the idea of like this leftist that I'm arguing with next to me on the panel. I would not want to be that guy, that person who just cannot control their internal emotions. They can't do it. And unfortunately, again, this is through the viewpoint of the feminine prism that it's only through empathy, right? Empathy first. And it's like, no, it's not always about empathy. It's also about...
Wow, this guy has an ego?
Reason.
Yeah, he does.
It's also about logic. It's also about understanding that we live in a carnal world full of warring tribes who are always killing each other. And that's part of the human...
He's lying. He cried when he ran out of cigarettes.
...condition. You can't afford to have...
Weak. Crying isn't a weakness.
...have your men losing control...
According to them, it is.
...to emotion or to empathy.
James, when was the last time you didn't cry on a date? Let's flip the question around.
I haven't cried today, but I did cry yesterday, and I think it's okay to cry. And it's funny that you keep trying to goad me and saying that I don't have control of my emotions. I think I have incredible control over my emotions because I...
See, I would love to be the one on this panel to make them all feel like assholes right then. It's just like... You cried yesterday? It's like my mom died 2 weeks ago.
I know what's upsetting me.
Is that not okay? What's the parameters, Mr. Manly Man? When can I not make weepies with my eyes? When can I not get the tears, the water flowing? When is it okay to feel that? When is it okay to let it out? Since you guys are the arbiters of everything manly men.
When? And I'm able to talk about it.
Well, how often do you cry?
I mean, not all the time, but
every day?
No, not every day, Piers. I cried
Two or
yesterday.
three times
I probably
a week?
haven't cried for about 3 weeks before that. But honestly, my therapist tells me I need to cry, and it's a good relief.
But the point being, Andrew hasn't cried in 10 years.
I think that is such a weakness, Andrew, that you haven't cried.
Oh my God, you have a therapist? Oh my God, you are actually like emotionally in touch with yourself, and you're not. Oh my God.
In a decade. Like, that's crazy to me.
Just told me I could cry.
I'm so worried about you. I can't understand. Well, you're crying now, and please, I happily facilitated that for you.
I think we're seeing the two extremes that Tommy was talking about.
It's honestly, yeah, Tommy, you're so right. There's no nuance. I mean, it's difficult to have nuance on this show anyway, but we do need to find some.
At this point, I'd just be like, Tommy, this is what you're standing up for. Go ahead. Take my time. You might as well let her make the point, please. By all means. Why are you asking me? Ask her.
The point is, men should not feel they can never emote, but also they shouldn't be encouraged to believe if they're not constantly emoting, there's something wrong with them.
Well, of course, but also...
that's where the pendulum's just gone too far.
You are also sort of guilty of this manosphere, Piers. You're very much in the manosphere yourself.
What do you think that means?
Well, it means that you think James Bond shouldn't cry, and that if he does, that's a weakness.
I want James Bond to be... I want him to seduce women.
Which he does.
I want him to be a rude...
He did cry. He cried in Casino Royale when he lost what's-her-face. What?
Steely-eyed dealer of death to bad guy.
What? Even James Bond cries, you fucking... I want to use the F word so bad against these two specifically.
But also...
I want him to Have a cigarette.
If you're gay in chat, please, can you just use that for me and just call him that?
With his
and
whiskey.
just be like
or his shaken
Andrew
lobster
here.
martini.
Maybe Andrew is your time.
And I don't want him sobbing like a baby all the
just
time.
wanna
I feel like I don't have that
Tommy
pass.
might
Because
not.
guess what? When you're in Her Majesty's Secret Service, you don't have time to cry all the time.
Very sad news about Her Majesty Piers. Sadly, she did pass away, and I'm sure you cried at that, which is completely
His
within your
Majesty
right.
now, obviously. but
Tommy,
actually,
probably,
the last Bond film was under Her Majesty, so I was correct.
Fine. Great fact checking. Tommy would obviously like to go out with a man like you then, because you don't think it's okay for a man to cry.
Well,
and
she has
Tommy's into
excellent
that.
taste,
But there are
that's
other
true,
women who do like a man that cries. Like, we're not all the same. We don't all require the same type of man. So it's fine if we all want to be different types of men, but there shouldn't be one rule for all men, and that's the problem.
All right, let me bring Sean back in and bring it back to adolescence, because this series has blown up worldwide. It's got incredible numbers of people watching, talking about it, debating. A lot of parents thinking, what should they do if they have a young teenage boy? You know, and I saw it, as I say, with my three sons. The Jonathan Haidt book about cell phones, you know, from 2010 when phones became smartphones. Basically, young people's brains started scrambling.
Phones.
And they've carried on scrambling ever since. That doesn't help. I think a lot of the issues that young men face are driven by stuff they see on their phone.
I agree. I mean, you know, for this specific instance, my wife and I
He's
were
not
waiting
good enough
to give
for
our
slurs. We
children
need to come
phones
up with new words.
until at least 8th grade, right?
He's a
At least
pickle eater.
8th grade, we want to monitor
you eat pickles,
what they're seeing and what they're being filled with, right? Because again,
Oh.
they're subject to search engines. They hear things at school, then they go home, they search it on their phone, they search it in their room, and now they're wide open to this world that they don't need to be a part of because their brains haven't fully formed yet. They're still little. My son's almost 12, right?
Andrew's brain hasn't fully formed
I gotta
yet.
be very careful of what he puts in his mind.
How much drywall has been a victim of Andrew?
And social
dude, he literally has Home Depot like rewards points out the ass.
Media.
Dude, he has his own special parking space so they can load up the drywall.
For the things that
Like
we are
it.
doing
You
as
lint
adults,
liquor?
yeah, it's pouring into our household,
Lint
and
liquor's good.
we're doing well with it. But for an adult,
Hey, laser lips, your mama was a snowblower.
adolescent, like these young kids, I'm seeing kids
One of my favorite insults from Short Circuit.
at dinners when we're at restaurant surfing TikTok while their parents are not even paying attention to what they're doing. Like that right there is a massive problem. And if we don't, as a society,
He eats pencils for Riri.
get a hold
I'm talking like the old 1960s pencils that were completely made of lead.
of that, then this will
Yes.
never end. There will be more series like Adolescence that hit even harder because we're witnessing it in our own lives.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, you seem to be in agreement with some of that.
Yeah, it's poison. There's no doubt. It re-scrambles children's brains, and it's very difficult to monitor. Even if you have parental controls, they can find ways around it. At school, they have
Which one's Andrew? The one talking right now.
peers who will
Queen Andrew
will assist them in getting around it. You have to monitor it really well. Smartphone technology for my own kids, it was kind of new. I wish that I, in retrospect, had done more guarding against that myself.
Yeah, now one of my kids is thinking that they're trans, and the other one, they're going to college, and I'm getting really, really scared about that.
You don't know the dangers of that technology.
It's almost like they hate me. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why would my kids?
Technology.
It's the woke left's fault. It's totally the woke left's fault.
Until
Dude, that's like so many of these dads. That's so many of them.
Children get a hold of it, and then you're left scrambling, going, "Oh man,
He does
I
drag.
wish I had
I
known that
wouldn't
this
doubt
was
it.
going on or that was going on," but you have no idea. Now, though, we have a little bit of retrospect, and we know that it's an appropriate thing to do to guide against this type of technology because, yeah, he's absolutely right. It does create all sorts of problems for kids. I'm not sure that gets to the heart of the masculinity and feminine issue, but I totally agree with him that
we call him Queen Andrew here because it's kind of an inside joke. During the debate with me, his big gotcha with me was, so if you run into somebody on a bridge that's about to commit S and they're about to jump, and they said, if I'm going to jump unless you call me the Queen of England, would you do it? Would you do it? And he framed it where he's like, would you cater to their delusion? I'm like, yes, if it saves their life. He's like, see, you cater to delusions. It's just like, what? Okay. okay.
We should be safe.
He's like, so would you call me the Queen of England if I asked you to? It's like, yes. And then it turned into like, okay, Queen of England. Andrew's the Queen of England.
Guarding our children against this technology.
I mean, he's got to get home. Piers needs,
It does seem to be very bad for them.
And James, there is
Andrew's a big fan of pegging, allegedly.
It's all pretty well unfettered pornography on the internet available to young men and women, obviously, but men are watching a lot of often quite violent, degrading sexual scenes in these porn clips.
Allie, we have ladies in the audience, guys. Watch it.
Online. None of that can help in the way an impressionable young male mind goes about trying to forge a real relationship with an actual woman.
Well, I think it's important not to say young male mind. It's any person's mind, right? Like, I don't think we should victimize men. I can't believe Andrew's agreeing with me. But yeah, it's awful. I mean, I genuinely don't think people should have phones until they're 16. They certainly shouldn't have social
Well, Australia's done that, and I'm not against it.
Yeah.
The smartphone ban till 16.
I mean, it's terrifying.
Why not?
You can't go on air on TV and
say
whatever you want. Like, I know you're pretending that you're uncensored, but you couldn't sit here and say literally whatever you want.
Yes, you can.
Well, not really, Piers, because if you said something that incited hatred or racism or a terror attack,
I wouldn't want to
you would
say
be arrested.
I wouldn't
but
want,
online,
why would I want to incite
I'm
a
not
terror
saying that you
attack?
want to. I'm just.
I mean, that's really base of him. Maybe he secretly extremely well in tune with his sexuality. This is all just a debate, bro.
Just trying to make a point. Online,
you're saying I can't say what I want.
Online,
I do not want to incite a terror attack.
but if you did,
Is that a step above Chaser? I mean, dude, I mean, that's making his entire identity based on it. So
just you're raising an interesting point about censorship.
Yeah,
we're uncensored because I don't say anything I don't want to say.
Right.
So when you say I'm censoring, I'm actually self-censoring. I'm not. I'm not going to call for a terror attack.
I'm not saying that you would ever do
Bullshit.
that, of course, but I'm saying that if you did, there would be accountability for that because you are broadcasting to a lot of people.
Right.
But a lot of people online do not have that gate stopping them from saying.
Andrew got the man checklist. No cry, smoke cigarettes, drink beers, grow beard, be smug.
Horrendous things, and so they're. For it can blow up online. Excuse the horrible
All right,
pun.
the way that
and
just
that
dropped
shouldn't be
in
allowed.
chat was
there should be a
fucking
system
hilarious.
in place that stops people broadcasting things that aren't meant to be broadcast to millions of people.
One of the problems, Tommy, Toby Young, who's a British journalist, director of Free Speech Union, very, very big in promoting and
The fact that was two separate chatters.
defending free speech. Says adolescence,
Comic
the
timing
new
at
teen
its
drama,
best, guys.
is pro-censorship propaganda, partly paid for by the state. It is now being seized upon by Labour left-wing MPs as evidence we need more online censorship. And that is, of course, you talk about a swinging pendulum. What you don't want to come out of all this is an overreaction and an over-censorship, because that in itself becomes a problem.
Oh, hell no. Mitesh, you had I was about to say, you had just as much to do with that one. Dude, that laugh made that was good. Wait, what's happening? Why did that happen again?
Yeah, 100%. And I agree with Sean on this point, too. I think parenting has more to do with this than any of us really, can even understand. I mean, many, I'm sure, in this panel can. But parenting is, to me, the end-all, be-all of all of this. I mean, you can watch horrible things online. You can listen to people say horrible things. But if you've got a good foundation with good parents at home, hopefully, too, that provides you with a lot of guidance and support to navigate these things. And it doesn't really, scramble your mind in the way that those that are not blessed with a two-parent household may be impacted by it. I don't believe that.
That's it. That's it. She lived in a two-parent household, and her parents hated each other, but they hid it.
Censorship is ever the answer. I
Okay,
believe that more speech is the answer to speech that you don't like. And as much as I don't like certain people online and what they say, whether they're the Tate brothers or whoever else, I believe that they should have the right and the ability to say it. And then people like us should have the right and ability to respond to it. I think that's the healthiest way to come to a great consensus, or at least a public square where we can all debate ideas with dialogue and conversation. But I don't think that censorship is ever the answer. And I think that, our leaders in America have done a great job of emphasizing that, especially to the European countries who believe censorship is the way to cleanse or the way to legislate morality. I just don't think that's the way to do it.
Well, the instinctive reaction, certainly in the UK, for a long time now, many years, has been to censor and to ban and prohibit and so on. And I think people are beginning to wake up to the downside of that, is that once you give away, once you chip away at things like freedom of speech, freedom of expression, you're heading down a pretty slippery road, which can be dictated by your government, and then that's not a place.
It's interesting though, isn't it? I mean, I just want to make a side point, and I don't need to get into it, but like your government are banning books, so they are literally talking about free speech whilst also banning free speech in it that they don't agree with. So what you're saying is nice, and I agree with you in principle,
from
but that's not literally
libraries
what is
not
happening.
the same as banning books.
You talked about freedom of speech, right? And everyone coming together and having a discussion about it.
Kinda. Yes, you can. It's protected under free speech.
But that's not what...
Is it smart to? No. Even today, like, you would think, like, oh, yeah, all this right-wing, like, Nazi stuff. It's like, no, do that downtown Chicago. You'll get your ass whooped still.
What's happening?
Yeah, but
putting graphic gay porn into children's libraries is a little different.
I mean, no one should be putting porn into a children's library. I think we all agree on that.
Then why are you complaining that that's being
Because that's
banned?
not what I'm discussing. I'm discussing books that talk about diversity, equality, that talk about Black Lives Matter, that talk about gay pride. Like this is
so I don't have the same
videos.
take as the rest of the panel when it comes to the idea of legislating morality. I think that there are ideas which are subversive and that you can get rid of, and that's absolutely fine
Gary's
to do.
economics.
I don't think
That's
that
why I
we need to have
recognize it,
unfettered access to pornography. I don't think that we need to have unfettered access to children being introduced to this type of sexuality so young. I don't think that that's necessary at all. I don't think it's an impingement on free speech at all. And not only that, there's going to necessarily be limits on every single freedom that we have. By necessity, that's the way it has to be, unfortunately. And the reason
he's the day trader advocating for wealth, addressing wealth inequality. I'll check him out.
It has to be that way, is because otherwise you're going to have nothing but subversives who go in and subvert your entire culture, which is exactly what happened in the UK, and it's exactly what's been happening in the United States. So we have to have some way to fight back against that.
All right, Sean, final word to you.
I just feel like, raising children is a multi-pronged approach, right? I mean, you're looking at first in the house, then you're looking at the schools, you're looking at the government, you're looking at extracurricular activities with coaches, et cetera, and different people that have their hands on the child. I just think it's important to be at home having these open conversations, right? What this drama series did for me was already had this shining light on a subject, but made it even brighter. Like, I need to open the door and talk to my child. I need to talk to my son. I need to talk to
look at him shaking his head. He's like, talk to your kid. That's gay.
To see
like, what?
What's going on in the world.
Oh my
right?
God.
Because if I don't know what's going
feel
on,
so bad
then
for
I
his
can't help
children.
them navigate what's going on.
Actually, really
But I think, it's interesting. It's been a fascinating debate. I just think if you don't know that your child is going down rabbit holes like that kid is in that series for that length of time, then it comes to Tommy's point, is you're failing your parenting. That is a fundamental part of parenting, is you're supposed to be protecting these impressionable young minds as best you can. If they're spending hours after hour every day, watching and viewing incredibly disturbing content that fries their brains and makes them do stuff they wouldn't otherwise
Oh, thank you for the
have
5
done.
gifted membership, Squeezel Lord. I really appreciate that,
Failing
man.
as
Thank
a
you.
parent. And one of the biggest issues in the world right now is a general sense of a
where's the
lack of
audio?
accountability for parents. They're the first feckless parents to blame everybody else. It's the government's fault, it's the police fault, it's the social workers' fault, it's the school teachers' fault, etc., etc. It's never their fault. And actually, if you just start by saying, actually, we should have done more as parents, that is a good message to send everybody. We could probably all agree on that. Great discussion.
Absolutely.
Great discussion. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only
that one didn't have sponsors. Interesting. Wonder what's going on there. Yeah, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, man. Is that Tommy Lauren? Yeah. Yeah, that was. Ew. Ew, ew. It totally was. All right, what are we at? What are we at? We got segment number 2. Ay, boy. Now that everything... Oh, wait. Hold on. Interesting. Okay. Wow, she got even more blonde. There's no limit. It's just so funny when like they're not natural blondes too, where you're just like, oh, she's got those recession roots coming in. It's even hitting her. Give me 1 second. I gotta let my dog out. Here, I gotta put something on real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm under attack by the real president of the United States of America, by the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. All of this started when baby formula breast milk stealer of Blizzard, allegedly, Grums, a 60-year-old man, decided to post this. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft at Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. Okay? That was Grums.
Hey Pep, I'm going to get going. Time to head home from the office. Haven't been able to stop by, but wanted to extend condolences. Hope things turn out better soon, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, Weasel man. Thank you. Yeah. What happened with Signal? Sorry. Signal, it was the thing with Pete Hegseth. Yeah, they leaked. They did a group chat on Signal that was meant to be carried out on like the most secure government channels. So like this made Hillary's emails literally look like the biggest nothing burger on the planet. I had nothing else there, but here I do have to
who has been on a conquest to attack Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's been on a journey, and it's been relatively unsuccessful so far.
Why? I want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. I haven't had the opportunity yet. I mean, what's better than WhatsApp?
He said that he's still trying. Elon Musk, being the absolute loser that he is, that spends way too much time on his own platform that he purchased for incredibly narcissistic reasons, turned around and replied to it saying, Hassan is a fraud. Then he doubled down, double tweeted, and said sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. To which I screenshotted and quote retweeted, this bitch literally paid someone to power level his character in Path of Exile 2, Lamau. What do you mean I'm a fraud? Elon, I challenge you to a duel in Elden Ring. I will cook your fat rolling ass. The reason why I said that is because Elon is not a real gamer, but a fake one. And also because From Software games are the only games that I'm above average competent in. Even though I am not the best gamer, Elden Ring is one of the games that I am decently good at. Elon Musk has also reportedly power leveled his Path of Exile 2 character to a degree where he was one of the top players, allegedly, in the entire planet. All of this was, of course, revealed by Crip and Quen and the work that they put in. Something that also Asmongold refused to call out until his own community called him out, because Elon Musk is a big Asmongold fan. They're in the DMs of one another. Elon Musk basically exposed how fraudulent he was in that process. But it seems that Elon had not had enough, because he went back and he's still apparently crying about me. That's right. He turned around and called me a R word. Again, 60-year-old man, by the way, just so you understand. Nobody pays Elon to play Path of Exile 2. How much money do they pay you for Assassin's Creed Shadows, says Grums. These are the real shills and grifters. To which Elon Musk replied, Hassan is such a R word that he blocked me. My editor also then joined in on the fun, said, and you're so dumb that you thought that Asmongold's YouTube editors control what he does, which was a good own. Congratulations. And then he double tweeted again and said, and showed that I was, blocking him, which I did. Of course I blocked him. For people wondering why Elon is so focused on Hassan, oh, that's funny. Oh no, everyone is posting replies. Everyone is Grimes posting in the replies.
Attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out. Attack.
Oh. Now, what I find to be particularly strange about this saga is that no one is addressing the fact that I said I would have him on the stream. I would 1v1 him in Elden Ring. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. And expose him for the fraudulent gamer that he actually is. Now, I'm rusty on Elden Ring. I haven't played in a while. I don't know what the new metas are, and I still think I could cook his ass.
No, just me.
That's number one. Number two, if we are not going to
Kenzie, how you doing?
Test our metal in Elden Ring, we could also do it as interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. I responded to him, a 60-year-old man who's the wealthiest person on the planet and yet still a ginormous narcissistic crybaby, with this. I said, yeah, I blocked you out, Elon Musk, because you bought this website and you forced everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7,000 times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. Elon Musk, noticeably, has refused to respond to me at all. Perhaps it's because I've blocked him. So, in the interest of fairness, I will unblock him so he can reply to me directly if he chooses to do so. Elon Musk, of course, is a coward and narcissistic.
I left the Hassan stream to come watch Hassan, I guess.
I will most likely subsequently block.
I mean, I literally heard about this in the last video that I was doing, and they were just like, hey, have you seen did Hassan's fighting with Elon? I'm like,
block him
what?
Once again, because as I said on this tweet,
yes,
I hate seeing all the posts that he boosts on
Thank God it's only a few minutes long.
Annoying. If he actually had something interesting to say, if he actually had something worthwhile to say, perhaps I would not have issues with his tweets. But he tweets so much, instead of running any of his many companies. That's all he does, as a matter of fact. And as you guys know, I've talked about how Elon Musk is someone that I truly love, because his ineptitude in broad daylight is single-handedly destroying the myth of meritocracy. Because if someone as stupid and as thin-skinned as Elon Musk can be the wealthiest person on the planet while demonstrating that he doesn't do anything real, then I truly hope that one day many Americans will start recognizing that perhaps these billionaires didn't actually work super hard or super smart for their wealth. That's it. You can even extrapolate further
actually really
by
good.
looking at someone who's as silly
It'd
as
be nice, because it is shocking how many people really do believe in the myth.
Myself as a
just
Twitch
like,
streamer,
they worked so hard. They deserve every dollar that they
tremendous
earned. What are you
success.
talking about?
I'm not particularly smart or uniquely charismatic, and yet I have been able to achieve financial success to the degree that I have. It's obvious that to even my haters that meritocracy is a lie. Jabri also had a funny tweet on this. The richest man on earth having a meltdown over a Twitch streamer just proves that no amount of money can make you any less of a
fucking loser.
There it is. This is the Elon Musk saga.
I mean, this lit up Twitter, and
my challenge is still
I feel like
simple.
this is backfiring
Elon Musk,
on
come on
Elon
the stream.
a little bit.
Show everybody how not afraid you are. Except, Elon Musk, you have backed away from challenges time and time again. When Jon Stewart said he wanted to have you on the broadcast, you said you'd be down to do it with as long as it was in real time. Then you turned around and ran away from that. And you claimed that he was compromised. Elon Musk also backed away from fighting after entertaining the notion of fighting Mark Zuckerberg. Imagine being afraid of Mark Zuckerberg. Will Elon Musk run away from a challenge once again? Perhaps he will. Anytime, any place, Elon Musk, I'll come to you if necessary. The ball's in your court. I will say,
literally,
that every moment that he spends crying on Twitter about how a Twitch streamer blocked him is perhaps a moment that he is not spending on eviscerating the administrative state.
Andrew's going to his office, to Elon's office, and yell at him and tell him to stop crying,
and potentially,
like a good dad would,
actually cutting Social Security. So I'm doing my part, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, are you insinuating that Andrew is actually going to do Elon a solid and give into his daddy issues and just be like, here, come here, buddy. I'll be your real dad. Now, quit crying, you pansy.
That's right. What have you done today?
Dude.
Can you make a screw Elon meme coin? No.
Unfortunately,
one
it's
last
like,
note
wow.
that I will mention.
They actually do think like that.
Is that I have talked time and time again about how Elon Musk has known who I am and has not been a big fan of me for quite a while. I've talked about this quite a bit. And people used to tell me, Hassan, you are so full of yourself. He has no idea. I knew, because of sources that I cannot reveal, that Elon Musk has actively had a grudge since I had his baby mama, friend of the show, Grimes, on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Where she said this. This could perhaps be one of the reasons as to why Elon Musk has been so angry and so resentful about my existence for quite some time.
Because the attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff?
Oh, thank
Is it
you.
necessary?
What? I don't know. I like
Thank you
working
for the
out.
$5.
Yeah. You miss long hair Hassan.
It was $5.
Long hair
I really
Hassan
appreciate that. Oh, man.
wasn't that good. I wasn't a fan of long hair Hassan. That was a particularly good hair day. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, let's see if he tweets a little bit more after this, but I think this will most likely shut him up again. There's a certain amusement in Elon screenshotting your profile, complete with the PFP of your armpit. Yeah. He's gonna hit it. He's gonna put a hit out on you. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, if it happens, it happens.
See, Andrew would be mad, you know.
It is also kind of funny
Look
that
at him. He's breaking. He's breaking.
It is also kind of funny that award-winning journalists are sending me the Elon Musk tweet. I won't name who, but nothing like two heavyweight fake gamers doing what they do best for the love of the sport. Yeah. Apparently, Grok thinks you would win in a 1v1 versus Elon and Elden Ring. Ask it 1v1 in
I don't
Elden
know
Ring.
because I don't watch his stream like when he games. Is he good or is he like just kind of a subpar gamer that people just watch?
Who would win,
'Cause,
Elon Musk or
of
Hassan
his,
Piker? I don't know how to use
like,
Grok, and I don't want to use Grok. I don't know how any of that works,
Yep,
but
same.
I'm not going to do that.
Yep.
If he responds, you have to end your response with, now be quiet, and then he will have to respond. If he takes you out, know that you died how you lived posting. Yeah. Someone asked Grok to analyze the Elon Musk fight. Predict the outcome of an Elden Ring 1v1 between Elon Musk and Hassan Piker is speculative, but can be informed by what we know about their gaming experience and approaches to the game. Elon Musk has publicly shared his Elden Ring build, which became infamous for his...
This just actually made my wrestling news. Like, I just got an update from John Escuerdo, who is he runs the dirt sheets. Dude.
Unconventional and suboptimal choices. His character at level 111
this is
leaned
blown
heavily
up.
into intelligence deck setup with high stats in those areas. But his equipment choices, like wielding 2 shields, 2 swords, and a
Okay.
staff while wearing heavy armor, resulted in a heavy load status. That's why I said he was fat rolling, by the way. This severely limits mobility, making dodging slow and ineffective, a critical disadvantage in Elden Ring's fast-paced combat. Musk is claimed to have completed the game, suggesting some level of persistence, but his build
Elden Ring
indicates a
build.
reliance on summons or range magic, rather than mastery of mechanics like dodging or melee combat. Critics, including gamers and commentators, have mocked his setup for a lack of optimization, with some suggesting he might not even play as skillfully as his completion claim implies. Hassan Piker, on the other hand, is a Twitch streamer with significant gaming experience, having streamed Elden Ring extensively. He's known to have tackled the game's challenges live, including rage quitting after struggling with NPC invader Mad Tongue Alberic, despite quickly defeating the first boss, Margit. This indicates he's comfortable with the game's difficulty and has practical experience with its mechanics, even if he's not immune to frustration. As a seasoned streamer, Hassan likely has a better grasp of builds and combat strategies honed through hours of play and community interaction. While his exact build isn't as publicly dissected as Musk's, his streaming background suggests he's prioritized a more balanced or effective setup, likely medium armor for mobility and a mix of melee and magic tailored to his playstyle. In a 1v1 duel, Elden Ring heavily favors skill, reaction time, and build efficiency. Musk's heavy, clunky build would leave him vulnerable to a mobile opponent who can dodge and punish slow rolls. Hassan, with a streaming experience and likely better understanding of the game's meta, could exploit this by using a faster weapon like a katana. It is my weapon of choice. or spacing Musk out with spells while avoiding his attacks. Musk's high intelligence and spell slots,
Danny is like a
e.g.
Buster
Comet or
Sword.
Danny's Dark Moon, could pose a threat if he lands hits,
They
but his
use
lack
big
of flash
sword.
in the quick menu and poor mobility make it unlikely he'd outmaneuver Hassan. Given these factors, Hassan Piker would likely win. His practical experience and adaptability as a streamer give him an edge over Musk's quirky, inefficient build and questionable combat prowess. That said, it'd be a hilarious spectacle. Musk's fat rolling onto Hassan's blade while tweeting about it mid-fight. Why is Grok constantly dunking on Elon? This
That
is the
is
thing I
kinda
don't
funny.
understand. Doesn't Grok like sometimes call him a pedophile and stuff? What are the odds he actually comes on? Less than 0. Are you kidding me? He has never in a million years, entertained contentious conversation. Are you kidding me? He lost his at Don Lemon, dude. A lot of my
Don
naysayers would much rather stick to their own platforms and cry over and over again rather than talk to me directly. It's actually rare that he mentioned you. Yeah, yes and no. He has in the past, but only tangentially. This is one of the first instances where he's like directly mentioned me. Burgles, thank you for the 50 bones. Yeah, he won't even do Jon Stewart, which I understand why he wouldn't do that. He would be thoroughly embarrassed by Jon Stewart, you know? So it is fun, though. It is fun that we can all unite.
Company.
Yeah, remember this conversation that took place with Elon and Don Lemon?
So you said if they kill the company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
Don, I have to say,
Cussy Connection, thank you for the 10 big ones.
Choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Odds on if he's watching the stream right now, there's a likelihood.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment, and I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
I forgot how bad this was.
I'm just being
Oh,
honest,
man.
right? I'm not trying to get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the president of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser
Oh my God, this really does expose like the fraud that he is.
saying like you have to censor all this
Oh,
content
wow.
on the platform, irrespective of whether advertising
Wow.
appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your
Again, smart. He's just so brilliant, guys. He's just so brilliant. His genius. That's the reason he can't answer the question. His genius is in the way.
advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform,
He really is what dumb people think smart is.
even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So
Nope,
it's a
they
very
didn't.
short list of advertisers who are not.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it was
the
a fraud before
fantastic
that,
advertisers
but
that come
yeah,
back
I
onto the
agree.
platform is Adolf Hitler, cryptocurrency schemes, and I don't know. I don't even get that many ads anymore, but it's usually like the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, porn.
That's true.
Porn ads is fantastic. Really cool stuff. Don't forget Nixon Groiper. That's what I'm saying. I get a lot of schizophrenic people on my ads. I'm not even using it as a pejorative, like literal schizophrenics. Yeah. Temu? I don't even think there's Temu ads. I never even see Temu ads. Yeah, advertisers are rushing back to advertise on Twitter so hard that Elon Musk is trying to sue advertisers to come back to the platform by force.
Not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an
If you're
intense
buying
person.
ad
Where does that
space,
intensity
that's
come
what I was
from?
I was born that way, and I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
So tough.
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple
My daddy didn't love me.
minutes left, so
All right.
too long to describe.
Now I require the love of the entire world, but they still don't love me.
One or two questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
Anyway. I had a difficult childhood. My father was spectacularly wealthy. We basically had slaves.
And he didn't like me very much. He still doesn't like me very much to this day. I've become the richest man, and he treats me like I'm just nothing but a nuisance. All right. No, you will not. Here we go. Frame rate is back to where it should be. I'm not effing with that again. Just like, do you want to reset? It's like, no, I don't. I don't want to reset. Stop it. He doesn't like Musk because he can't F him and marry him like his stepdaughter. That's still wild to me. That yeah, not brought up. Why is that? Weird. Weird. All right, so here we go.
All right, guys. So yesterday we talked about how
Oh, is he doing this on the road on vacation? Interesting. No rest. Doesn't get any rest.
Alex Jones turned Elon Musk meat riding into an Olympic sport. He was basically doing a free ad for the Tesla Cybertruck, and he was promoting his own bullshit as well and saying, we love freedom, we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and that's pretty much the end of it. It was just an embarrassing video. Joe Rogan, not to be outdone, is raising his level of Elon simpery to astronomical levels. And, man, he simps so hard for Elon here that his brain turns to dust. I mean, wait until you hear some of the points he makes. This is just... we need to invent a new word. Humiliating is not a strong enough word for this clip. Here we go.
The Tesla used to be the car that you drove to let everybody know that you were environmentally conscious and you were a good leftist.
It's a good question. Do we care about the environment or not? Because those fumes that are being kicked out of that are
like
not good.
1,000 jet airplanes flying
that's the
overhead
whole
for a
reason
year.
that we.
I love how they act
Teslas.
like there are no other electric cars, right? They make it seem like they're catching the left in a hypocrisy burn, like, oh, I guess you don't care about climate change anymore because you don't like Tesla. It's like, no, there's a whole bunch of different car manufacturers make electric vehicles now. They just don't like Tesla. Why? Gee, I wonder. Could it be because the world's richest man, Elon Musk, controls it and he gave Donald Trump $270 million and now he bought the government and is acting around it? Could that be a reason why they don't like it? No. I love how... Like, again, the thing that attracted people to Rogan in the first place was a childlike curiosity, which was a very good characteristic, good trait for somebody to have. So you learn with him. Now he's literally become the least curious person on the planet, married to his ideas, in his fucking echo chamber, parroting the stupidest fucking talking points, straw-manning the left relentlessly, never presenting a fair argument of what the left thinks, and it manifests in clips like this, with his fucking phallic-ass cigar sitting there like a manly man. Oh, why doesn't the left like Tesla anymore, bro? They're so stupid, bro. All right, we're just getting started.
You're lighting batteries on fire. They're so toxic.
Lithium and all sorts of shit getting pissed into the environment.
Oh, it's all going to come down in rain. It's going to pollute the water. The fish are going to be polluted. You're not going to be able to eat them.
We're doing good.
So he's talking about, oh, the protesters who are burning Teslas. Oh, they're hypocrites because, bro, it's really bad for pollution. It's really bad for the environment, bro. The stupid left is destroying the environment, bro. Did Joe Rogan say a fucking thing when Donald Trump
boycott Bud Light and Joe didn't say anything about
against
like this
Cancer
about
Alley,
America's beer?
the factories at Cancer Alley?
Yep.
There's a place in this country where they make, I believe it's Kevlar vests, and the chemicals that go out in the
I only
atmosphere
like
give
Rogan
people
because of Phil
cancer at
Hartman.
a tremendous rate. And Biden was suing those factories so that they stop giving people cancer. And Trump comes in and he goes, no, we're dropping the lawsuit. We're pro-cancer. We're on the side of cancer. Did he say anything when Trump deregulated the PFAS, which are the forever chemicals which give people cancer? Remember at his speech to Congress, he virtue signaled, oh, this kid with cancer is a fan of mine and we're going to make him a cop. And people like Rogan were like, oh, the left wouldn't even cheer for the kid with cancer. Maybe the fucking problem, Joe, is that Trump and Elon cut pediatric cancer research at the same time they virtue signal like they're against child cancer. They gave us more of it while pretending like they were against it. They gave us the forever chemicals while they're pretending they're protecting us from cancer. God, I hate this guy so much. Oh my God. All right. I got to keep, this is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I don't know if I can get through all of it, but you got to hit all the important points. So let's keep going.
This is for a righteous cause.
Yeah. It's all funded too. It's funded by NGOs. That's where it gets really creepy.
The Tesla fires are funded by NGOs.
Yeah, people are uncovering exactly what's going on, and this is where it gets fascinating because all this stuff is operated pretty much with impunity in the past, before Doge, before Elon and his crew of hyperspectrum psychopaths started to
fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
super wizards started diving into all this data. And this is something that Ted Cruz talked about. He said we had always known that there was these problems, but until Elon came along with these algorithms, we couldn't expose them.
I'll give him credit. Joe lost his mind during COVID.
Understand what was going on, and now they've used AI to create this understanding of the net of NGOs that is all funded by U.S. aid and by similar type programs.
He's saying, oh, all these protests at the Tesla dealerships and the vandalism that's happening at the Tesla dealerships, that's not organic. That is funded by NGOs like U.S. aid. And I know because Ted Cruz was talking about it too. Joe, what the fuck happened to you, bro? First of all, I don't know if you've been keeping up, but USAID was just illegally destroyed. It's gone. It's done. It's over.
Yeah.
Elon dismantled that bitch right in front of everybody's eyes, and then multiple courts were like, yeah, that's actually not legal, and you can't do that. And they were like, okay, great. And then they fucking left it as it is. Dismantled it, destroyed it. Even when court said you can't do that, they kept doing it. So the government agency, which Elon pummeled into oblivion, is responsible for funding the protests. I love the idea that, yeah, they cut off all the funding for all the medicine and stuff overseas and all these projects that they do. Elon cut the funding for USAID for that stuff. But he forgot to cut off the USAID funding that goes to Antifa burning down his own dealerships. How stupid are you? How stupid are you?
Once he breaks it down, you're like,
Rogan has never once
that's really dumb.
read anything which is contrary to what his viewpoint is, right? If he bothered to read anything about what happened with USAID, you'll find very quickly, for example, there was a whistleblower there who wrote a report and said after Trump and Elon did all their cuts, came out and said, here will be the result of these cuts, and listed in excruciating detail the number of people that will die from not getting their HIV medicine, the number of people who will die from not getting protection from malaria, the number of people who will die who won't get protection from this disease and this virus and this illness. As a direct result, it is like hundreds of thousands or literally millions of people who will die because of these USAID cuts. Rogan said fucking nothing about it. He doesn't look at Elon Musk like he looks at George Soros like, man, that's an evil billionaire doing evil shit. No, it's, the mega genius, the super genius, the wizard, bro. He's doing wizard stuff like killing hundreds of thousands of people overseas, bro.
Joe slogan.
Can you imagine looking at these protests and thinking, no, they're not organic. There were literally over 100 anti-Tesla protests.
All over the world. It wasn't just even in America.
Are you kidding? It's the most organic thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Teslas are being vandalized across the country. Cybertrucks are being vandalized across the countries when they're not breaking on their own, by the way, which happens quite often.
Yeah.
It's the most organic thing I've ever fucking seen.
You know, you kind of have these open-ended checks that get written to the other side. That's the top. Right, yeah, right there. How often do you smoke cigars, fella?
A couple of times. Well, I fucking turned this around the wrong way. All right.
No worries.
Keep going.
But this is essentially the way Mike Benz describes it. He's the very best at it. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
So this is a classic example of Rogan. Rogan gets sucked into the dumbest right-wing echo chamber propagandist idiots. And that guy Mike Benz is the type to be like, bro, I found $17 quadrillion going to Moroccan belly dancers, bro. We got it, bro. This is what the government funds. This is like 90% of the budget, bro. And Rogan's like, boo! And then he like spews it on his giant podcast. I'm so happy Midas Touch dethroned this guy. I'm so happy Midas Touch dethroned this guy. They got like double his views too last month. It's glorious. I hope they keep fucking growing that, because the fact that this is one of the top podcasts, it's like literally just injecting misinformation right into your veins. Just poisoning the minds of a whole generation of young men who won't know fucking dick about dick. But they think they do, because they listen to the guy who takes Alpha Brain and does cold plunges in the morning.
His breakdowns of U.S. aid.
I love his episodes on here.
Incredible.
That's so interesting.
They're so interesting, because you realize like this has been going on forever and ever and ever. And this is the arm of the government that is about regime change. A lot of the money gets funneled into these other countries, and it's under the guise of, air quotes, aid, but it's not aid. It's Agency for International Development, and it's all about influence and power all throughout the world, and also at home. And one of the things that it doesn't...
By the way, can we just point out the irony of him being like, bro, this nefarious U.S. aid thing, they use it for like regime change and stuff, bro? It's really fucked up. Meanwhile, has he said a word of disagreement when Trump openly warmongers and says, we're going to steal Panama, we're going to steal Greenland, we're going to bully Denmark to give us Greenland, we're going to make Canada the 51st state. If they don't agree, we'll steal some of their territory and redraw the border. We're planning war with Iran right now as we speak. We're planning war with Mexico. He even signed an executive order that would let him do
How do we know this? Because Pete Hegseth accidentally just sent another group text.
a war with Mexico without congressional approval. We're bombing Yemen. We're bombing Somalia. He has said nothing about any of Trump's open, brazen warmongering that he's been doing since day one of his second term. He said nothing about any of that. But he does have smoke for, bro, U.S. aid, bro? It's like, they use that to do, like, warmongering and stuff, bro. It's really bad. I'm against warmongering, which is why I endorse Donald Trump.
They organize these protests. They organize protests, different NGOs do, all funded by the government, all funded by...
So, here's my question for you. Does he really believe this? Does he really think the over 100 anti-Tesla protests and the multiple dealerships that are burning down?
No, he wants to, though. No, the thing is, he wants to because he's getting the same thing that he used to, where, like, with conspiracy theorists, this is the reason that he liked conspiracies, is because it's like, hey, man, you heard about this? And they're like, whoa, bro. He's getting the same thing from his guests, and this is all he needs. This is good enough for him.
Really think? This is all funded by U.S. aid, which Elon made it so it no longer fucking exists.
Made him happy.
Does he really think, or is he just lying to protect his buddy Elon's ass? Because at this point, I've always been more the type to think Joe speaks his mind and says what he really thinks, but he's just wrong. But this is one of the first times where I watch this and I'm like, I think he knows that's not true.
Yeah.
I think he knows he's just trying to protect Elon's ass, and he's lying to make it look like, bro, of course it's not organic to protest Tesla.
I don't think it's that calculated. I don't think so. I think that he really is just that much of a dick rider.
I'm gonna say why would anybody be mad at Elon?
Nah.
Says the man who hasn't looked once at the news in the past fucking 2 months.
And when they do it, they pay people to show up at these places. I've got pamphlets that people have given me that they've taken from these locations or gotten from email lists. Where
Did you get them from the same person that told you about the litter boxes in schools there, Joe?
Purposefully no digital record?
I think probably, but I don't think they care. I mean, I think as long as they're saying they're going to pay you to protest, I think that's legal. I think it's legal to pay someone to protest. So they're paying people $1,000, and they're giving them food and snacks, and you can get a lot of people to just show up for $1,000.
$1,000 and food and snacks? Sign me the fuck up.
And then some of them are going to get
a pizza too.
Little vandally. Some of them
sounds like a party.
Bring enough people together and they get vandally.
How crazy is it that the left are the ones who are painting swastikas on cars?
Whoa!
Just understand.
Oh my God, they're painting swastikas on cars, guys. It's because get it. They're a fan of it. Get it. That's what he's in.
How crazy positions can flip and flop. The left is upset that we're not continuing an endless war in Ukraine.
Oh my God. He sincerely believes
his brain is fucking gone.
The reason that the Teslas are now having swastikas drawn on them.
Yeah.
Rogan seems to think that is left-wing protesters who are putting a swastika as some sort of expression of their own politics.
Didn't see that coming.
Like the left is putting swastikas on cars to say, I'm leaving the trail that I am a Nazi. I am pro-Nazi, and that's why I'm putting a swastika.
That's what he was insinuating right there. I didn't miss that.
This man may be the dumbest person to ever talk into a microphone, man. Like,
I'm gonna go.
Obviously, the reason they're
too.
putting the swastikas is because Elon did multiple Zig Heils during Trump's inauguration, has repeatedly made pro-eugenics arguments, has, on a daily basis, bro, replies to open Nazis and white supremacists and white nationalists on Twitter and says stuff like, "You have told the actual truth." Spreads white genocide fucking bogus conspiracy garbage. The point, when people put a swastika on a Cybertruck or a Tesla, they're saying Elon is a fucking Nazi. That's what they're saying. They're not... And also, the thing he says about Ukraine, I'm about to lose my shit. Because it was widely reported that Donald Trump is demanding 50% of all of Ukraine's natural resources and their ports and their wealth from now until forever. That is economic colonization,
He's being
1800
disingenuous.
style.
He's not that dumb.
That is Donald Trump being the biggest warmonger, biggest colonialist of all time. And
that one I might
Rogan
disagree
looks at
with
it
you
as,
on.
oh, bro, Donald Trump's just trying to like end war and stuff, bro. He's just like a peacenik, bro. Oh my God, this man. Oh my God.
Yo,
bro, he really thinks that left-wingers put Nazis on Teslas and Cybertrucks to express their own Nazism. Not like, hey, Elon is a Nazi because of his Zig Heils and his white supremacy and all the other fucking... Oh my God. Look, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he is in such a fucking deep information bubble, a right-wing misinformation bubble. I don't know. I don't know if he knows that Elon Musk slashed pediatric cancer research. I don't know if he knows that Elon Musk...
So Joe Rogan's dumber than my 15-year-old niece? Oh, yeah.
Destroyed the CFPB,
yeah.
which is the Anti-Scam Police, which is a government agency that helped 200 million Americans. It returned $20 billion to 200 million Americans who were defrauded by financial institutions that are scam artists. I don't know if he's aware of that. Is he aware that they destroyed the Department of Education? Is he aware that they fired veterans, disabled veterans, anywhere from 100,000 to 250,000 government workers? Literally any one of those people could be at the Tesla dealership lighting them bitches up. All it takes is one veteran who fucking needed his appointment with his therapist, who you fucking fired, Elon Musk, and he goes, fuck this. Give me a match. Give me a match and some fuel, and I'm out this bitch. Because Rogan, in his mind, he's just like, Elon is such a genius.
Yeah, but come on, man. This isn't like... God, I hate to sound like Alex Jones here, but this one's not even like that complicated. They want to do this because they want to make it easier to just say, look, evil leftist terrorists, because they burn Teslas and only Teslas because they are the T word.
He's so brilliant. He's so amazing. I love him so much. I can't wait to jack him off. I mean, he's a good friend, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows he's so great. Nobody can dislike
this is the reason that the Luigi thing was such bullshit. And on top of it, this is also why that charge is not sticking.
Who can dislike him?
They tried so hard, and they're just like, hey, yeah, but you can't prove terrorism, and you're going to have to in the court of law. So it almost looks like the federal government's going to back down off that.
He's my everything. Just totally fucking... I mean, he is the most out-of-touch rich guy I've ever seen. For him to say these things, like they're fucking common sense and everybody knows it, and obviously US8 is funding the Tesla protest. Nobody's organically mad at Elon. And obviously they're putting swastikas because they're Nazis. They're not trying to say Elon's
They took
Nazi.
the money from USA.
Oh, just hang it up, Joe. Hang it up. There's no way he's ever going to get back to like his fucking 2016 version of himself.
No, but stop expecting that. People change, and they're not going to change back. What is with that? Like, you ever been in a relationship where somebody changes that much where they're just like, you're like, oh, there's no salvaging that.
It's just not happening. It's just not happening. He's
Thank God I had that like early in my dating life.
washed. He looks like
And she
Celtic
took a
Shaq.
whopping like, I
It's
don't
actually
know,
worse
6
than
months
Celtic
before I was just like, oh, you're a totally different person.
Shaq.
Than...
Every now and then, Shaq might go off for 25 points when he was on the Celtics. Rogan he's given us a triple single, as Charles Barkley would say. His 0 points.
Man, he's just terrible. He's shooting triple singles.
0 assists, 0
terrible,
rebounds.
Man,
This
just
is
terrible.
hard to watch.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and...
Godzilla. I faced Godzilla once, and Godzilla wasn't as terrible as him. I love Charles Barkley. It's like the only word I know how to say, and like that's pretty much my whole Charles Barkley impression is just, that's terrible. It's a terrible impression. Round mound and rebound. I didn't like that nickname. It was terrible. Even if Rogan does a 180, it's going to be like 10, 15 years, and it's already way too late. Well, yeah, he's already lost like the brain demographic. Don't know why I did the bunny ears. Man, knuckles hurt today. I'm having like a... Man, I really hope I don't have fucking arthritis, but I think I do. That would suck, but you know what? That runs in my family, so that could be fun. All right, so I need to run upstairs real quick. What do we got? Oh shit! Hey, oh shit! Shit! Cheers! Yeah, cheers! Fuck. I missed that, and I'm looking at it right now. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Oh, I'm gonna miss that. Shit. No, I'm not. I got it packed. There. Okay. Ooh. Did it. We nailed it. Oh, come on. Hold on. Why is my dog just cannot be consistent with her needing to go to the bathroom right now. Sucks. Oh my god, still on hold with Social Security, broke 2 hours? Guys. Well, man, now we have a little bit of anecdotal evidence for everything that's going on the social security front. Man, that's disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate that this is happening to you. I hate that this is happening to anybody. This is actually, I mean, I'm not trying to sound bad here, but this is one of the benefits of my mom's situation because, yeah, she was on SSI and couldn't imagine them trying to take that away from her, and man. Okay. I got bullied.
All right, we have some breaking news, folks.
Do we, Adam? All right, here, let's watch our... Whoa! You're looking tired. I need some sleep. Trust me, I get it. Get some sleep. I'm still trying to get SSI after 7 years. Jeez, dude. Man, I'm sorry, guys. That sucks.
Comedy is now legal again, and I'm talking to you, Elon Musk, who has been yearning for more comedy over the past few years. Well, you got it. Jasmine Crockett went on stage in Los Angeles today to speak for the Human Rights Campaign, and she called Texas Governor Greg Abbott, quote, Governor Hot Wheels. And conservatives, I'm sure they reacted normally, right? No, they are losing their minds. Their heads are exploding, and they are basically saying, hey, what happened to civility politics? Now MAGA conservatives are acting like they are the civil ones. And I want to break down some of the reactions. I want to give a nuanced take of my own. And I really want to know where you guys fall on this, because I can see the argument on both sides. And really quickly, let's be clear. You should never call anybody any sort of nickname. Don't go around talking about people with disabilities and using harmful language. That is not what we're advocating here. But the context here isn't just about language, it's also about power dynamics. Let me just lay the groundwork. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas has spent nearly his entire adult life wielding the power that he gained against marginalized communities, mainly people with disabilities. This is the same man who, as a Texas Attorney General, argued that Texas had sovereign immunity from the Americans with Disabilities Act, meaning the state doesn't have to follow federal protections for the disabled, for people like him. So again, I'm not saying that we should be mean to disabled people, but when this dude is wielding all of his power to take away any sort of protections from millions of Americans, veterans, senior citizens, children, people who just want to live with dignity, then it's probably okay to punch up a little bit as Jasmine Crockett. It doesn't even stop there. As governor, Abbott also supported some of the most restrictive voting laws in the country, and these laws were proven in courts to disproportionately disenfranchise people of color and disabled individuals. It hurt disproportionately disabled individuals who relied on assistance to vote. So he signed into
welcome to the stream. I appreciate you popping by. Texas be like, I am sovereign. I'm a sovereign state. You can't arrest me.
Law, one of the most draconian voting laws, a draconian abortion ban. The broader point here is Jasmine Crockett is very much so punching up when she makes this attack. So Jasmine Crockett called Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who uses a wheelchair, quote, Governor Hot Wheels. And I'll play the clip in 1 second, but this kind of builds on the double standard. Someone on Twitter pointed out that MAGA for years has been saying, quote, Sleepy Joe, Joe and the Ho gotta go. You know, I've been to a bunch of Trump rallies because I used to film all of those Trump rally debate videos, and people would have whole ass flags that say Joe and the Ho gotta go. And there'd be children walking around. It's like, what the hell? Kamala Harris slept her way up to the top, claims MAGA. Quote, Michelle Obama is a man. F your feelings, libtards. Let's go, Brandon. And then Jasmine Crockett punches back once and they say, how dare you? This is a total breaking of norms. I mean, even Don Jr.
I wasn't driving,
even
I was
Don
traveling.
Jr. tweeted out a few
Yeah, that's the whole, and per the Magna Carta, which actually supersedes your blah, 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 blah.
years ago, after Paul Pelosi nearly lost his life and had his skull fractured, quote, the internet remains undefeated. If you switch out the hammer and the red feather boa, you could be Hunter Biden. And he's making fun of Paul Pelosi getting beat up with a hammer while Paul Pelosi was in his underwear. Wow. Really just civility politics. Somebody else pointed out, mad about Jasmine Crockett calling him Governor Hot Wheels.
Cry bullies are annoying. Hell yeah. These ones, yes. The whole, you can't joke anymore. You can't say anything edgy, and then legit. Look at him. The intolerant left.
Yet you laughed about this. Go sit down, MAGA. And this was Trump making fun of a reporter with disabilities. And here's a takeaway. Can I just reiterate? It's not that I'm justifying making fun of people with disabilities. I'm saying that when you're punching up towards people with power, it's not always the worst thing in the world. Trump, in this clip right here, is punching down. So let's jump into the main Jasmine Crockett clip.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Where she scorches Governor Abbott. Make sure you drop a like for Jasmine Crockett. That's all that I ask, and let's check this out.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now.
That's a fire line.
And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes. Right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move on because I got other people this also hot in these streets.
The only thing that's hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess. And of course, conservatives had a normal reaction. Matt Walsh immediately said, calling him Governor Hot Wheels because he's in a wheelchair is a pretty bold move from Congresswoman DEI. So Matt
So he goes to the racist.
Walsh.
You're doing an ableist joke. I'm gonna do a racism to counter your ableism.
I hate the gaslighting here. Matt Walsh has spent the past, let's say 3 or 4 years, at least from what I'm aware of, he spent the past 3 or 4 years punching down, putting down any minority possible. And I'm pretty sure he even had in his Twitter bio, he's like a theocratic fascist or something like that. So this dude will openly punch down, hurt individuals who have already had a rough life. He will openly try to bully people, be racist, be sexist, be homophobic, transphobic.
What? Abbott? DEI? No. He's got the white, though, right? White over the whole disable?
And I'm not just throwing those around as buzzwords. I sometimes hate when people throw around the words, oh, you're homophobic.
What about when people talk about what kind of sex they like in public, the gay community?
You're transphobic.
Like the gay community?
As a buzzword, it's not a buzzword.
Oh,
Matt Walsh genuinely
What's up, dude?
wants transgender people to be eradicated from public life. So the idea that we can't punch back, the idea that the second Jasmine Crockett gets a little bit edgy and punches back, come on. And I also saw a lot of Democrats, a lot of Democratic officials condemning Jasmine Crockett's language. The thing is, I understand why. Imagine you are a Democratic politician and you have a disabled son. And I'm sure many people watching this don't even have to imagine. You have disabled family members that are very close to you. It's probably not a cool joke to make. And that,
I mean, compared to saying Joe and the hoe gotta go, that's not really that big of a deal.
that's why I'm urging us to approach this with a little bit of empathy, but also understand how people...
Do you guys remember the Burger King squad, like the kids squad? The kid in the wheelchair's name was Wheels.
Who consistently use their position of power to make life harder for those without power. It's okay to come up with nicknames. You know what I mean? Here is the conservative subreddit. It's an entire Reddit dedicated to people who are Trump supporters. And I just want you to read these comments. And it's pure gaslighting. So someone named Reagan1 said, our politics has sunk to this level. We are governed by children and they fight with one another like they're on a playground. Dude, come
This kid sucked.
the hell on. Our politics sunk to this level the moment Trump stepped foot into American politics in about 2011.
I like the dog.
He immediately hit the scene with birther conspiracy theories. That was a new low. And then the lock her up chance, that was a new low. And then nicknames, that was a new low. And then the election denial, that was an even lower low. So the idea that Democrats have now sunk our politics to a new low, I hate the gaslighting. It's so annoying. And then he says, we are governed by children, brother. Trump has the most infantile view of the world that I've ever seen. He is the one who is a child. Someone said, will the mainstream media cover and report
90s cool at its dumbest. Yeah, what's going on here? Why?
this vile behavior? Yeah, I got this article from Politico and I'm covering it. We're all covering it. Everybody's talking about it. Someone said she must be on Reddit because people on here call him that a lot. It's terrible. Making fun of fake eyelashes is one thing, blah, blah. Someone said, gross. What a vile woman. If a Republican spoke like she does, they'd be the center of controversy. I'm sorry, but Republicans have been speaking like this for years. I can point to countless examples, but I think the Don Jr. meme that he posted and got like no backlash for is a prime perfect example. And also, check this out. Even Governor Greg Abbott, a few years ago, faced a lot of controversy because he tried to stop laws that he benefited from in the past. So Governor Greg Abbott received a settlement following his 1984 accident that put him in a wheelchair, and then he erected hurdles so that other people could benefit in the same type of personal injury cases. What am I saying? This dude puts up roadblocks for other people after he climbs over them. His entire life, that's when it's been. Pulling up the ladder
He's not really climbing over any roadblocks anymore. Hey-o.
behind himself for other disabled people. So Marjorie Taylor Greene then tweets out, absolutely shameful. Jasmine Crockett is the face of the Democratic Party and they all support her. Blah.
Right, I think it's weird that talking about what your sexual preference is in public around kids is not an issue, but saying ho is.
Blah, blah.
Well, dude, I mean, the way that they also, they kind of said it like they F Joe Biden, like, I'm not sure if this was just my my Christian sensibilities being tested while, like, I remember the first time that I saw a bumper sticker with the full F-U-C-K word, but I was just like, whoa, and my mom, in typical mom fashion, was just like, oh, how crass. Oh, what a crass human being, you know? Have some have some respect. They can't eat. Look at this. There's children. She was very much, think of the children.
Blah. I'm sorry, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I will not take any moral grandstanding from you. And everybody on Twitter is melting down.
It is funny, though. Like, at least you nailed it with the cry bully stuff. It's just like, oh, Now you care?
MAGA Voice on Twitter said, "Dear Mike Johnson,
like
Jasmine
when you make
Crockett
fun of
needs to be
me.
censured." I mean, this is just
left.
It's all virtue signaling. The Atlantic released an article that went behind the scenes.
Hey guys, it's tree in the stream
into the final days of the Trump campaign, and I actually found it interesting because it said that at the end of the June,
There's
after
like one person
Donald
that
Trump's
might get
debate
that.
performance with Biden, where Biden kind of shit the bed on stage, Trump en
Crass.
route in the
Can't spell crass without ass.
campaign plane then said, quote, "The guy is a retard. He's retarded. That's my new nickname for him." I think that's what
Whoa, Adam, whoa, Adam. Look at you coming in. Whew, what's going on with Mockler?
start calling him retarded.
What'd you call me?
Joe Biden. And he was this close to posting the tweets before Susie Wiles and Chris Lasavita, his campaign managers, reeled him in. My point here is, if Trump would have successfully fired off that tweet and called Joe Biden that nickname, my question to everybody watching this video is, would MAGA conservatives or Republicans at large lined up to defend Trump? I think they would have. Let me know yes or no in the comment section.
Oh, yeah,
While
they
you're in the
totally
comment
would've,
section,
like,
make sure
defended
to
him,
drop a
yeah.
like, leave a blue heart. Make sure you're subscribed. People say, Adam, I've been watching for a while. I thought I was subscribed, but I never actually scrolled down and clicked the button. I love each and every single one of you, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
Okay. The Avengers take out Conquest? Probably not. I just saw that video. I was like, nah. To be honest, this isn't even news. No one will remember any of this other than random debate lords. No, that's why I did it as a fun little video. Like, trust me, that wasn't part of the news like segment or anything like that. Conservatives also complain about abortion, but are fine with inseminating apple trees with human DNA to make apple tree baby monsters that will fight them in the cyber war. Huh? Apple tree cyber babies? I didn't know. You unlocked a new fear. Thank you. Thank you for that. Facts. I forgot to take my pills. Forget about me. Oh, sure. That's the excuse. Get a little weird and you're just like, I forgot the pills. Oh. Take your pills. Yeah. The books are now, wait. The books about now are going to be wild. I am kind of interested in that. Like, that's like the one benefit you have when you get older. Like, once you hit like the age of like, I'll say even 60. When you hit 60 and think like everything that you liked is officially like antique, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's one of the more interesting times where you get to look back at these types of things and just be like, wow, look at what they're saying. Although, will we look at it from the same context? Because we are just like, I wonder. I'm literally going to do that, though. I'm going to just be like, I remember when I wondered about this exact moment, and here I am. Look. It's not a problem to complain about. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's in debate mode today, guys. Careful with your engagement. Oh, what happened? Hold on. I just realized that, Anna, I think you lost your membership. Shit. Oh, yeah, it's been a month. I gotta get used to that. Shit. Still getting used to that. Oh, I'm getting used to the time. Where'd the time go? Whoa. I feel like you were... Sorry, it's a Prime. Oh, I thought you were gifted a sub. Because I could have sworn that it was a... I gave it to someone else this month. I see how it is. Nah. Support other content creators. It's fine. I get a little jealous, just a little bit. A healthy amount. Otherwise, no, for real. Spread the love. I put her stream in shilling. Oh, here. Let me check. Oh, hey. I'm gonna promo one of my favorite streamers. Dipped in poison. All right. Okay, don't forget I pretty much agree with most of the things you say in secret. Kirk forgets his pills and he's just like, oh! I said that out loud in chat. I typed it. Oops. I typed it. It's there forever. Shit. Let's see. This is the bad part about me having to close my entire browser from earlier is I had a bunch of stuff that was up there, but let's go through my history. Here we go. Hiking with Bill Burr. No, I found out that one is copywritten. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Come on. Work. Okay. They're attacking me. MAGA is attacking me over this viral clip.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark.
Alright. Hold on. I'm coming. Oh, shit. Good for him. Yeah, Surfshark. Surfshark. What are we arguing about? Oh, is that how I was watching Hassan? I don't have the mental capacity to argue with Alirda. I'm too dumb. Good luck.
All right, I've got a lot of Trump voters on my ass right now, and I'm going to use this video to officially respond and push back. It's going to get fun because overnight, a clip of me debating a MAGA politician went viral, both in liberal spheres and MAGA spheres, and a lot of Trump supporters aren't happy with me. I mean, read some of these replies. One person said, "You're a clown if you actually believe you won that exchange." The next person said, "You sound dumb, lol." Then, "You lost that argument. You got slammed."
Really
Someone
into
said,
the worthy content?
"Your rebuttal was garbage truck juice." What does that even mean? Someone said, "No, it's because..."
What is your thing with Sirius? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be like hyperfixating on the situation in Gaza, Syria, anything like that?
Because you're gay and I'll actually put...
Dude, I'm I'm almost 4 hours into stream. I'm just having a good time here, buddy.
Push back on half of that.
It's called High on Politics. I'm not here. I'm not sitting like... I'm trying to contribute, but...
Not gay. I exclusively date women, but I do...
Dude, you're the one called Dingleballs.
You want to use this video to show you these clips.
This is what you're contributing to the world, Dingleballs.
Show me debating this MAGA politician, and then push back on some of the Trump supporters in the replies who
Look, guys. Look. He changed the S to a Z to show how edgy he is. Look how edgy he
being
is.
Super, super dumb. Wow. I mean, check out this clip.
I'm taken at how edgy he is.
Of me debating MAGA politician Rob Astorino. Their populist message right now really could appeal to a lot of people. Bernie's been doing this billionaire thing for years, right? The billionaires. We need to get the billionaires out of here. And
billionaires.
Now there are actual billionaires walking around the White House in the form of Elon Musk and even our president, most people in Donald Trump's cabinet. So there's a reality where Bernie Sanders and AOC keep hammering home this billionaire populist message, and it resonates with a lot of American people.
As George Soros keeps writing checks.
I mean, George Soros isn't walking around the White House like Elon Musk is running cabinet meetings. Has George Soros ever run a cabinet meeting or formed a department of any sort?
Basically, because his puppet Joe Biden, his puppet Kamala Harris, and all his other puppets are where they're supposed to be, according to George Soros's plan.
the money, and if you did, you might run into...
Okay, I actually think that was a good question on my end. I say, has George Soros ever...
Where'd you learn that from, my dad?
...directly run a cabinet meeting? And this guy is so dumb that he goes, well, sort of, if you follow the money to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, so he hasn't. So he has never done that. And Trump supporters online jumped on that. One person in the reply said, you understand that more billionaires supported Kamala versus Trump, right? You do know that Kamala had 3 times the spend for her campaign than Trump, overspray the budget while all her campaign was half the length of Trump's. Your words don't match reality. This dude is so dumb. My point went right over his head. It's not about who has more billionaires on their side. It's about the raw power that one single billionaire holds. Elon Musk controls so much power and attention and controls so much media through his ownership of X and through his wealth that he holds a disproportionate amount of power. No other billionaire holds this amount of power, and even if they did, no other billionaire is really willing to openly wield the power like Elon Musk has. So when Elon Musk is leading cabinet meetings, to bring it back to what I was saying here, when Elon Musk is leading cabinet meetings, then yeah, we're gonna push back. I mean, watch this spat one more time.
As George Soros keeps writing checks.
I mean, George Soros isn't walking around the White House like Elon Musk is running cabinet meetings. Has George Soros ever run a cabinet meeting or formed a department of any sort?
Basically, because his puppet Joe Biden is puppet Kamala Harris, and all his other puppets as they're supposed to be, according to George Soros.
This dude actually sounds just dumb. I'm not trying to be mean, but he actually sounds dumb when he brings up George Soros and spreads those conspiracy theories as a 60-year-old dude who should probably know better at this point. And the reason why none of these comments bother me when people say, you sound dumb,
Adam gets
you
one
got
square.
slammed, is because I know what they believe. And I know that their beliefs are warped. If you guys have ever seen Rick and Morty, there's a quote where Rick says, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. That's how I feel about Trump supporters. I've seen what makes them cheer. These people think the election was stolen and are genuinely racist. So it's like, why would I care if they think my argument was bad? But watch the main clip that went viral. This clip currently has a few 100,000 views, and MAGA supporters are not happy. I'll break down after some of the insane reactions they had, but check out this. All right, I just went on a right-wing news network and kind of blew up the entire panel by attacking Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Watch how it unfolds. It's hilarious.
Kind of goes back to what we were just talking about, you know, millionaires or billionaires that, you know, they're clearly in both parties. We saw almost all of Hollywood come out in support of Kamala Harris last election cycle here. And Adam, you want to talk about relatability? I mean, do Democrats have a problem with that on their side?
God doesn't exist. Don't be rude.
I mean, the degree between George Clooney, I bet you he donated a few $1 million, and Elon Musk buying the platform of Twitter, rebranding it to X, and then leveraging that platform to then spread right-wing propaganda. And then on the top of that, on the back of that, donating what? Hundreds of millions of dollars to the campaign. You're not telling me George Clooney donated hundreds of millions of dollars. But I want to ask Rob a question, because Trump, after George Clooney did this, wrote this long Truth Social post, like basically a temper tantrum. Does it not concern you all that the President of the United States is currently whining about George Clooney and a portrait of himself rather than actually, I don't know, helping the American people? He's got 2 peace deals falling through right now, and our president is tweeting about a portrait of himself. Does it not concern you?
Let's see. Biden left this country in an absolute and utter mess, which is why he didn't run, because his numbers were horrible, and Kamala Harris lost. Because all the ideas that they're espousing was a disgrace. Trump is actually fixing the economy. Trump is actually dealing with Ukraine and Russia, which Biden would have let go forever and gave hundreds of millions of dollars. So he's actually dealing with these issues, and the American people, including immigration, are cheering him on. So, yeah, if he wants to do a tweet every now and then, I'm fine with that, because he's cleaning up the mess. He's actually getting this country back on the right track.
He's cleaned up the mess so well that his unpredictable tariff policies have made even Jamie Dimon come out and say, dude, we need more certainty. It's made the S&P 500 fall, and the GDP might contract for the first quarter, according to the Atlanta Fed. So, yeah, he's really cleaning up the mess.
All right, final thoughts to Rob, and then we got to go.
Markets are doing very well right now on the heels of the recent.
He's been in office 8 weeks. 8 weeks. Joe Biden had 4 years and created the biggest mess this country's seen in a long time. I don't think he gets an A yet. He gets an incomplete. He's only been in 8 weeks, but so far the American people said, keep doing what you're doing.
All right.
He said day one.
Yeah, okay.
He said day one.
Yeah, that's what all these. That's why this grassroots movement is, growing at a record pace in a non-election year. Yeah, okay. That's because you guys are doing such a good bang-up job. Even changing the Democrat, those Democrat-leaning independents. Yeah,
At the end, I point out Trump did say day one, and now they're moving the goalpost back and saying, "Hey, it's been 8 weeks." Just because he hasn't gotten the ceasefires and
he was just talking.
Economic accomplishments he's promised doesn't mean that he sucks. And I want to go over this debate and some of the responses. Someone said, "How old are you, you Marxist communist dipshit? What is your grand plan to fix the economy then?" I don't know, maybe keep the steady hand that Biden had and continue Biden's economic policies. My plan would be to not shake up the economy with unpredictable tariff policies. He then says, import millions of brown-skinned immigrants to further destroy the base of this country.
I love how they always offer their counter argument where it's like, is this your idea? See, I already know how you think, you weirdo.
Racism. You piss and moan about rich people not paying their share. That's a pretty sad argument. I never even use that argument. But a lot of people were criticizing me, saying that I should have pushed back when he began to attack Biden. What you need to understand here is that these segments on TV are about 4 minutes max. They will try to use slippery tactics to pull you down a rabbit hole and get you to argue other things. If I would have spent all of my time, and my time's like 45 seconds to speak, just defending Biden, how am I at all progressing our agenda? I mean, as much as I hate to say this, Biden is now sort of old news. Like I will defend him at some point, but at this very moment in time, we should not be focusing on past administration. We need to be focusing on how we can stop the Trump admin, take them down a peg, spread our message, and make sure that he has checks on him. Why would I spend my entire segment defending Biden? A lot of people, I got an email yesterday that was like, Adam, I really didn't enjoy your Newsmax segment because you didn't push back on the Biden segment. And it's like, you don't understand the 30-second window that I have can't
You're not liberal enough for me.
Be spent on Biden. Now, someone else said, the S&P falls after every election, but you are way too young to know what presidential changeovers do to economies. It takes time for the transition, no matter who takes office. I find that so incredibly condescending, but also just wrong. I said in response, this is blatantly false. And this is a chart showing how the S&P 500 is moved at the start of each Trump presidency. During his first term, off the back of Obama's economy, the S&P 500 continued to skyrocket very, very cleanly. Now, in Trump's second term, with his unpredictable tariff policies, you see the S&P 500 boop, 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 rapidly falling. So yeah, it kind of feels like the idea that every single presidential transition hurts the S&P 500 is just false cope that Trump supporters are using. Look at how these people warp and distort reality. They will say the S&P 500 always falls when that is not the case. I'm gonna leave it there. If you enjoy watching me spar with Trump supporters, not only on TV, but on Twitter, drop a like, subscribe. People always say, Adam, I thought I was subscribed, but I never actually scrolled down and clicked that button. So it's free, it would help a lot. I love you all, I'll see you in the next video, and peace out. And really quickly, I recently put my phone number into an online website.
I don't know where you're going with this, so. It's probably a sponsor of some kind. Only one sponsor here, kiddo. That's Ground News, because Ground News is Ground News, and Ground News is news that you need. So Ground News, do the Ground News. Ground News. Seeing if I can actually do this. Yeah, I mean, we all love Ground News. Ground News is Ground News, so get Ground News by doing the Ground News at Ground News here. Essentially just went full on I am Groot. Ground News. Shilly McShilstein over here. That seemed a little off. Sorry. Didn't mean anything by that. I meant that I definitely trying to sell that Ground News. What the hell is going on with this thing? Like, all of a sudden it's just like, hey, it's really bright in here. There we go. Best argument against abortion. Whoa. Oh, you guys are going for it, huh? Ground News much better than Sky News? It is. Somebody was saying that it's like, oh yeah, it's just another, corporate entity that feeds you your everything. It's just a different algorithm. Yeah. I know what I'm selling, and I'm proud to be, partnered with them because honestly, they keep me that much more informed. And as a streamer, like that's important. So, just gonna say. All right. And I'm winging it right now. Oh, so yeah. Actually, I need to relax for a minute. Oh my god. What do we got here? Denial and deflection. Genocide supporting YouTubers respond. Noah Sampson. Yes. Interesting. Do I want to watch a whole hour of that, though? I guess we could. The quartering is $300,000 in debt? Really? Screw it. That one I will check out. Let's check it. Actual Jake did this, so let's see what he has to say about this.
The quartering is looking, what's the opposite of shoveled? He's looking that quite a bit. Is he good? No. Because the title of this video is called Woke Leftist Just Screwed Me Over and All My Staff. Man, that's pretty rough. So this is the first frame of the whole video,
leftists.
huh?
It's always the leftists, guys.
It looks like if Tom York was evil. That's funny if you guys know who Radiohead is.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but it appears I have to now.
Straight Arrow News. Yeah, this place sucks.
Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard.
All right.
I hope you have a fantastic day.
It's 13 seconds.
What the fuck?
In. Now, I would love an ad counter or a mention of one of his businesses or business ventures. A way to pay him money. How many times is he going to mention a way to pay him money? It's 13 seconds in. He hasn't done it yet.
Heard me say, "Hey, I've got my mega mixology cookbook to help help fund the new studio. I've obviously it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company.
2.
Well, the coffee company has all.
Why do you need a new studio if you're $300,000 in debt and you already have what you're making the money, you're doing the thing? Like, what is this thing with bigger, better, like all the time and spending dumb money, like fixing what's not broken?
Also, Ben,
that's one of the number one things that I was that I actually it was a saying that I took to heart. And it's worked for me where it's just like, yeah, don't fix what's not broke.
Expanding to take on Amazon to try and compete more with bigger names and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves.
I'm counting this as 3 because it's like an expansion of his business venture.
To sit in front of a camera.
The past 3 years, I've provided coffee.
Guys. I've been doing this all wrong.
Brand coffee.
I should just be asking you guys. I need to hit $300,000 just because, streamer.
Remaining completely apolitical.
Coffee brand coffee is not apolitical.
I already feel bad enough for asking for what this. But I also hate the fact that I have to ask for this because that's a whole nother thing.
You are
really
not
is
apolitical.
Oh my god, the system.
What the fuck are you even talking about? You're full on grifter. This is drop shipped coffee. I know, right?
And that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that, but it would have been easier for me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that. But
it would have been easier, huh?
I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day.
Yeah, he wants coffee shelves. He wants to be at Walmart.
Big difference between what
and charge, that much more.
I do,
and then wonder why it's all in the dumpster.
Most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee.
I don't drop ship my coffee. Okay.
We roast our own special blends.
It's home roasted. He does it himself in Wisconsin.
hand flavor our beans.
Hand flavored with
Where's the actual Jake from?
Jeremy's piss basement flavored beans. Yummy. He stores them in the same drawer.
He strikes me as an Arizona type.
We pack our orders, we ship our orders, we handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes. And we're trying to...
Who the fuck is buying their mom a quartering gift box? Ooh. Oh my God, please. I need to see a picture of who the hell is doing that.
Compete on Amazon.
Whoa.
And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max.
It's called you overreached.
God. Yeah, I'll cut.
You didn't budget.
That is 4 as well. Yep.
It was, but the woke left won't come. They're making sure I don't get that money.
Compete on Amazon. No, with Amazon.
Okay, I can see why people stop arguing with you. Honestly, Kirk, this is the reason I stopped engaging with them a long time.
You probably saw me selling my Neo.
Where it's just like, dude, on top of the fact that it's just like, can you ever make a point in like 2-3 sentences? Ever? Like, or just break it down? Like, just break it up? Like, maybe put a thought in between each one? It's just like, holy shit.
Geo collection.
Paragraph after paragraph after paragraph.
Selling my Nintendo collection. I'm
6.
Selling
well,
all this stuff to help
better,
fund
dummy.
this stuff. And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But now we...
Mitesh, I mean, according to, I forgot who, this was a little while back, but somebody was spamming my chat with that, where they were, trolling. They're just like, look at you begging for handouts. Look at you begging for handouts.
Hit
actually, I think
roadblock
that was Dave Wayne.
I need to try and reach out and give,
hey, 4 hours in.
Give you an understanding of why I could use some help.
Oh, son of a...
Oh, shit. I forgot. Jeremy needs your money again? Wow. That's pretty cool. He sure does ask his audience for money a lot. There is a kind of shamelessness, I guess, to it that is abhorrent to me. It rubs me the wrong way. I think most people are grossed out by it, except for parts of his audience. Although he said the coffee brand coffee is a meme because he mentions it all the time. Are people going to, what are the comments like? Bro, I literally work for a packaging company. I can easily help you. The contract is a contract. Sue them. So someone broke a contract?
I can't confirm this for sure, but
purely speculative.
Right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand or...
They don't want to work with you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So due to your actions, that's hilarious. Pound sand. That's fucking funny. That's the free market, Jer Bear. Aw.
I do find it funny how much how much joy he takes in the suffering of the quartering. That's kind of funny.
That's capitalism, baby. guys, I might lose my whole life.
I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling.
It's crippling.
I'm already so overextended with Coffee Brand Coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage.
They knew.
It's actually a little on the nose.
Yes, they are conspiring.
That's better than LibTears coffee. But has he literally hit his his peak? if his own audience is not buying this stuff, like that's kind of where I'm starting to wonder. It's like, is this a millionaire panhandling? It is. That's kind of the wild thing, because like, yeah, he's trying to do it with like the budget of his show and all that, and he's trying to also like insinuate like, yeah, this is all because I have to pay staff and shit. It's like, no.
Firing against me. It's awesome that the Trump presidency is coinciding with him losing it all. That's going to be fucking great.
What is the solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment. And
to buy $80,000 in equipment.
And I didn't know what else to do. I can't miss Mother's Day. It's our biggest sale of the year.
Chocolate
and
peanut
so
butter.
I said,
these are really good.
Okay, fine. Put it on my credit card. We're going to just...
He financed $80K on his just like American Express.
figure it out. And that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card.
That's a lot of dimp to put on a credit card.
That was dumb debt to
on
take
a
on, yeah.
credit card. This guy got COVID loans that he never paid back.
What is wrong with salami?
If you can't drink the coffee, you can always slurp up the drool straight from the leopard's mouth. There you go. Yeah, as they bite your face off. At 21% interest. Let's fucking go. What's 21% of 80K, Chad? I can't do math. That's a lot of damage.
And but we're going to save Mother's Day, and we're going to bring this last piece
It's like 96K, I think.
to the puzzle in-house. We're even getting a machine to make our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, do it for skincare. But anyway,
okay, so like call it 7
to help pay for it. We've done this one other time before, and what I did was I put.
Oh my god! This is like truly pathetic and shameless.
This one, I have to say, that tiering system, holy shit, guys. Just to watch his stream?
Truly.
Wait, does he have a free stream on YouTube? Like,
annual membership,
or is
mega
he, like,
mixology.
behind all paywalls? No,
It's
it literally
AI,
says
bro.
YouTube.
Cool, man. Perplexity Pro.
Weird.
Together this very cool Founders Vault Pack.
A Founders Vault Pack. Whoa, it's called
You went to Rumble with Crowder, I think. Oh, okay.
Fine, fuck you. I'll finance my own K-Cups machine. I'll call them J-Cups. Coffee brand J-Cups on credit. Yeah, man. The constantly rolling ball of trying. So you think you're going to get enough people to buy this, that you're going to make out the 80K?
Water bottles in the washer.
There's only 1,000 of them, and 200 of them are already gone from my live stream earlier today. It includes our freeze-dried strawberries, which are not available anywhere else and will never be available as far as I'm planning.
Yeah, because we only got this stock of freeze-dried strawberries. Cool, dude. Fucking nice. This is the most scuffed fucking thing.
Anywhere
It really
else.
is.
You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors, tangerine, which trust me is delicious.
Okay, it's just an ad. This is just an ad for the coffee. We are 4:20 in, blaze it, and he has just done ads for the coffee. That's all this is. The woke leftist just screwed me over and all my staff. Clickbait to get you to do
That looks
to do
gross.
the grift.
Yeah,
with
it doesn't look good.
Isn't that so cool?
And the thing is, I actually like freeze-dried, fruit. I have freeze-dried mangoes upstairs right now.
What fun.
Ooh, I just
And
realized.
cherry
I have
cordial,
freeze-dried
which is also
mangoes
really
upstairs.
good.
I'm
You
sure
also
it's
get a
fucking
Founders-
awesome. You drink this and you shit your fucking brains out right before you go to your wagey job just so you can go.
Just threw a rotisserie chicken in the oven to warm it back up. Was it a Costco rotisserie chicken? Because those are bomb, dude. I kind of want one right now.
Spend $100 on shitty
Anyone want to just run to a Costco and just like, I don't know.
freeze-dried strawberries to get Jeremy out of his credit card debt?
I
Feels
can figure
fucking
out
good,
how
man.
not to
As a
dox
fan of
myself
the
with this.
quartering, that sounds like exactly what I want to fucking do. Hell yeah, bro. Get myself some cherry cordial off-brand coffee. Poop a lot.
coin and a signed numbered thank you card from me specifically. I'm be
We don't
signing
have
them every
Costco
night
yet?
for the next
Aw.
2 weeks. Plus, you get a free gift. If I sell out of these, we can afford the machine, and this can never happen again. Many people have probably noticed, hey, we've been out of stock on stuff, and things are running behind. It's because of this one hiccup.
Yeah, things are running behind. We're out of stock. The business doesn't work. Please buy more stuff so I can afford to get behind on that as well. Please, please, please.
But if I can convince you to give our coffee a try, which I tell you all the time, I think is the best out there. If you try our spring flavors, you're going to get it before anyone else. You're going to absolutely love it. And you're going to help stick it to this stupid company that has screwed me over.
Yeah, sticking it to the company.
And keep me out of, hopefully out of debtor's jail or whatever. And if you don't like coffee,
please, the script is catching up to me.
I still have my Mega Mixology cookbook.
Mega. This is so sad. This is so fucking sad. He never had any dignity, but like, does it feel bad to do this? Look at him every day. He's got to work so much to just try to make this work.
Please give me your fucking money.
My coffee isn't political. Buy my coffee to screw the leftists, yeah? Thanks, this one. It's just 20 recipes made with AI, I'm guessing. Oh, yeah. This is so insane.
Which I'll link in the description down below. It's a pre-order that will be shipping around the end of April. It's hilarious. We already have almost 50 recipes done. Cool. They're like different memes of like...
Cool, they're memes.
Cocktails, mock.
It's been all downhill since his wife got pizza with her tennis instructor and he pissed in the basement. I know, right? He thinks his signature is worth $20. It's crazy. $20 for a quartering signed bad cocktail
for real
Trump book.
Cocktails, coffee, tea drinks, summer drinks, fall drinks, but it's all got like, you know, our sense of humor and the tailgates for
our sense of humor. Tailgate for Trump special edition. Cool. If you buy this and you're excited for this, I think this should be considered a mental.
I'm asking that right now because I after this one, it's like, what is life? This guy signing Trump cookbooks. That's life.
Illness. Like this is. I think we should have some kind of like counseling.
Oh.
Like, buddy, this is not only is this a grift, but if you're buying this, if you're excited about this product, what the fuck is wrong with you? Look at how slapdash this is. These are like dollar store items. $55.
For Trump, I put back on sale too to try and put money together. I just know, and if you don't like,
that is kind of sad. Could you imagine
coffee,
like putting all that work into those, and then like somebody buys it, and then you just find it in a freaking at like a half price books for like $1?
Tea. We have regular coffee, our blueberry.
Wow. Okay, I've lost count, but we're over like 14.
Cobbler is really good. Our silky ultra dark roast is really good. Our 004 is good. Our Ethiopia.
There are people killing themselves.
Got,
and you're turning soda
T-minus 9 minutes, guys.
I had my fill of quarter pack. That wasn't even Dr. Gamble. That was Rublum. The mutiny has begun.
It's good. We have something for you. And so I'm hoping today...
Are you going to do anything besides this? 6 minutes in.
You'll give Coffee Brand Coffee...
Is he also going to run an ad in the middle of this as well? Like a different thing?
Chance, or you'll pick up a cookbook to help me get out in front of this a little bit. I know once...
Help me get out in front of this financial hole.
It sounds like he's preparing for a lawsuit.
I put myself in.
I don't know. The language he keeps using, like, I got to be honest, man. This is kind of like the language that you use where you're like, I... need to get ahead of this. I can't really say too much, but if you can really help me out. Like
Coffee Brand Coffee from being in the grocery stores, maybe as soon as the end of this year, hopefully by next year, and in convenience stores and things like that.
Hopefully the convenience stores let Jeremy in to the, yeah, sure. This is so sad. Alexa, play Crab Rave. This is just, yeah, pretty depressing stuff. Do you think we're going to be looking at this the whole fucking time, or is he going to show us some other fucking thing to offer? At least change the picture.
We really are at an inflection point where a lot of companies would take on investors. You know, I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt.
He has $300,000 of floating debt.
A lot of
Holy shit! That's a lot of debt. That's a tremendous amount of debt.
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds solid. Yeah. Sounds like a good investment. Yeah. It's a house. I'll tell you what. That's a few houses around where I live. That's good.
Just being dead serious.
Just being dead serious. I'm in deep with the sharks
because of the huge stock up for Mother's Day.
No, that's
now
what
I
I'm
got to
talking
buy
about.
this
That's like
machine
a
I wasn't
house near
planning
where I
on
live.
buying. And but if we come out the other side of this, we will be fully stocked on Amazon. We'll be fully stocked on our website. We'll be fully vertically integrated. So we'll be able to lower prices and lower costs. We are doing so much. We handle our own customer service, by the way. Maggie works full time.
Maggie. So can you change the fucking... I'm going to go until he changes the picture. Okay.
You can just go to shop and
He's still the same shit.
Coffee or K-Cups.
Cool. Show me something.
And
show me something.
We have...
Fuck yeah, dude. Those look boring as shit. Wow.
All of our, double cap.
This is a bad
Oh my god,
website.
dude, yeah.
We have
And his
decaf.
sales pitch is
We
so
still have
Yeah, I don't
sad.
like this. I don't like how you've done this.
Gingerbread coffee available. That's 50% off right now. We have our cold brew coffee.
Everything's like poop colored. Like this looks like a pee pee poo poo. You know? Double
does.
caffeinated coffee. Oh,
No, I
because
see
it's
what he's
colon
trying to do
blow.
though. He's trying to
You
do
drink
like
this
the edgy sport aesthetic.
And you're gonna
trying to market to like Dick's Sporting Goods types.
spackle the inside of your fucking toilet.
Those look like they came from 7-Eleven.
Like that.
Fees.
I mean, 7-Eleven
really
actually has
good.
better coffee than this.
We have everything in K-Cup form: strawberries and cream, blueberry cobbler.
Wow, cool. It looks so manly. These look like dude wipes.
Now, if you popped one of those cake cups and said, "Hey, this is a strawberries and cream," and I didn't necessarily know where it came from, I might try it.
You guys ever seen dude wipes? The ass wipes? Yeah. It looks like you wipe your ass with what's in the box. Like, come on, Jeremy. These are fucking lame. They're so tactical.
All this stuff. We have something for everyone on coffeebrandcoffee.com.
Do you? Something for everyone. What about me? I don't drink coffee. And I don't support Nazis. 0 for 2, bud.
And I'm hoping you can help me stick it to this guy.
Yeah, stick it to this guy. Help me.
And just no more relying on anyone else. Lesson learned. Hopefully, I mean, this will cover a chunk of it, a nice chunk of it. And, once Mother's Day comes around, I'll be able to pay off all the rest of it. Or if we sell a bunch of Trump books, but those are supposed to be for
a bunch of Trump books. Please.
The studio. So literally the worst time imaginable to have this happen. And you guys have all been so helpful and thoughtful.
All right, you're still on this. Are you going to change? Nope. Well, Jeremy, oh, look at him.
I will not talk about coffee at all tomorrow. Okay.
I will not talk about coffee at all tomorrow. This is pathetic.
That's kind of funny they had to say that.
I just figured I'd make a dedicated video because
I figured I'd make a dedicated video and call it "Woke Leftist Just Screwed Me Over and All My Staff." What a fucking just pig. What a pig. A slop pig.
Kind of running out of options.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed. If
I fucking enjoyed it, but not for the reason you thought.
Enjoy, understand, but we'll talk to you again real soon.
Yeah, cool. I'm excited for the next time he gets drunk on stream and pisses his pants. That's really the next step in this story.
Well, Dan just farted and it smells really, really bad in here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. That's spicy. Oh. Oh. God. Fucking A. Whew. Okay. Well, we got 3 minutes until fun time. Which, here. All right, guys. You guys ready for the 420 fun half? I hope that you're all packed up and ready to go. Again, we are T-minus 2 minutes out. Where did that Noah Samson video go? I think that's the one I want to watch. If I can just fucking find it. Wait. Cenk was on Piers Morgan? Really? Again? Man, Piers Morgan really, he's just like, ratings are dipping. I only got a couple 100,000 on this one. You know what? Bring in the Uyghur.
Since I released my video, the YouTube...
Okay. We'll watch this after the 420 mark here. And we'll go into the fun half. And I think the fun half is, we're going to try something new. I think I'm going to try and, yeah, I'll try something new. That's all I'll say. Hopefully. All right, let's go. He's just chilling. Okay. I watched this hour it came out. I watched this the hour it came out. Oh, nice, really. Yeah, I haven't actually watched any of Noah's content in a long time. Long time. But yeah. So this is gonna be this is gonna be a good one. So this is here. So let me figure this out real fast. So what I have to do here is I'm gonna move this up here. Then what I can do. There we go. Perfect. All right. Me down. Let's screen's gonna be a little busy, but this is gonna be different. I'm gonna test this out. We're also gonna see if this affects my frame rate. If it gets too buggy, let me know. Just emergency type 1 in chat, and then I will know that something's up. Thank you. It's like that. Oh, I thought it was. He's another one that I thought I was sub to that I didn't. Either that or they unsub me. Guys, if you're make sure that you're subbed to my channel. Because I'm starting to notice that, yeah, that is also happening, where I've had people say, like, I thought I was subbed to your channel, but I was not, so. Here, I'll make this a little smaller. There we go. All right. Actually, no. What I'll do is I'll make me smaller. It's down here. Ha. There we go. Let's go for it.
YouTubers who backed a genocide, there have been some developments. Ethan Klein responded to the video with an Instagram story shortly after its release, where he wrote, "God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hassan, and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years on YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserves better representatives." Soon after this post, Ethan brought my video up during his live show where he threatened to sue me.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who backed a genocide. This is fucking disgusting, and I'm not okay living in this world.
Oh wait,
hey, these little
Mitesh, are you
scumbags
you're going on a second date?
Say this shit,
Oh yeah,
and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most. I mean, can you say something more fucked up about somebody than that? Sounds pretty defamatory. And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit, this little scumbag.
So he is threatening to sue me for defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something even more messed up than accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, you know.
I just have to say my mom would love Noah's room. Like, especially that armoire.
No, actually supporting genocide. I can't imagine that it's pleasant to be confronted with the idea that you might be supporting a genocide.
That's a weird thing
so
to say
the
about
instinct
that.
here to
It's like my mom would love
deflect
his
and deny
room.
without
It's like,
even
hey,
offering
you
any
should
sort of actual defense against the points is an entirely predictable response. This is how the liberal media class will operate in the coming decades when it's time to answer for their crimes of manufacturing consent for a genocide. They will simply say, "No, I didn't." If they say anything at all. Most of them won't. It's happened throughout history. It happened with the Vietnam War. It happened with the invasion of Iraq. And it'll happen again with Gaza. What makes Gaza a bit different, though, is that unlike prior US-backed atrocities abroad, we all know what's been happening there the entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever live-streamed genocide because we've seen the entire thing as it's happened with high-definition cell phone video. The mass destruction, the ruthless attacks on the healthcare system, the deliberate targeting of men, women, children, medics, aid workers, the intentional starvation used by Israel as a weapon of war, and then the massacres that followed that starvation when Palestinians crowded around aid trucks trying to get what little food Israel was allowing into the strip, the 20,000 slain children, many of them slaughtered with their entire families, the IDF terrorists recording and posting their war crimes, acts
we have that armor
of humiliation, degradation.
I got a pretty decent armor from my mom.
Their torture and rape of Palestinians.
Strangely enough, before she moved to Tennessee, she was like, I kind of want to get rid of this. I was like, no, I want that.
Palestinians, the full support of Israel throughout all of these atrocities.
I'll take that.
The vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
I just think we need to kill them
every one of them, and that's it.
Whoa.
And if not that, because the country will not let that happen, the government. Just the least we can do is just kick them out of our land, because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve it.
What do you think about Palestinians?
That I hate them, and I wish they all died. We didn't stop, and we killed everyone.
You're gonna kill everyone?
Yes, yes!
You guys are animals. You guys are f***ing animal terrorists.
You killed 10,000 kids.
10,000 terrorists that would grow up to be the next. 10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next terrorists. That's
Really?
Because it's Palestine.
But I'm Palestinian. Does that mean I'm a terrorist?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want Palestinians in Gaza to die?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We've seen all of this, which is
Wow.
why the whole "no, I didn't" defense doesn't hold up, because, you know, yes, you did. We have you on video during this genocide that everyone saw, spreading propaganda that's been used to justify that genocide.
It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. And these monsters, they rape women, they burnt babies alive. Many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan Health Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization. I think a lot of people are all too happy to not look too deep into these things, but again, Gaza Health Ministry is Hamas.
Oh, no.
There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians
One
during
hitter
the
quitter.
Nakba.
Oh,
We have
no.
you on video attacking and delegitimizing the only groups in the world militarily resisting that genocide, with arguments plucked
Yeah, what's
directly from the U.S. State Department, the #1
Ooh,
material
you made me
supporter
mad. Let's
of the
go.
genocide.
Terrorist groups.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the most prominent media figures in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking down the propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video running defense for the primary architects of the genocide.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
But he was like a moderating voice in the war.
Okay, this clip though, she did walk back. I at least want to be fair to that. It sucks, but I'm just saying she did walk this one back.
Yeah.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
We have you on video attempting to portray the perpetrator of that genocide as some kind of beautiful, free, diverse, democratic state.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
These people all seem to believe that in order for someone to back a genocide, they need to like look into the camera and say, I support genocide. I think it's good. More of that, please. And while we do have examples of certain parties to the conflict here doing just that, like Destiny and Asmongold,
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place.
The most common and effective way to back a genocide doesn't look like that. Mainstream Western outlets don't say those Palestinian kids deserve to be killed. No, they say that some kids died when bombs dropped, that Israel says it was dropping on Hamas, which is a US designated terrorist organization. The mainstream Western media doesn't say that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. They simply quote the death tolls as being reported by the Hamas, aka terrorist-run health ministry, and then report uncritically the IDF saying that most of them are soldiers actually, and soldiers are terrorists by the way, so who's to say what's actually true? The mainstream Western media doesn't say that Yemeni children deserve to die because they're all Houthi terrorists. They simply cite the Houthi-run health ministry, aka terrorist-run health ministry. So when the US and Saudi Arabia kill those children. It's a sad event in the overall morally righteous fight against terrorists. Terrorism is bad, remember, and terrorists are the bad
Lamps
guys.
are so fun.
If some kids died while they were going
Lamps are cool.
after terrorists, you know, I guess that's just war.
Allie, you and my mom would have gotten along just based on your aesthetics. Arm Wars, oh man, I could actually write a book about it.
Same.
Arm Wars and Lamps, the story of two women's journey to an antique mall.
Response of, no, I didn't, from Mutahar of the large YouTube channel Some Ordinary Gamers. When Hassan Piker shared my video on his Instagram story, Mutahar responded to this post writing, I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting. I have never defended or backed the Israeli genocide on innocent Gazans. Never will I ever. Following this, there was a bit of a back and forth. Hassan responded to Mutahar on Twitter, writing, in your only video on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics. You try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama slop for a centrist audience. You defend Asmongold for his inferior cultures and genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices. Mutahar wrote back, yes, I do admit to not being an expert on the topic. I didn't cover it as a drama since it isn't one. Serious situations with dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. Also didn't defend Asman in vid. Later, Hassan wrote, we were a year into the genocide here. This was your only video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asmongold's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off of Snark Reddits. Mutahar's final response was, it's almost as if the bulk of the commentary matched what the video was titled and centered about, Twitch allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric from your camp on its platform. The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them. So what do we make of this exchange? Well, first, Mutahar denied covering the genocide as drama, but that's exactly what he did. He has never once uploaded a video covering this topic, except for when that coverage was filtered through a smear campaign that was making the rounds in the commentary community about a
He's gradually getting more furniture in his room.
Content
it's
creator
kind of funny.
they all don't like. You know, Hassan Bad. He denies defending Asmongold in his video.
I'm glad they stopped just doing the mustache. That looked not great.
Once again, making no effort to actually defend himself on that point. But that's also false. Mutahar whitewashed Asmongold's comments further than anyone else, really. He went so far as to change the content of what Asmongold actually said to make it seem like he wasn't talking about Palestinians when he was.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion.
Even Asmongold himself admitted that that's what he said when he apologized. This is why he was banned. Now, whether Mutahar stands by this characterization of Asmongold's genocidal rhetoric or not is a different question, but he did do that, and the record shows this. His video is still uploaded on his channel. You can go watch it. Denying this seems to be just indicative of a lack of reflection on his part. Entirely predictable, but worth noting nonetheless.
Just an aside, Sfeels cannot really see you, which is weird.
The no, I didn't defense is the expected response from centrists and liberal Zionists alike, but I don't know how well it'll hold up in court. I didn't back genocide. How could you say that? I just sat silently the entire time it happened, except for the one time I spoke up, which was actually to attack pro-Palestine activists with bad faith smears that originate from a community of openly genocidal Zionists.
I'm pro-genocide.
They're terrible people.
Best of luck to you in your legal endeavors should you pursue them. I don't know how well that'll hold up, but have fun, I guess. In his last tweet, Mutahar seems to deny his participation in the smear campaign, writing, the clips were sourced from the creators who streamed them. This is false. Mutahar did not source these clips from Hassan's stream. He sourced these clips directly from the smear website. He cited the website out loud and said, go check it out, guys.
There's a website known as danclancysucks.com, where it goes through a treasure trove of some of the most popular streamers on the site. One of the most popular political streamer, Hassan Piker.
As we went over, this website is a compilation of out-of-context clips and arguments attacking pro-Palestine creators that openly embraces the support of genocidal Zionist organizations like the ADL and genocidal Zionist politicians like Richie Torres. The community from which all of these allegations originate is that of a content creator who says things like this.
He is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point. That's what's going to happen.
He wants me to do the hard
work. So he walks away,
Yeah.
gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's trying to make me go do all the hard work. Well,
here.
let's
He
go.
sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot, and everything is this is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like
and fatally wounded.
They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot in it, actually, right?
Flag on
and
his
then
chest.
this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And like, what does this mean? The wife's, the widow, the wife has
$5
heard
super
what
chat. Thank you,
happened.
Mitesh.
Like, bro, this is
Mitesh,
crazy.
$5.
I'm sorry.
Loot box
The
XP
tracking
snacks.
live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
What is happening?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe. So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed, but I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember these people, not these people. I mean, these people actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more. It would require me to make a lot more assumptions. But it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if that's his wife?
Do we know if he's banned on Twitch?
These are a whole bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. Right? It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves.
Speaking of that guy, Destiny, the genocidal Zionist sex criminal video game streamer, he also had a crack at responding to my video where he made some interesting points. Destiny criticized my characterization of the 2018 Gaza border protests as being overwhelmingly peaceful by citing instances of violent actions that protesters took part in during the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All of this is like the Peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the Peaceful Great March of Return.
Now, when I used the word overwhelmingly in my video, I used it as the word is meant to be used, which is to mean overwhelmingly, which means what the word means, which is to a very great degree or with a great majority.
Overwhelmingly.
Some instances of violence during these protests do not contradict my use of this word. The protests were overwhelmingly nonviolent, which is exactly what the UN report found.
The protest camps set up along a fence can make you do a double take. In parts, they look like a community festival, a carnival, a fair, like a distant cousin to Burning Man. Women prepare falafel sandwiches. Barbers give haircuts and trim beards. Lip syncers and dancers perform in the shade. Actors ham it up playing cruel Israeli soldiers. Families come with their children.
Ultimately, though, regardless of how the protests were characterized overall, the reason I brought them up in my video was as evidence that Israel has a history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. That's what the UN report found. Israeli snipers intentionally targeted medics, journalists, men, women, children, elderly people, and disabled people. Cite whatever instances of property damage, tire burning, flag planting, rock throwing you want. These are irrelevant to the fact that Israel intentionally targeted thousands of civilians with sniper fire. The commission interviewed an international journalist covering the demonstrations at the Malika site who described the scene that day. What was notable was the amount of injured people and the slow, methodical shooting. Every few minutes, you would hear a shot ring out and you would see someone fall, and then another shot and another person fell. It went on for hours. I saw a man who had been shot in the throat. I didn't see it happen, but I saw the immediate aftermath. He was covered in blood. I saw a man who had been shot in the head. There was a constant stream of bloody bodies being carried back towards the ambulances. It was surreal and endless. It became almost normal. It was happening so often. A shot, a person falling, people carrying the body away. The number of wounded was astonishing. I couldn't say how many people I saw who were shot because it was so high. I have covered wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and I have never seen anything like this. The slow, methodical shooting. It was just shocking. Presenting this fact is only a one-sided history if you think intentional civilian targeting is somehow warranted due to other unrelated instances of violence, which definitionally cannot be true. This is, of course, if we're taking international law into account, but Destiny's a Zionist, so that's not high on his priority list.
I'm pro-genocide.
Destiny has had similar Israel glazing-induced English language difficulties in the past. He had this same response when Norman Finkelstein brought up the 2018 border protests in the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate early last year.
In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. Along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers, correct?
Snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right. Because
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects
Okay.
of violence to it.
Okay.
According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't.
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to what
during
he
most
said.
protests, dozens have
Did you
approached the
just
fence,
agree with me,
attempting to
Mr.
damage it,
said the
burning
wall-
fires,
Did I
my
throwing
God, this guy's
stones,
getting
and
amazing
Molotov
here.
cocktails towards Israeli forces,
Oh my God. Okay, so this is like, wow.
flying
That's hard to listen
incendiary
to.
kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage
you
to
don't-
agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli
because
civilians. Some incidents of
Mr.
shooting and
Borelli-
throwing of
Mr.
explosives.
Borelli,
also
talk
referred-
fast.
Borelli.
Talk fast.
I'm just
People
sorry.
think that you're coherent.
I'm just
Notice Destiny's retort to Norm's description of the protests being overwhelmingly nonviolent is that there were actually aspects of violence. This is not a contradiction. Overwhelmingly means overwhelmingly.
عمري 16 سنة صابت في يوم الأرض تاريخ 30/3 يوم الجمعة. كنت على الحدود الشرقية في رفح. كان في آلاف المتظاهرين والمتظاهرات شباب وفتيات ونساء وأطفال وشيوخ. وصلت على الساعة 9 صباحا. بدينا إنه أول ما وصلنا قعدنا شفنا وين رح نقعد وبعديها رجعنا صلينا الجمعة ورجعنا أنا وصاحبتي. لما وصلنا لقينا كل الشباب راجعين كلهم لورا ما حد متقدم. فمسكنا أنا وياها إيد بعض ووصلنا نقدم قدامهم وأجوا باقي البنات صاروا يمسكوا إيدينا والشباب صاروا يهتفونا ويشجعونا أكثر مشان نقدم أكثر. كنت أمسك الأعلام وأغرسهم وأقرب أكثر وأكثر. غرست العلم ومسكت علم ثاني وصرت ألوح فيه. فالاحتلال يعني ما عجبه هالمنظر يعني. طبعا يعني كنت انا محروقه يعني من جوا كنت بغلي يعني تعرف شوفي كل الظلم يعني انت بتعيش كل يوم. كنت من الاقليه الموجودين يعني كنا بنعد على اصابعي اللي قدام. وانا قدمت كثير وكنت بعيد عن اليهود اقل شيء 20 متر. لما لوحت في العلم سمعت صوت طلقات صابت صدمه يعني كابوس. أول ما شالوني وقعت على الأرض بعدين شالوني
Feel
ثاني
bad here.
مرة ودوني على الإمبلاس.
I'm gonna move this up real quick.
بدي أنام كنت وجع كثير. Now you find it so far-fetched.
Never mind.
Israelis
Of course, right as I'm gonna do it.
purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the UN investigation find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only one or two of them were justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
Zionism's crazy because it kind of backs you into a corner of having to defend the indefensible. And I don't know, if you're as shameless as Destiny is, that's not really an issue.
They're doing it to themselves.
But for most rational human beings, you see someone arguing that and you say, oh, that's an insane person. And that's the high ground we have on Zionism. The more people understand the truth, the less people are going to be publicly willing to defend these crimes. Destiny later nitpicks my comment about the media's use of terrorist designation in articles. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished.
Relying on a U.S. terrorist designation is retarded. But you don't need to do that. You could just know what Hezbollah is, which is like a paramilitary militant group that's funded by fucking Iran that now has like seats in the fucking Lebanese government that is like hostily taken over the southern part of that country, right? You could just know that. You don't fuck a U.S. terrorist designation. But we're gonna start simping for them now? Is that what we're gonna do? Okay.
Even if we're going to explore the reasons why this terrorist designation is to him not illegitimate, it only reinforces the circular logic of the terrorist label. You don't have to call them terrorists to know that they are terrorists. Just look at what they do. They kill civilians. They violently overthrow governments. They take over entire countries. Okay, well, the U.S. does all of those things, but it isn't on the U.S. designated terrorist list, is it? Israel is U.S. backed, the U.S. being, by the criteria we just looked at, a terrorist state, but they're not on the list either. It's almost like these designations are selective and used to reinforce U.S. imperial hegemony. Oh my God, no way. What?
These subhuman, Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, white dipshits, like Noah too, will sit here and fucking defend Hezbollah, which is what he's doing, as like a legitimate governing party. Hassan, the terrorist supporter as well, who is also very white, don't ever be mistaken by his background or the way he looks sometimes, depending on what he's trying to present. Hassan is also one of the whitest people in the West, okay?
One of the whitest people in the West. He's one of the whitest people in the West, folks. You've never seen a whiter guy than this Hassan guy. Ultimately, we don't need to take
I'm sorry, that was good.
People like Destiny seriously. Zionist
Destiny took that picture.
Hezbollah is not doing so
That's
in
funny.
good faith. Obviously, he is a Zionist. He supports the genocidal Israeli regime and opposes resistance to it, which is what Hezbollah is. The group exists as a response to Israel's repeated colonial killing sprees in Lebanon, which are not terrorism, apparently, because Israel's the good guys. So he's not a person we need to take seriously in any of these conversations on what needs to be done. That's the sort of criticism trap here on YouTube. You know, a guy who isn't a part of your movement criticizing your movement. I don't like having to even bring him up. I honestly just like that white boy's clips. I thought it was funny.
Sound looks like a 1970s Persian landlord. He really does.
Knuckle-dragging white dipshits.
Oh my God, the fact that you said a Persian landlord from the 70s, like, Sean, you do not understand how right you are.
Oh, look at
like, oh my God, he even wears the turtlenecks and chains.
Some more
turtleneck and chain. Turtleneck and chain.
This stuff in future video responses. I'm going to split them up point by point and see if we can dive a little deeper into these topics. I think that has potential to be worth it, but we'll see. Today, though, I want to look at just a few of the common arguments I saw from Ethan Klein, his supporters, and other participants of this campaign. And because this video is more influencer drama focused, I'm going to take that opportunity to do a sponsor now. That's when I'll do them, when I'm talking about random internet micro celebrities, for as long as I need to do them, which hopefully isn't much longer. Support me on Patreon to make them stop. There's been an escalation in the trend of crackdowns over free speech and the right to protest in America. The US government and intelligence agencies have the ability to deploy warrants dedicated to ensuring privacy and data protection. Sign up for free using my link at proton.me/Noah Samson to protect your privacy and also support the channel. All right, back to the video now. In this Instagram story, Ethan asks the question, when did I ever support a genocide?
When did we ever back a genocide?
I'm sorry.
When? Like, show me.
I have an answer to that. Let's go over it once again. Ethan Klein was the primary signal booster for the smear campaign against pro-Palestine activists that was orchestrated by a group of openly genocidal Zionists during the active genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. Every point raised in his content nuke video was borrowed directly from Destiny and his community regarding Hassan's alleged terrorism support, his alleged anti-Semitism, and his alleged extremist views.
Hassan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media. Okay, fine. He likes
come
Hamas.
on, really?
He watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Ethan himself, in this very stream, reveals that he is aware of Destiny's comments that openly endorse the genocide of Palestinians.
The only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said, I think, and during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. So if you're talking about defamation, that's like an easy out, right? For legally speaking.
So that's one way to back genocide, is by functionally collaborating with an openly genocidal Zionist who you know is openly genocidal on a video that reached over 3 million people exclusively using arguments and out-of-context clips that were compiled by the community of that openly genocidal Zionist. The other major way that Ethan backed the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza with his video was by spreading atrocity propaganda narratives that the Israeli state, military, and its backers in the West have used as rhetorical justification for their genocidal actions. This backing precedes Ethan's content nuke, as he was one of the first major content creators to
Staraptors, I have to say, are one of the most underrated Pokemon as far as like dangerous.
Spread the
Those things will kill you.
40 beheaded babies hoax.
They found 40 dead fucking babies at this kibbutz where like tons of people got killed. Now, I don't know if they were beheaded, okay? And some people really care about that detail. So to me, the 40 babies is enough.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
A false claim that he has yet to rescind or apologize for making. In the content nuke, he doubles down with this sort of propagandizing for the state of Israel by spreading the Hamas mass rapes hoax. He cited the documentary from Sheryl Sandberg that relied on testimony made under duress in Israeli detainment centers and unverified claims from witnesses.
Earlier this year, former Facebook executive Sheryl Sandberg produced a documentary that was screened at the White House and on Capitol Hill.
Last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence. Sheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
The way that Sandberg proved her case, shockingly, was significantly through the use of coerced interrogation videos. The documentary, of course, won praise in the pages of the New York Times and is, to this day, sitting on the White House website. The White House website now says, quote, preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence is a top priority for President Biden and Vice President Harris. Since October 7th, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and our entire administration have consistently condemned Hamas' horrific sexual violence. On June 17th, the Vice President hosted an event at the White House, which included a panel discussion and remarks by advocates and survivors of CRSV from around the world, and a partial screening of Sheryl Sandberg's documentary, Screams Before Silence, on Hamas's sexual violence on October 7th. Now, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights Israel all rejected the use of hostage interrogation videos in the months after October 7th. And most news outlets chose to reject their use as well, citing the likelihood the confessions were extracted by torture. Sheryl Sandberg, the White House, and Hamas have all gone a different direction.
Now, my point about this propaganda claim seems to have been misconstrued by some viewers of my video. The claim in question is not that rapes occurred, rather that Hamas systematically weaponized sexual violence during the attacks. This was the claim spread by mainstream news outlets like the New York Times and used by the US government and the Israeli government as a pretext for blowing up occupied apartment buildings to target low-level Hamas commanders. The UN report that was released and cited widely by defenders of Israel as evidence that this is true says the opposite. The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes that the overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. Ethan's citation of the conclusion to this report, point 86, that there are, quote, reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations, does not at all verify the claims made in his video in the central piece of evidence which he cited for it, which was Sheryl Sandberg's propaganda film.
What happened on October 7th was mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
Nor in all the places that systematic sexual violence was alleged against Hamas, which it was many, many places, mainstream places. This conclusion also does not contradict anything Hassan has ever said about October 7th. In every clip cited in the video, Hassan is talking about the systematic rapes claim.
The systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7th
Not a single bit of that has been verified.
The clip that was cited repeatedly by Ethan, what he seemed to think was a smoking gun,
downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Ethan's presentation of this clip is dishonest, though.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hassan isn't talking about sexual violence in a vacuum. He's talking about it in relationship with something else, in relationship with the struggle for Palestinian liberation. It's like saying that it doesn't matter if rapes occurred during a slave rebellion. That doesn't change the dynamic that slavery should still be abolished, which is an entirely uncontroversial statement, if you're against slavery, of course. Some noted that the UN report called for further investigation into these alleged crimes, and that's true, it did. However, further investigations have been repeatedly denied by only one party, and that party is Israel.
Why not put the responsibility and blame the atrocities quite simply on the perpetrators and say it was Hamas who did it?
When I accepted the invitation from the government of Israel, we had a number of meetings and we discussed the parameters and explained clearly the purpose of the mission, which was only for the purpose of gathering, analyzing, and verifying information.
But still, it is pretty clear who did it after talking to survivors and hostages returned, right? It wasn't the Belgians who did it. Just, I mean, it's pretty clear.
I understand the frustration of the people of Israel. I mean, like, I saw, I was distressed when I came to Israel because I saw a traumatized nation. So I understand the frustration, but I think it's up to your government to give access, and that's one also of my first recommendation.
What's interesting is that Ethan has showed some level of skepticism for these sorts of allegations before, but only when the victims were Palestinian.
Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. So according to, I guess, this website, this doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or it might be credible.
Do you have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the...
Well, what is this?
The lack of...
listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused and photographed, she said. But, like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is...
CARE is
There's no source. There's, like, nothing here. Like, shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like, it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
On March 13th, the United Nations released a report called More Than a Human Can Bear, which concluded that it's actually Israel who is guilty of this crime, the use of systematic sexual violence, along with various other gender-related crimes like the deliberate targeting of reproductive healthcare facilities and violence against women and girls, all of which amount to crimes against humanity and acts of genocide. This report is absolutely damning. Everything that the US government, the State of Israel, the New York Times have ever accused Hamas of doing, Israel is guilty of with actual proof. Despite this, the Western media has been silent. In what little coverage the report is receiving, the findings are being downplayed in a repulsive manner. The New York Times, for example, let's just read how they covered it. The Israel is guilty of genocidal mass rape report. The headline reads, UN accuses Israel of targeting reproductive health facilities in Gaza. A report by a UN committee found that Israel has committed genocidal acts intended to prevent births. births. Israel quickly rejected the findings as biased. Thanks for the heads up on that. Okay, so no mention in the headline or the subheading of the systematic mass rape and sexual violence campaign by Israeli forces. It just groups those in with the genocidal acts there. And then an immediate citation of Israel's defense. Incredible. Let's read on. A United Nations commission on Thursday accused Israel of targeting hospitals and other health facilities in Gaza that provide reproductive services, including an IVF clinic where thousands of embryos were destroyed in what it called an effort to prevent Palestinian births. The report by the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory called that and other actions that cause harm to women and girls, quote, genocidal acts, and accused Israel of punishing Palestinians collectively for the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 attack that killed 1,200 people. So that's how the New York Times reports mass rape campaigns from Israel. Other actions. Other actions. Which other actions? Mass rape? Weaponized sexual violence? Credible evidence to allegations this time? No. You'll have to wait a bit to hear about those. First, the IDF is speaking. Israeli officials have long accused the Rights Council of singling Israel out, arguing that UN officials and committees condemn the country with far greater frequency than it does dictatorships like North Korea. In February, Gideon Sa'ar, the Israeli foreign minister, said Israel would stop participating in the council, accusing it of demonizing Israel. The United Nations is Hamas, the United Nations is anti-Semitic. That's what Israel told us, and we're going to tell you what they told us uncritically because the New York Times. The first time the word rape is used in this article isn't until 15 paragraphs in, and then when it's used, it's immediately followed with reporting that the accused were not ultimately indicted for any sexual offense, and that Israel says it doesn't do that actually, and that they follow the rules. I could scream. These people are fucking disgusting.
She was taken to sedate man, and she was nude searched over and over again and filmed, and then she was raped twice by Israeli male soldiers, 2 of them at a time, while videotaping her. We have also one testimony of a woman who was also taken. She says she was also raped by an inspection device by a female soldier more than once. They inserted the inspection device in her rectum. We have also one testimony of a woman saying that she was strip searched and they would beat her on her behind and they would humiliate her in front of each other. Most of the women also who were taken from Gaza, West Bank and Jerusalem said they were beaten on their genitals, which has made it to conclude that there must have been a directive that's been given to the Israeli army to treat women in such manner, because in Jerusalem you're treated by completely different law enforcement than in Gaza or in the West Bank. But all these women said they were beaten on their genitals.
And I could just add on about the women who were forcibly disappeared in Gaza. Like I said before, it was usually as they were fleeing south through the safety corridor, they were abducted at the checkpoint. Many were taken to the Zakim detention center and the Negev detention center, and all together in one large hall, forced to strip completely naked and just sit in this hall, the women amongst each other and the men amongst each other. And it's also been reported and known that Israeli civilians are invited to come to this detention center and mock the Palestinian prisoners while they're naked, photograph them, and watch them as if it's a zoo. So that's something that we've seen.
Also, when it comes to checkpoints, like I said, it's where the sexual violence happens and it goes unreported. So we have a testimony of a teenage girl who was made to undress a man because he refused to undress. They made her undress him, even though she's not related to him. She doesn't know who that man is. And while being searched and touched and molested on their breasts and on their genitals as well.
The media has largely downplayed this report and its findings, but it does conclude that Israel is guilty of the most prominent accusation made against Hamas on October 7th, which is that it weaponized sexual violence systematically. Israeli security forces do this in a coordinated, intentional manner with the goal of subjugating, humiliating, and collectively punishing the Palestinian population. Will the people in this smear campaign acknowledge the existence of this report? Will they acknowledge that their unverified accusations against Hamas are verified actually by this report against Israel? I personally doubt it, but who knows?
It's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
The other piece of Zionist propaganda cited by Ethan in his video was his downplaying of the Nakba. He has participated in overt Nakba denial before.
1948, the War of Independence is called in Israel. Others know it as the Arab-Israeli War.
So I just want to note here that Ethan gave this supposed war 2 names there, but he missed one, the Nakba. And the Nakba is a very relevant and very apt name.
New Luigi trial update from Status Quo? Oh,
Because
shit.
the fact of the matter is that when this supposed war happened,
I think
the
I got an
Palestinians
update
had
about
no real organization, no real funding,
Here,
no really significant armed groups or leadership to protect them to fight back against the Zionist colonists, while the Zionist colonists had, for a very long time, organized terrorist groups, militias, etc. among them, which were extremely well funded by international organizations that they had formed, which were dedicated to funding and fomenting the Zionist colonization of Palestine. Hence, what Ethan Klein calls a war here actually started out as mass killings and expulsions by an organized military against the people who did not have one. The Nakba, contrary to the narrative of Ethan and Hila here, began before the intervention of the nearby Middle Eastern Arab states. It was a reaction to it, in fact. By the time of the Israeli Declaration of Independence, more than half of the people who were expelled in the Nakba had already been expelled.
After the partition plan to split the Palestine into a part Arab, part Jewish, as many of you probably know, every Arab country around Israel waged a war of annihilation.
Okay, so Ethan left the Nakba out of his narrative here entirely. That is absolutely inexcusable. It's like leaving the Holocaust out of World War II. It simply cannot be forgiven. It is abhorrent, honestly. It's the only way that his narrative can really hold up here as well.
But he does it again in the content nuke in a different way. He downplays the Nakba in the content nuke by equating it to Jewish expulsion from Muslim countries.
In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
This is done with misinformation, so he lies by omission regarding the nature of Jewish immigration to Israel. But even if he hadn't, this is on its face a piece of Zionist propaganda. Because being a refugee does not enshrine upon you some right to steal other people's land and make them refugees. That's what the settlement of Israel was, and any equivocation between that and other factors is a direct rhetorical justification for the crime.
The very premise behind it is obviously flawed, and presenting the partition plan as if it was not clearly a grave injustice is a rhetorical trick to then sort of implant this idea that what Israel did was legitimate. They were just abiding by the plan, apparently, even though they broke every single thing that was stipulated in it, and that it is the fault of the Palestinians for rejecting obviously untenable things like this, rather than just giving up more than half of their country to new arrivals for their own exclusive use. And it's especially ironic that Zionists love to cite the partition plan as somehow legitimizing when they reject, like, literally every other UN prescription or decision, binding or not, ever made on the subject of Israel-Palestine aside from it.
The last main point on Ethan's support of the genocide in Gaza is his effort to delegitimize resistance to that genocide. He spends a good deal of time in his video going after Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, literally calling them the bad guys.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
I feel like I already touched on this a bit in this video and the last one, but what struck me about this section was just the brazen lies about these groups, spreading the ridiculous claim that Hezbollah is responsible for the entirety of the death toll of the Syrian civil war, while also changing all of those deaths, which included combatants, to civilians, and accusing them of genocide.
They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide.
No one does this. I don't know where this came from, but it's just legitimately a bizarre claim to make. Or his false claims about the Houthis, that the hostages taken from the Galaxy leader had not been seen or heard from since the genocide began.
I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now, with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values.
That's not true. They were confirmed to be in good health by visits from humanitarian organizations, or just lying about the nature of their attacks, as if the Houthis are attacking these ships for any reason other than what they're doing it for, which is to stop Israel's genocide.
The Houthis have been extremely explicit and repeat on an almost daily basis. Their attacks on ships in the Red Sea will stop as soon as the Gaza war ends and humanitarian and other supplies are allowed into Gaza, and therefore the Palestinians will no longer be under the threat and the horrors that you've earlier described and that most of us have seen on our screens for many, many weeks. The important thing is that although the US and the UK claim that they're only defending free movement in the Red Sea and refuse to accept any connection between this and the war in Gaza, for the Houthis, it's absolutely straightforward and explicit that, number one, they're only targeting ships that have any connection with Israel, whether they're going to Israel, coming from Israel, delivering stuff owned by Israelis or whatever, any connection whatever. And that other ships are not targeted, except, of course, now, since the US and UK strikes have started, they are also targeting US and UK ships.
Also evident in the fact that during the ceasefire, quote-unquote ceasefire, that Israel violated over 1,000 times, the Houthis stopped the attacks, and they only started them up again when Israel started completely starving out the Gaza Strip, fully restricting aid. And in defiance of the starvation blockade, the US and the Saudis started bombing in Yemen and killing children. So if you want to stop Israel from killing children, the US will kill your children. That's basically the conclusion of that sequence of events. It bears repeating here, Hezbollah and Ansar Allah are the only groups in the world that have provided aid to the Palestinian resistance against Israel's genocide. That's a fact. Citing their status as US-designated terrorist groups or historical examples of their violations of international law does not change that fact. If we acknowledge the fact that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, which Ethan, or at least his fans, seem to believe he does, then it must also be recognized that the international community is legally obligated under the Genocide Convention to employ all means necessary to prevent said genocide. When it comes to Israel's genocide in Gaza, these terrorists here are the only ones following the law, the only ones operating with any sort of moral compass.
All states are obliged to do everything in their power to stop this genocide.
I like listening to ambient airplane sound, ambient videos while sleeping. You would really love if you lived in Itasca or O'Hare.
From continuing
Man, you would love it.
In Palestine. Who has actually done that? South Africa, when they brought Israel to trial in the International Court of Justice for genocide. I've said arguably Hezbollah, not a state, but it is a significant actor in that state because it has engaged Israeli forces militarily, initially in territory illegally occupied by Israeli forces, the Shebaa farms in South Lebanon, to draw Israeli assets away from the genocide. And the third one that you mentioned very significantly, Yemen, under Houthi control. The Houthis, Ansar Allah, they announced in response to Israel's genocide in Palestine that it would block shipping into the Red Sea that was headed to resupply the Israeli regime as long as it continues the siege and the genocide in Gaza. And it's been using this choke point at the head of the Red Sea, it's called Bab el-Mandeb, which means the Gate of Tears, in this narrow strait between Yemen and Djibouti at the opening of the Red Sea. And they started this targeted partial blockade in November of 2023 when the genocide started by boarding an Israeli ship, and then they sustained the blockade until the announcement of the most recent so-called ceasefire. At that moment, the Houthis lifted the blockade while the ceasefire was going on, demonstrating that they were doing this as a humanitarian intervention in order to meet what the International Court of Justice has said is the responsibility of all states, and what the General Assembly in its implementing resolution has confirmed is the responsibility of all states to do everything in their power to stop the genocide and the siege that was being imposed on Gaza. You know, some ships avoided the blockade by sailing around Africa, but most of them couldn't. So the major shipping companies stopped sailing to the Red Sea, and the port of Eilat in Israel went bankrupt, which means that this blockade was working. It was denying the Israeli regime many of the goods that it needed to continue the siege and to continue the genocide in Palestine.
The United States, aka the terrorist designators, meanwhile, are the ones doing the terrorism. They are aiding and abetting a genocide with billions of dollars in arms shipments to Israel. The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide. The US is not stopping its arms shipments so that Israel can continue that genocide. That is the material reality. If you actually want that genocide to stop, you need to do something material to try to stop it. And so far in the world, the only people doing that outside of Gaza militarily are Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. If you spend all your time attacking these groups while sitting on the sidelines, idealistically opining on what forms of resistance are acceptable to you, then you're supporting the genocide. Full stop. There's something to be said here about the basic attack on free speech evident in this campaign. They want to deplatform Hassan for interviewing a Yemeni teenager on the grounds that they believe this teenager is a member of Ansar Allah or the Houthis, a US designated terrorist group, and that Hassan didn't just interview him, but he promoted him. Glazing is the legal term they use, I believe.
It started with Hassan platforming Houthi terrorists. This kid is a rampant anti-Semite and a violent Houthi terrorist.
But he literally had a terrorist on his stream. This wasn't really an interview. It was like a glorified promotion reel.
Glorifying a terrorist live on stream. This man does not critically apply any form of journalism.
Hassan did not ask him one critical question. In fact, the opposite. It was a complete puff piece where he sucked him off, elevated him, was uncritical.
None of this is true. Ethan provided no credible evidence to the claim that Rashid al-Haddad, or Tim Houthi Chalamet, the nickname of the Yemeni teenager, is a member of Ansar Allah. And in their interview, Hassan asked multiple questions that were critical of Rashid.
I don't know if he can answer this or not, but
like it sounds like when Mitesh itself. Whoa, shit.
As far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين. His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
In America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه. He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell yeah.
But even if that hadn't happened, and even if he were a member of the Houthis, calling for deplatforming on those grounds is a basic violation of free speech.
It was very frustrating to see that because like there is journalistic value to interviewing every single person. People have interviewed Osama bin Laden. I was trying to make him comfortable in that conversation because I didn't know if he was a Houthi or not. I thought he might be, right? So I wanted to make him as comfortable as possible. And then yes, the conversation trajectory probably would have changed a little bit if he had said he was a Houthi. He said he was not. And I was inclined to believe him. There's no reason for me not to. But even in that process, they still asked him about like his thoughts on Jewish people, anti-Semitism and the like.
They wanted to deplatform Hassan for watching an Ansar Allah music video on his stream. They claim that this is terrorist promotion, watching unfettered terrorist propaganda.
This wasn't a great look.
As they claim. But the question here is, what level of
especially when he was like, yeah, they're dancing. It's a music video. And his friend was just like,
Denunciation and condemnation would be required during Hassan's viewing of that video in order for it to clear the bar of a valid viewing of a piece of political media. The mere existence on the screen of a video from the Houthis is enough to trigger that post-9/11 war on terror response in the American viewer, to the point that they're willing to just call for his banning for making such violent and evil threats like Yemeni people are a musical people. Or
no, but that's not fair. I gotta say, to like with Noah's assessment here, no, because that's trying to be like, well, no, then any criticism is a bad faith criticism. No, that's not.
Function as an act of resistance
like I said,
against
it's not a
the
great
US-backed Saudi genocide.
Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them
Ethan's
musically
not right
talented
here either.
people.
They're very musical people.
It is precisely this line of argument that the US government and the Trump administration have taken when it comes to the illegal kidnapping and detention of Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. He is not charged with a crime. He is being silenced for his speech on the grounds that it constitutes terrorist promotion. As this sort of terrorism is a threat to US national security, according to the US, this is grounds for detention. The terrorism in question here is, of course, advocating against a genocide. Whether it's the US-backed genocide of Palestinians in Gaza or the US-backed genocide of the people of Yemen through its crippling blockade that has resulted in the starvation of hundreds of thousands of people, or its indiscriminate bombing campaign that has killed tens of thousands more. In both of these places, the justification is fighting terrorism. When the US-backed Saudi coalition blows up a school bus full of school children, the justification they use is that they were targeting the Houthis.
It was an attack which drew international condemnation and left the parents of 40 children crying over their graves. Initially, the Saudi-led coalition claimed the attack was a justified military operation. It was targeting Houthi leaders. Now it says
come on.
It made mistakes.
When Israel blows up a
Damn it,
hospital,
Kobe.
lighting medical tents on fire and burning Palestinians alive, the justification they're using is fighting terrorism. It's all part of this same system, and whether on the ground in Gaza or on the airwaves of media coverage of it, the premise itself of terrorism needs to be challenged. Which is why when you release a video for 3 million people attacking resistance to genocide as terrorism,
terrorist groups, terrorist propaganda, terrorism, terrorist organization.
That is on still currently on a loop,
sort
by
of
the way.
doing that same thing. The last point for today's video I want to bring up is the concept of deflecting criticism. Ethan implies that my decision to criticize him or character assassinate and horrifically lie about him, as he put it, is tied to Hassan being my idol, and my idol being criticized compelled me to defend him, seemingly against logic or reason or something like that. This was an accusation shared by many of the viewers of my video. Hassan Glazer detected, opinion rejected. Now what's interesting is that this response simply reinforces my point about the Hassan bad online media ecosystem. To these people, responding to my arguments on their own merit is unnecessary because they can simply write me off as de facto wrong because I am defending Hassan, who is de facto wrong because Hassan bad. It is not the actual political issue I am defending him on that they're able to challenge. The issue, of course, being opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza and informing viewers about the resistance to that genocide without screaming, "I condemn terrorism," into the microphone for every second of that coverage. No, it's not that. It is the mere fact that Hassan is on the screen while I make these points that seems to trigger this response. The response of completely ignoring the valid connections between Hassan's arguments and my own. It's cowardly, but expected, and only serves to strengthen my resolve in the notion that these people are not serious in their politics and therefore should not be taken seriously. The other major example of this sort of deflection is in regards to my citation of the YouTuber Bad Empanada. I can't tell you how many comments I received from people that decided to throw out all of the points made in my hour-long video in their entirety because at the start of it, I cited Bad Empanada's prior responses. None of these comments, and I mean not a single one out of the seemingly thousands of them, took the time to respond to, let alone debunk Bad Empanada's points about Ethan's video. So far, I haven't seen anyone do that or even try. Regardless of how you feel about Bad Empanada or what you think of his posts online, the facts are the facts. If you can't dispute them, then just say that and move on. Embrace your ignorance and your blind fandom, because at least then you're not being a coward. You're just saying, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm a dumb idiot baby. I don't like Bad Empanada because he's mean to my favorite streamer. Okay, that's fine. That's the truth. There's a claim going around that Hassan being pro-Palestine does not make him immune from criticism.
One of the most cynical methods Hassan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
In one way, this is true. Like, let's say Hassan walked up to you and stepped on your foot and you said, "Hey man, don't do that, ow." And he responded by saying, "You're going to criticize me while there's an active genocide going on right now? Seriously?" That would be an example of an invalid deflection from criticism. However, when the criticism in question is related to Hassan's support of Palestinians and advocacy against their genocide, and the criticism is coming from people who do not support that cause, then yes, it makes him immune. He doesn't have to take that criticism seriously because it's coming in bad faith from people who are not allies to his cause. If criticism is coming from parties who have no stake in or solidarity with the mission of Palestinian liberation, these criticisms are irrelevant. They are beneath consideration. The people who levy these criticisms do not talk about politics until it's time to make a Hassan bad video. This is the case with all of the slop tubers who shared the smear campaign. Ethan here might argue that he does have a stake in the pro-Palestine movement, as he has referred to himself as a stalwart ally to this cause.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This raises some questions, to my mind, namely, how? What did he do to be able to bestow upon himself the label of stalwart ally? Calling yourself an ally is already you know, what are you doing? But in this case, especially, what are you do? What did you do? What did he do? He donated to a fundraiser. Okay. But what if I told you that this donation was a one-time donation of what is likely less than...
Oh, whoa. Sorry, I was not really paying attention to what's going on in chat. Duke of Bread. Oh, right. Are you guys fighting like, or arguing from Twitch to YouTube?
than 1% of his yearly income to a fundraiser that Hassan ran, and that this was followed by total silence on Gaza over the course of the genocide until it was time to attack Hassan with smears that originate from genocidal Zionists. And then in order to justify these actions, he would hold that donation of what is likely 1% of his yearly income over people's heads.
I've donated $6,500
No,
to
just
a
annoyed by the video.
Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
And when I say silence, I do mean that. A search through every episode of the H3 podcast, which is Ethan's most significant form of content creation in the span between October 7th of 2023 and the release date of his content nuke, you can count the number of times Gaza is mentioned on one hand. Most of the time, it's not even brought up by Ethan. It's brought up by his producers, and then when they bring it up, barely a breath is spent on the topic. I'm not interested in handing out or revoking allyship badges, but I do think if someone is using that label on themselves while actively working against the cause, this needs to be exposed and understood so that we can stop including them in the conversation. I realize that for those of you who are already aware of how he's doing this, I'm just doing that now by talking about him, and you're welcome to criticize me for that. That's who I'm willing to listen to criticism from, people that actually care about this issue. But I do think there are a good amount of people, in his audience especially, that just can't really see what he's doing. People who might otherwise be allies to the cause are being misdirected into liberal Zionism. And I do think that's worth exploring, at least for a certain amount of time. Now, while all of this vitally important influencer discourse was going on, somewhere else in the world, there were other developments. On March 17th, Israel carpet-bombed sleeping Palestinians in Gaza at 2 a.m. in one of the most bloody massacres since the genocidal onslaught began 17 months ago. Over 400 Palestinians are confirmed to have been killed by this act of Israeli terrorism, and over 1,000 more injured. They killed more children in a single day than in any day in Israel's history. This came after 17 straight days of a complete siege on any humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. They had already been breaking the ceasefire repeatedly over 1,000 times, something which the US media continually whitewashed, but this attack was Israel's formal unilateral destruction of the ceasefire, slaughtering hundreds of starving children in their sleep. This record-breaking child-killing event was celebrated in Israeli Telegram channels with hundreds of thousands of members. In response to a video of a Palestinian girl mourning her mother that was slain by Israel, the Israelis wrote, "Cry, you whore, a whore, 1,000 whores. Cry as long as you can until we get to you too and eliminate you together with your ugly girl." To a video of a child in Gaza collecting his parents' remains, someone replied, "A young piglet vigorously collects hot and fresh litter to break the fast." The very next day after this massacre, Israel blew up
people and their lack of
cancer
humanity in these situations, like, at all. Holy shit.
Hospital, the Turkish Friendship Hospital, the only hospital in Gaza
Jesus
specializing in treating cancer patients. They just blew the entire building up. It's rubble now. The IDF said that the hospital was a Hamas compound, but it was actually an IDF compound. They raided it at the start of the genocide, kicked everyone out, and have been using it as a military base for the past 16 months. If we're gonna make this about good and bad, generally speaking, the people blowing up cancer hospitals are not the good guys. So if this is what's gone on in the first 3 days of Israel's full breaking of the ceasefire, why am I, instead of talking about that, talking about what some idiot Zionist influencer thinks? And there's a few reasons, but first, look, the last time I framed a video about Gaza around a YouTube drama, it got over 700,000 views. That's 700,000 people that came in expecting me to talk shit about a YouTuber and left with a video that was mostly about Gaza. But when I released a video the following week with an explicitly political topic, media coverage of Israel's ceasefire violations, it barely broke 100,000 views. My perspective right now is that over everything else, we need reach. We need people to know about what Israel is doing, people that don't already know. or at least aren't seeing updates on Israel's genocide, which is a lot of people. The media is not covering it. They weren't covering it a lot before, but over the past 17 months, that coverage has dwindled down to almost nothing. And as we've seen, the majority of it is just straight up manufacturing consent. This includes that record-breaking child-killing massacre from Israel. How many of you heard about that, described in those terms, the terms of what actually happened and not just another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive with some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline? The best way, I think, to get more people to know about this stuff is by using the algorithm for what it's meant to be used, which is views. And in this case, what that looks like is farming drama. I could be wrong about this approach, and if you think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and not have to choose between, you know, a US-backed child massacre and Ethan Klein, but until then, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. Regardless, it doesn't matter what you think of these creators. It's not about them. It's not about anyone being good or bad or what your YouTube subscription feed says about your morals. It's about a genocide that's happening right now, that's unfolding in front of our eyes, and that most of our countries are actively supporting. If these creators are giving people rhetoric to support the genocide that's happening, then we need to talk about that. That's something we need to discuss, especially if that person is claiming to be an ally to the cause. And if other creators are fighting against it, then that's worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis and breaking down propaganda that's being used for the genocide, or giving an honest voice to its resistance, then that content is important and should be shared and supported regardless of how you feel about the individuals involved. Unfortunately, we're sort of stuck in a media ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama than it does about Palestinian lives. Part of the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. So anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab your heads and slam them against the screen to show you what Israel is doing. And if you don't like that, tell your favorite influencers to stop using their massive platforms to back a genocide. Tell them to stop spreading genocidal propaganda, lying about the resistance to it, and silencing and deplatforming advocates against the genocide. Do that, and then I'll leave you all to your slop. It's very simple. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thanks for watching. I've linked some fundraisers below. Support them if you can. Free Palestine. Goodbye.
Nice. I enjoyed the video. Oh shit. Hold on. That's right. I gotta put this under here, and then I can do this. Ha. Much better. All right. And all right, guys, hold on. I don't know how much longer I can do this for. Oh, don't worry about it. The video's over. So, yeah, I haven't seen any of his stuff for a while, to be completely honest. Oh, geez, 900. That's not how much I need in general. Oh, Ryan, buddy. I don't know how many videos I got left in me. Oh, well, to be fair, I don't think I go too hard on those videos, but let's see. What am I comfortable spending? All right. What do you think? 420? Should I go for it? Oh, wait. Hold on. My neighbor was murdered in the Nova Dance part. Jesus. Yeah, I'll be honest. This is the part that always gets me. And I'm not trying to, like, do that whole both sides, blah, blah, blah. But it is... Dude, it's just so weird how, like... Because I saw this when 9/11 happened with us. where it was wild how fucking xenophobic everybody got, like, immediately. How just, man, you saw a side that you didn't think you were gonna see. And yeah, man, just the lack of humanity, like, just, God, it's depressing, I gotta say. This is why I'm a bit of a pacifist. A bit. This is why, like, at heart, I am a pacifist. Pacifist, communist, lots of ists. Woohoo! 2 away, hell yeah. With this, you have officially attained the rank of the 8th star in the Galaxy Expedition. You can now use jet balls, woohoo! I think I got those. Love how this guy's just everywhere. Ah, don't think of it as creepy at all. Jesus, dude. As up here. No. That's a lot. Hey, legend. Oh, I thought you were calling me a legend. I was about to say, oh man, I like that new nickname. Hell yeah. All here for it. Well, no, that's definitely something to be angry about, that's for sure. Ah, much better. Slept through that freaking storm. That looked pretty bad, didn't it? Get him. Get him. Yes, got him in the butt. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh, he pissed. Go Alakazam? Ah! Zen Headbutt is what we shall use. Ah. I'm hoping to get him. Shucks. Really? Oh, that's why. Right now I'm playing bingo. Hell yeah. Just like normal bingo. Dude, my mom loved bingo. Whoa! Where the fuck did that come from? Nice, you won $500. Hell yeah, dude. Congratulations on your $500 win at bingo. It's pretty cool, man. As said, my mom loved bingo. It was like one of her things, like right before she passed. She would tell me like how much she looked forward to going to bingo on Thursdays. Which I kind of found cute. She was very good at, I mean, as much as you can be good at bingo, but she was, I don't know. She enjoyed it. Nice. All right. So this thing, let's get him. Ah. Gotcha. That was sheer confidence right there. What the just a, casually a level 37 Graveler sitting in there. All right, cool. Cool. Yeah, it's all like, that's what I thought. Ryan, I'm sorry that is going on, bud. And also, like, yeah, just a reminder, I'm not as... Throw corn at him. I actually think I have something that's essentially the equivalent of corn in this game. My cousin is trained to become a sniper last weekend. When I visited my grandpa, told me again? Don't you hate it when you return to a game and forget the controls? Yeah, dude. Haha. You sleepy. What game you playing where you forgot the controls? Actually, that was this for me. I picked this up the other night and I was just like, man, I forgot how to play this game. And then I also saw like how much progress I had left. I was like, you know what? I really want to play this. And then I was like, you know what? I want to play this on stream. I want to share this with you guys. This is such a good game. So. Set headbutt one more time. Oh my god. No, up. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on, don't be stupid. I hate this thing. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Oh, it's because there's literally a wall there. Ah! Oh my god! Somebody aggressive Pokemon! Run! Run! Faster! Oh my god. Alright, here. Where is he? There he is. Live across the road from the Thursday night bingo place. I was watching my wife weed eat. Older women giving these the stink eye. I just had a heart transplant. Huh. Ah, shit, I should have caught that one. Damn it. I technically need a yawn mask. Eh, you can't see me. But... but... Really? Got him. Or not. Shit. Run! Oh. It's an actual cave. Holy shit. Gonna find some geodudes. Few Zubats, that's for sure. Ah, Golbat. See? I'm good at this. Do you shiny hunt? I do, but right now I'm actually just trying to even, like, complete dex, stuff. Like, dude, I don't understand people that, like, are able to shiny hunt. Like, man, how much time you got? Really have enough time to play this. Hey-ya! Alright. Gibble! Shit! You didn't see me, right? Good. What? Fuck! I need one of these. Damn it. There's nothing worse than when you need one and you're just like, well, I guess I'm gonna just knock you out because I don't have any choice. Level 71, damn. Empoleon. That's strong. Of course, my Gabite is taking forever to level up. Trying to get him become Garchomp. Wow. It worked. Oh shit, it's an unknown. Close your eye. Come on. Oh, fine. What? I was about to say, there's no way it's not going to let me get it. Is this the way I came? Well, We don't know. Let's see. Is this the way I came? I think it is. Damn it. It is. All right. Well, fine. Go back through. All righty. Sorry, guys. Of the road. Did we cover Turkey? They popping off still? You know what? Here. Let me check. Let's check ground news, see what's going on. There's nothing about Turkey going on. The main channel here, so let's see. Turkey. Turkey protesters fill the streets defying crackdown. It's on the 25th. That was today. Thousands of people in Turkey protested against the arrest of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem Imamoglu. I don't know how to say it. On corruption charges leading to over 1,400 detentions, including students and journalists. That seems like things are still popping off there, Duke. Gonna just go out on a limb and say that it is definitely still popping off. So, all right, let's get to the end of this damn cave. Oh, that's gonna send me around. On. I want out of the cave. There we go. Take him unaware. Ah, come on. Dude, not once. I have not been able to do that once today. What is going on with this, dude? Seriously. Really? Bullshit. Dragon Claw. No, I didn't hear any song yet. Give me a second. Wait, what time is it? Oh shit, it's almost 10. Alright, I gotta... collect that. Alright, let me go to sleep. There we go. Yeah, that's fun. I don't get to do that ever, so good times. Hope you guys enjoyed the Pokemoning. Nice little change up. As I said, been trying to usher in a new era where I have a little bit more of a comfort stream. Just do some gaming when I want to. All right, let's check out your song real quick.
boy with the Midas touch. So the people hope, but it don't mean much. Slick talk, real estate profit, pocket in the dream, now the whole scene's toxic. Monuments built off a bankrupt name. Every slogan's just a sleight of hand game. Got the masses hooked on a rerun show, but the credits don't roll when the empire falls. Fake crowns, fake thrones, fake gods on the airwaves. Lies get sold and the fear keeps the rent paid. Divide and distract, they tighten the chains. But the real ones know we ain't playing that
Pokemon was a nice break, not gonna lie. Hell yeah.
Red ties tighten like a noose on the truth, feeding off the rage till the riots bear fruit. Hollow men echo in American dreams, but the banks don't break when the poor man screams. Algorithms push the fear and the fiction, manufactured gods built from greed and addiction. Tell me, who's the master when the slaves love the chains? A nation split in half just to cover the stains. Fake crowns, fake thrones, fake gods on the airwaves. Lies get sold and the fear keeps the rent paid. Divide and distract, they tighten the chains. But the real ones know we ain't playing that game.
Alright guys, drop the link for my mom's memorial. If you guys can
They set the rules, they play the parts, they fan the flames, then blame the sparks. Sell the sickness, then sell the cure. Lock the doors, then build the lore. It ain't left, it ain't right, it's the money and the might. And if you ain't got either, you just lost in the fight. I seen kings fall, I seen thrones break, I seen power flip quick when the hands shake. Ain't no saviors in a house made of sand. When the tide comes in, every fraud gets banned. The people ain't pawns, we the ones with the fire. And the story gets flipped when the liars retire. Fake crowns, fake thrones, fake gods on the airwaves. Lies get sold and the fear keeps the rent paid.
Oh shit. No. Damn it. Fuck. Sorry, I had an interruption. Crap. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for dropping that in the Discord, by the way. Really appreciate it. This was by Big James, otherwise known as Rome Dog, otherwise aka Devil Man. Man, you got a lot of Since my social security call took 5 hours. Wow. Did they pay you by the hour for that one? Holy shit. Yeah, it did take 5 hours because, yeah, I've been on it for about that long. So, dude, that's crazy. What? 5 hours? That's nuts. Oh, you know, I'm glad that I could at least keep you company. You know, that's a benefit there, right? I think it is. But yeah, if you guys... Ooh, excuse me. Ow. If you guys could, would consider, donating at some point to my mom's fund. We're figuring it out, but I hope that you guys... Yeah. I have to figure out a better way to do this because it's not easy. Every time that I go to even like highlight the link and I just see the words, it hits me. So yeah, found out they have the wrong address on file. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Was that the Doge fault, or was that, you know, just incompetence on their end? I'm broke as a joke. Ooh. All right, we hit that 6 hour mark. So what I'm gonna do now is give me 1 second. We're gonna roll this dice, and we're gonna see what the number is. 9. Yeah, number 9. We're gonna go 9 back. on the cards. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we got temporal forces. All right, we're gonna do one more Pokemon pack. This is a Pokemon heavy stream, like a super Pokemon heavy stream, but screw it. It's the little things in life, and the little things make me happy. Like, checking the cards, see what we got. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Seedot. Ooh, little Totodile, little crocodile, Deerling, Pidove, Sawsbuck, Trainer, Bayim, Oriodon, Rock, and I don't, Bramblegast, I think is how you say that, but yeah, pretty cool. Right. All right. Yeah, I love some random Pokemon cards. All right, guys, but tomorrow is Wednesday, so I'll be on a little bit earlier. Look out for the show around 2 to 3 o'clock. I tried to get protein for like $5 and a lot of potatoes and rice. Eggs are $2 cheaper, down to $8. Ooh, Jesus. Man. Yeah, they still be expensive, that's for sure. So, no denying that. But all right, guys. I do have to get on the ye old dusty trail here. So, as I said, tomorrow, look out for the show, 2 o'clock. And then, yeah, we're going to go till about 6, possibly 7. We'll see. But, yeah, this is going to be fun. Have more chill streams like this. Although it's going to be a little less Pokemon, okay? I did that for me. That was a me thing. So, appreciate you guys let me do that. But ending today, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go eat. I have to take care of myself. So, but all right, guys. Allie, Big James, Jeff Curry, Ryan, Duke, everybody over on Twitch, Zachary, EP Jackson, all you guys. I really appreciate you guys stopping by the show today. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the stream. It really helps me out. Damn, 32 likes today. That's pretty good. But all right, guys, I will catch you tomorrow. Oh shit. Might help if I, this. And then this. Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, when the stream doesn't want you to end. Yeah, no shit. All right, guys. I'll catch you all tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.